Hello everyone, and welcome back to Worlds 2022 at the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. Now with half the group stage already complete, North America is still hungry for their first win. And for Cloud9 and all of Group A, today's matches provide the final chance to battle their way into the quarterfinals. As you can see here, the arena already packed to the brim, plenty of support. And we're also very, very happy to be welcoming back Emily Rand to the desk. Emily, it's so good to have you.
Yeah.
Things are going swimmingly here at Worlds for North America, so I'm glad you could rejoin right as you
it looks like
hitting our
it,
stride,
you know?
So.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at how the meta's been breaking down at Worlds so far. We are all the way up to 101 champions picked, banned. The presence is pretty phenomenal. The most ever in history here at the World Championship.
Yeah,
Emily, you've had the benefit of watching from home, getting the macro overview. What's been your impression so far, the way the meta's shaping up?
I mean, I think it's really cool because everyone kind of came with very different ideas, and it also means that it makes every draft really interesting depending on bans and then what gets locked in first, because there seem to be multiple ways to play and also multiple ways to counter that.
Yeah, I think that's the really cool thing, especially when you look at like the jungle matchups, right? We've seen obviously Maokai super high up there, but even when you look at Maokai, he's been flexed to top lane. When you look at teams like Rogue, then there's even teams that are just abandoning Maokai altogether, like some of the LCK teams, because they're looking at like, hey, we want the Graveses, we want to be these farming oriented junglers. So I think it's been really cool to see that across the board, the teams get to show their identity and how they like to approach League of Legends, and why I think we're seeing so much back and forth over which teams are coming to the top, because I mean, you can play your style and kick off really well with this.
Aatrox, still the champion, Presence King. The other champion I wanted to call out is, while still one of the most banned champions in the tournament, Caitlyn sits at a 2-5 record, which is very interesting to me.
And I think that's because in order to execute a Caitlyn lane or like a Caitlyn Lux lane, it does require kind of specific attention to that lane, I think, and how you want to play around it, despite the fact that she is still good in late game team fights. So I think when we see teams bring out that lane, the execution isn't always there.
Now, while the next 4 days of the group stage will sport one group per day, we're going to refresh by taking a look at the standings for all of the groups first. So it is that Group A, three-way tie for first at 2-1 between Edward Gaming, Fnatic, T1, and then Cloud9 still hunting for their first win at 0-3. That group will play today, so let's first take a look at the rest. We got JDG still up top the table in Group B at 3-0, just like Royal Never Give Up and Rogue, all undefeated, topping their group. Any surprises for you in particular, Emily, when it comes to the group stage and the standings we see so far through 1 week of play?
I'm very pleasantly surprised by Rogue. They've been playing really, really well. I know they themselves even said, oh man, we didn't come out and expect to play as well as we did. And that's really cool because I feel like they're the European team that people have kind of doubted the most, or at least you have these two historic orgs with massive fan bases in Fnatic and G2. And it's also been really cool to see Rogue, you know, punching out and being like, we're here and we're really good.
I mean, for myself, I'm pleasantly surprised by Group D. RNG coming in from the plains didn't look so hot. A lot of doubts tossed their direction about how they would fare in this group, and to see them sitting 3-0, looking brilliant at the end of week 1, I'm delighted to see that RNG have kind of found their footing in this meta when we weren't sure if they actually ever would.
A couple of quick notes for you all at home today. One of our players in EDG's Scout will be playing from isolation as he unfortunately tested positive for COVID. There are a few other groups who, of course, are not playing today that are also affected, and so the same kind of stipulations will be in place for when they step on stage over the course of the next few days. From here, though, we wanted to do something which was a little interesting, and this was Dagda's idea, taking a look at all of the previous World Championship winners and where they were at this stage of the tournament in the past on their way to hoisting that trophy.
I just think it's really cool to have a look and see how these teams have developed and kind of what was the expectation for these squads, especially after week 1, right? And you can see almost across the board, it is a first place finish after week 1 for a huge amount of these teams. And that was kind of when we looked at a lot of these squads, historically, they were favorites to win the tournaments. They were favorites to move on. So not very surprising to see how many of them ended up in first place pretty much across the board. But I think, Dash, you were kind of looking at week 2 is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, so I'll add to this, right? This is the halfway point of the group stage, and as you can see, only 2 teams found themselves in second place at the end of week 1. Of all of our World Championship winners, 3 teams found themselves in second place at the end of week 2. And in fact, that would only be Samsung Galaxy there in 2017, IG in 2018, and Edward Gaming just last year. So while they were 3-0 at the beginning of their group stage tag, they fell to second and then still took the Summoners Cup.
And the funny thing was that team that they came in second to was T1, who they're currently fighting in Group A. So it feels like history repeats itself sometimes in the World Championship.
Yeah, it does, especially when T1 wins as many titles as they do. But that's how they were doing then. Let's talk about how some of our world champions are doing now.
Yeah, I think that's the big one, is the kind of looking at how these teams are developing. Because I think looking at EDG, right, a lot of question marks around these guys, especially as they are the current champions that are trying to defend their title. I think that's where it gets super interesting to see how they are going to try and fare up. You can see them kind of sitting down at the bottom there, where they were 3-0 first in 2021 in their group, but second in groups 2 or week 1 as well at the moment. But I think looking at guys like Faker, Impact, a lot of these championship players that have been around for so long, you can see it's a very different story, especially for guys like Impact.
I'm just obsessed with the idea that Faker has to be on the graphic 3 times
Yeah.
because we have to track all of his trips to the title.
And another team I do want to point out, just looking at this, is Damwon Kia, just because you see their players all in there. And I also think one hot take I didn't get to have on the desk.
Wait, do we have a flaming hot take?
No.
Yes,
We don't have to do it.
Well, hold on. Everybody stand by.
So my hot take from
Flaming hot take.
Nice, let's go. My hot take from not seeing anything that I was gonna do on day 1, right? If I hadn't gotten sick, was that Damwon Kia were gonna win Worlds just based on like the meta.
Okay.
And I think they've looked really good, so it's kind of cool. Yeah, I
They
figured
are
I'd
sitting in
point that
prime
out.
position, and as Emily has a flaming hot take, it's a perfect transition for us to dive into some week 1 overreactions, as we
Ew.
always love to do on our broadcasts here in LoL Esports, is take a very small sample size of games and then just index entirely behind them. So let's dive into some overreactions. Dagda, I believe we're going to start with you, sir.
Yeah, so you might need a little hit of that once more, because
I'll happily take another hit of that.
so my one comes a little bit inspired from an I Will Dominate tweet, which was, I don't believe that NA will take a single tier 2 tower all groups long, because they have not taken a single tier 2 tower.
no.
Week 1,
I need another
I want to see what they're going to look like week 2, because it has not been going so
No
hot for
tier
NA.
2s, not a single
Not a
one?
single one in week 1.
In 9 games.
Yeah. No tier 2s were taken.
Oh, please no.
Yeah.
I don't even know if this is full enough for me to endure 9 games of no tier 2s. I gotta believe NA is gonna step it up just a little bit more.
I don't know. It hasn't looked so hot for them, right? The read on the meta hasn't been there for a lot of their squads. Like, the closest that they got to was against CFO, where there was like a quarter of a H bar left.
Right.
But
Yeah, but what about, like Blind Squirrel finds a nut, Broken
yeah.
Watch tells a time.
It's best of
right,
one.
Twice a day, like, come on. Like, we gotta hit a tier 2 at some
you hit
point.
that
right?
real good, didn't you?
I did.
yeah,
You can see it in
this
my
stuff must
face.
be
Like,
strong.
it's like a little woozy. All right, from here, we're going to the LEC. I was told I'm supposed to take Vedius's overreaction, but I don't know what his overreaction is. So, Oh,
I'm gonna.
Europe's gonna win Worlds. Producers just passed along to me. Vetty was supposed to be on the show with us today. Unfortunately, he's under the weather, so I'm going to be the representative for the LEC in this scenario. Love those screams, by the way. Of course, LEC is gonna win Worlds. Have you seen us play? We're so good. Fnatic, Rogue, G2.
How does it feel to be a trainer?
EU teams. It feels great.
It's like Phineas is right here.
It's kind of nice knowing that we've got some wins.
True.
Right?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's all I have for you guys. I don't really know why he thought LEC was going to win the world title, but it's an overreaction segment for that reason. Emily, please help us out with the LCS and an overreaction as well.
Oh, mine isn't LCS.
Oh, damn.
Mine
That's
is on,
unfortunate.
yeah, mine is on Top Esports, and it's that they are, the worst team to come out of LPL, which is actually not true because my side
Wait,
of it.
what?
Yeah, there
Did
you
you
go.
just undercut your own overreaction by
No,
saying it's
I'm
not
saying-
true as quickly as you said
So
it?
I'm saying this is an overreaction that I've seen, and I'm saying
Oh.
it's not true because they're playing exactly like they did in the
Okay.
LPL.
Spread it around.
yeah.
Spread it around, baby. Spread it around.
There's
so
nothing
explain.
different except they are losing, right?
Oh, God.
I still think that we see them take
Okay.
the same risks and they haven't paid off, right? Like they come down to a lot of those things and we haven't seen them pay off. So,
Playing exactly how you would expect them to. Just the results maybe
The
not
results
what
are not
you
there,
have
yeah.
expected. All right, that brings us to our standings here for Group A, the only group that'll be on stage today. It's a three-way tie at 2-1. Edward Gaming, Fnatic, and T1. Cloud9 for North America, the 1 seed out of the region, sitting at 0-3. And so I want to talk about some takeaways from what we've seen so far here at Worlds, particularly when it comes to the meta, because as we've mentioned, different regions seem to have very clearly different reads, or at least did in week 1. And of course, I'm curious to see, with that little bit of time between week 1 and week 2, who's going to adjust to who? Really, which meta will reign supreme?
Yeah, and I've been loving the bot lane meta, how it's kind of developed, because a lot of these champions that we expected to be dead coming into Worlds have had a resurgence, right? And I think specifically when we look at the LEC, it's the Lucian and the Nami in the bot lane that have been really impressive to me. Taking the first strike and that summon area is still giving you a lot of pressure on this bottom side, even though the Electrocute isn't still there to proc the Lucian as heavily. And we're seeing teams play super well around it, right? You get these early leads thanks to some early skirmishes or a bit of an upset, as we see here in the bot side for Fnatic, and suddenly you can still have that raw power that you bring to the table, especially when it looks towards the laning phase, but also just bringing Cullings in, poking members off before fights. It's still been incredibly strong regardless of the nerfs that came through.
Yeah, the Mermaid is still very much alive. Emily, I was promised that I wouldn't have to watch the cat at the World Championship, and I've had to watch a lot of cat games.
Yeah, sorry to say, Yuumi is not dead. And I'm going to point it out as kind of an LEC, or an LCK thing, rather. The first team to play the Sivir Yuumi in groups was T1. And I think you see a lot of LCK teams still be willing to lock the Yuumi in. It's kind of spread already throughout groups. And I think, we already know what she offers. The nerfs were not enough. You're going to still see more of her. I'm so sorry.
Somebody's got to come up with an answer sooner rather than later. And so while the cat is very much alive, if we hop on over to the jungle, Dagda, I can't ignore the fact that Viego seems to see a lot of play from the LPL teams.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting to see how he's used as well, because so frequently you see him going for these early skirmishes where he's able to utilize the fact that he can start to get these resets, become that late game scaling carry. And I think teams like RNG's Way has worked this very well in the past, both in LPL and now at Worlds. We're seeing it from Kanavi as well, where he's been able to get a ton of these early skirmishes going his direction as well. And once you start to get the ball rolling with Viego, it very quickly starts to snowball completely out of control. I think that's why LPL have been so good at using him, because they like to take these early fights. They want to find these early skirmishes and get this Viego into position where he can carry.
Now, while that's basically a slew of champions that we think we've identified look very strong in the tournament, brought to the table by multiple different regions, we also have to talk about some of the picks that have left something to be desired, Emily.
Yeah, so LCS teams came in, and they came in with this trio of Sejuani, MF, and Fiora as things that they were really, really hyper-focused on. Now, Fiora, we've seen other teams bust out, and that obviously comes down to a lot of skill and how you're going to play your side lanes. But this specific trio did not work out so well for LCS teams. A lot of it does come down to execution and not necessarily the strengths of the picks in a vacuum. But I think another thing that comes out of this is that obviously every single region scrimmed differently, right? Because typically there's a little bit more time. We see EU and NA teams going to Korea to boot camp. And this was kind of the result of North American teams coming to the table and what they thought was going to be strong. And it really has not worked out well for them.
Yeah, maybe in contrast to previous World Championships, a few more pockets, or at least more definitive pockets of scrims have kind of resulted in 3 to 4 very distinctly different takes on the meta in week 1 of groups.
And that's why I'm really curious to see what C9 is now going to come to the table with today, right? Because they're going to have a very different story from what we saw in in week 1 of groups, because it feels like you've got to now adapt to what the LPL and the LCK are bringing to the board.
And I think we even saw that from their final game, right, where they did adjust the draft. They had more scaling and team fight options. They still didn't end up winning that game, but I do think you have seen a slow draft adjustment. So now, it's going to be really cool to see what teams have coming out of the break. Yeah,
I mean, maybe it's just the hopium talking, but at least from the perspective of Cloud9, again, when we talk about the meta that they qualified to the World Championship with and won the LCS, Sivir Yumi. Now, whether or not they can secure that kind of a duo in the bot lane 3 games in a row today, in order to have a shot of making it out, I don't know. But at least what seems to be strong in the meta actually does play back towards Cloud9's strengths regionally. And so I definitely wonder whether or not they're going to have that. And then likewise, what does anybody else come up with in terms of counters to all the strengths of these picks? Because that's the other piece of week 2, is always somebody bringing out something inventive. And in a best of 1, all you need is to flip the result of 1 game to make your way out of groups. Yeah,
and that's why I love watching how this world's meta develop, because you definitely start to see, obviously, the regional diversity that we've talked about. But even when you think back to super old school, we had the Tsar in the bot lane where the Misfortune came out, these kind of things really that are just super exciting to watch and suddenly completely change the switch. They change how you have to think about the game. And that's why I love watching Worlds, because we kind of have this mash of regions coming together and kind of seeing what comes out on top.
Yeah, 6 games to play today, and they all come from Group A. Let's take a look at our schedule. We kick things off with Fnatic versus Cloud9. We follow that up immediately with a T1 versus Fnatic game. So yes, some of our teams will be playing 2 games in a row. As you can see, it'll be EDG's turn after that against Cloud9, and then Fnatic to round out Fnatic's first 3 games of the day, T1, Cloud9, and then we close things out with EDG versus T1. Now, as we turn our eyes to our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, my mind immediately goes to the mid lane matchup. It's Faker on one side, it's Humanoid on the other, who has been an absolute all-star for this Fnatic squad.
And that's the really important part here, is that it feels like Faker has to take that years of expertise and try and control Humanoid in that mid lane, so Humanoid doesn't pop off like he has been for Fnatic.
And the really interesting thing is going to see what they put Faker on, right? Because Humanoid's been able to get a lot of his power picks, like the Azir specifically, which he very first on in his career was the champion that he was playing up in the solo queue to make his way up in the solo queue ladder. And I want to see, because we've seen Faker on facilitative picks, but then we've also seen him on the Akali.
He's been everywhere already.
So
it's Humanoid one-tricking so far at the tournament, and not because that's all he can play, it's because no one's taken him off of it yet. So my big curiosity is either do you pick away the Azir, ban it, or does Faker show the counter that we've yet to see here at the World Championship? Because Victor's been played most of the time and goes down in lane almost essentially every time it's in that matchup against Azir. With game 1 being yet another battle, though, between EU and NA, I wanted that regional rivalry and sense of competition to be reflected here on the desk. So we've got our 2 NA reps. Dagda will be representing the LEC in that sense.
Why is this 2v1? What is this?
It's Vedius abandoned you. It's not our fault that Vedius is a scaredy cat.
Hang on. I'm going to go. All right, hang on. You come here for a second. I'm going to need a little bit of help on this one. So if you could take that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, thank you.
Kadrill's here to save the day. Hello, Kadrill. Good to see you.
I just got pulled in here out of nowhere.
Well, you've been pulled.
Tried to do a 2v1. I was like, this is not fair at all.
2v2.
Yeah,
you've been pulled. NA versus EU trivia. So here's what we're doing. We're splitting the desk into 2 teams. Obviously, myself and Emily will be representing NA. Team EU is going to be Dagda and Kadrill. Here's the thing. The questions are going to be asked to specific teams. If they get the question right, they get a point. If they're unable to answer correctly, the other team will have an opportunity to steal that point. Winner gets to add a point to the official NA versus EU record here on JoJo the Eagle. So we're playing for some real...
A lot of pressure. And you get to win here at the group stage. Maybe you could be the first.
But we're... right. Hey, I'll take that. I'll be NA's last hope. We're 3-3 on the Eagle right now. So this will be for the
we got our little cameras as well. All right, let's get this.
All right, we're going to dive straight in. Since EU are the guests at this event, we'll be gracious hosts and let you guys have the first question. Let's go ahead and see what it is. I'll read it out. Which LCS player has played the most NA versus EU matchups?
Oh, Jensen's been to 8 Worlds.
Yeah.
Probably
So
Rift
I mean,
Rivals
by
as well.
default, it probably has to be Jensen. Because I think he's played the most international games
Yeah.
with them anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking double lift as well, but it's probably Jensen, I think. Anything else?
I'd say
that springs
Jensen.
to your mind?
No, I'm on the Jensen side.
Sneaky could be up there as well.
Ooh, yeah.
Because he played the.
This is the classic, though. There,
Yeah.
he's like,
I know Jensen
we're
has
on
the
a
most
timer,
worlds
I
up here,
guess.
It must be
right? So
Jensen.
Final answer?
Jensen.
Jensen?
Yeah.
They're locking in Jensen. Was that an incorrect sound?
Yeah. no, no.
Yeah, that's
Okay, it's just a very, very light
wow.
buzzer. To me, that sounds like they're saying
Did
it's
we get to
incorrect. Can I
steal?
get confirmation? That's incorrect. So we have to.
Oh.
I thought that was a good guess.
I was actually going to go double lift or something.
Double lifts, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll go double lift.
so really it's about which groups have they ended up in, right?
'Cause
Because
it's
that's the reality of it. Like,
so-
you have just as many or as close to as many Worlds appearances.
But any EU matchup tells me it includes Rift Rivals, it includes stuff like Battle of the
Yeah,
Atlantic.
we need
I'm like, we're not
Which I
counting.
do not
We're not
remember.
I like you're under a bit
counting.
of pressure.
Let's go double
Double
lift.
it? You like double it?
Yeah.
I like double it. I'm going to
Probably
follow
double lift.
Emily on this one. We're locking in double
I'm
lift.
thinking season 1 and season
Incorrect
2.
or correct?
Oh, incorrect.
Incorrect.
What? Who is it?
What? And the reveal is Sneaky.
Sneaky! That was our next guest.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Sneaky. I'm sorry.
Oh.
All right, NA team question next. No points so far. No points so far. And he had played 14 games apparently against EU.
Wow.
That's a lot of games. I wonder what his record was. Which LEC player has played the most NA versus EU matches? Now we're taking the LEC side of the coin.
Ooh. Who's been around for a really long time?
Oh, boy.
Because this is ours, right?
Yeah, this is tough. Does Sven count? Because he's played both sides of the NA versus
Does he
EU
count
matchup, and
as-
at one point he was an LEC
actually-
player. That's like the big brain.
I feel like they wouldn't do that.
So he's it's a current LEC player. So I mean, like, Caps is not quite around long enough though, because Caps perks are two obviously that jump to mind just because again
Yeah.
same thing. There's been just so many international. Yonkos maybe.
Yonkos.
Is that who you wrote down over there?
I
saw that
wrote
smile.
down also-
I saw that little smile creep on in Keijo's
Does it have
face.
to
We are doing nothing
He's
over
thinking,
here.
he's thinking
Does it have
Yonkos.
to be a current player? Because I would actually guess Reckless.
Ooh, it doesn't have to be. Well, I guess they probably can't give us that clarification, but
Yeah.
it has to be an
Because
LEC
my
player.
guess would be Reckless.
But
do
it's
you wanna
been
lock that
two.
in?
It's been 2 years now since a year and a half.
Talk.
No.
Tick,
Just
talk.
here. I'll go Reckless.
All right, Reckless. We're gonna lock it in. Emily's
guess.
smarter than me. That's why
I'm not.
she's in that position, and
But he's
I'm in.
been around
I'm in
since,
the
like,
read. I'm in the read the
IPL
prompter
5,
position.
So
Reckless. Damn.
Oh.
We're incorrect.
What?
All right, a chance to steal
Which
here
one do
for
we go with?
EU.
What do you think? I trust you.
You're the LEC guy. I'm Moonlight LEC.
I feel like I want to go Caps, but
I think Caps is a good guess.
I think it,
Yeah.
but I'm
Because he's
thinking-
gone
Caps is
deep.
not
Because the
bad.
other reality is
It
Caps has
it
gone.
could also be
Because Caps has gone deep
the
in
one
the
you wrote
tournament.
down.
Yeah, that's
because but I don't know how many times he played against NA teams. So
We can't steal again, so you guys can
Because he's
time
been
it
there
out.
since
Yeah,
the
yeah,
show
yeah.
at
Should we
least
flip
one.
Caps?
I'm super
Yeah,
curious.
we'll go
to
with
see what
Caps.
Okay, we'll say Caps.
Going with
Yeah.
Caps. They're locking in Caps. Also
Oh,
incorrect.
So
We're
boosted.
both
it is.
running it down.
We are going
Oh, yeah. Boosted.
Honestly, so disrespectful to Soaz.
Yeah,
that we
I
didn't
know,
get
I'm
that.
sorry,
None of us
Soaz.
even said his
Good
name.
old
I'm
Soaz.
sorry, Soaz,
Oh.
because yeah,
Did you
absolutely.
guys also
Fine.
write down Reckless on
We
your
had
thing?
X-Peke.
All right.
Oh, X-Peke.
Back over to EU for this one. Which LEC or LCS player has the most total kills Worlds all time? Is the
Oh,
clarifier. Worlds all time.
Jesus.
Ooh,
From all
So,
LEC and LCS players, who has the most kills at
Yep.
Worlds?
I think I know.
Either Caps or Perk.
Oh, you're gonna write it? Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Could be Caps. Could
But
be
it's players who've gone the
Caps
furthest.
has
We're
been
lines,
to
we're
like
lines,
4
we're lines.
Worlds. Jensen's been to like
Emily,
8.
if Emily and I
Been to like
we're
8.
confident. They're gonna
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
this wrong. We're gonna steal this.
Yeah, true.
X-Peke.
So by default, yeah.
I feel
Well-
like I want to say double lift. I want to say double lift.
Double lift?
Yeah. I feel
Okay.
I'm feeling it.
All right, we go double lift.
They're going with double lift. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. I think
We didn't get one.
we're going to go ahead and lock this in. The player with the most games played at Worlds outside of Faker
Perks.
is Perks. And Perks, we think, also has the most kills out of an LEC or LCS player. Are we correct? We are correct!
Yes!
Woo!
Oh!
Let's go!
One point!
I don't know why you subbed me in. I'm just greedy. It's like
Where's
doing your
Drake?
promo.
Can you go get
Yeah,
Dracos?
running-
Dracos, actually.
316 kills, Worlds all time. Pretty impressive. All right, this one is going
All right, we
to
got-
me and Emily. Next question here. Name the 2 players with pentakills in NA versus EU matchups.
Oof.
I forget who Balls' Darius pentakill was against.
Same.
And so I just don't know if it was in the U team or in an Asian team. I just don't know. But that would be the That would be one of my guesses just
Pentakill
because it's a
versus
pentakill
NA
at
matchups.
Worlds, right? And we don't have that many Worlds pentakills.
No.
What were our pentakills and play-ins this year? We had two pentakills. Neither of them were NA versus EU. One of them was for sure a Chinese team. So then the
Yeah.
other one, I don't remember what the other pentakill was.
Not sure.
I don't
If
either.
it was that.
I'm
We have to get
terrible with
both
questions
players?
Like this. Yeah.
This one feels like a step up in difficulty
Like, I
compared
was
to
just
the rest.
gonna wing it out there and just be like, I don't know, sneaky.
So
like,
balls and sneaky. Has Sneaky ever
Yeah,
gotten a
who's
pentakill
Sneaky?
on World Stage?
I actually don't think so.
I don't think so either. Double if maybe.
One of them
Balls
is
is the
definitely.
one that-
Honestly,
I'm
it's,
really
it's,
bad with
it's
tracking
actually
it.
hard for me to believe that NA's ever gotten 2 pentakills
I
in
know,
Worlds.
right?
Like, to me, that sounds like an
Well,
overestimation.
balls is the most obvious one.
Wait.
so-
Also, it doesn't say it has to be NA players. It just says NA versus EU matchups, 2 players.
Oh.
So it could be an NA and an EU player. So I want to go with balls. Let's just take the shot that that
Okay.
was against an EU team.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not convinced it
remember.
was. And then let's pick an EU player.
The caps?
Perks, caps, perks, caps.
feel like
Do we
it
go
has to be
back to
one of
perks?
them.
You want to go caps? Since
Yeah.
we did perks earlier?
Yeah.
Balls and caps. Balls and caps.
No idea.
Taking a shot.
Yeah.
Of course we're incorrect. Of course we're incorrect.
One of them is
EU to
definitely
steal.
balls.
Balls. Reckless.
Do you want to say reckless?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we did,
All right.
but let's flip it.
You're going
Balls and
balls,
reckless.
balls and
Yeah.
reckless?
Yeah.
Balls and reckless.
You're so good.
Oh my goodness! 2014 Fnatic. Oh my
Oh.
goodness! They beat Cloud9. Wait, was that the Cloud9 year? No, that was 2013 when Cloud9 lost to Fnatic in the
Okay.
quarters. Okay, final round.
Oh,
Okay,
okay, we
teams
got
will
this, we got this.
teams will alternate. There's a new rule here, so teams will alternate guesses one by one until
Okay.
both teams give consecutive incorrect answers. Okay, so the losing team goes first.
Okay.
Well, who's
Okay.
losing?
No one's losing.
No one's losing, so
Yeah.
they'll have to just tell
Okay.
us.
We're
Name the
both
13
equally
players.
terrible.
Okay, name the
Does-
13 players who have represented both LEC and LCS at
All right,
Worlds.
so-
Okay, so we
Worlds.
give
So
one
we
answer at a
balance.
time.
Yeah,
One answer
okay.
at a time. And sorry, which team goes first? Producers? EU's going to go first, so
Perks.
EU will say one first. They're going to say perks, so cross that
Okay.
one out because we're going to make sure.
All right.
Okay, Sven,
Then,
we know for sure.
Okay.
Also correct, so we'll
Mithy.
cross that out. They're going to go with Mithy, which is correct.
I don't think it's
I'm
Worlds.
assuming they'll just tell us we're
Oh, is it-
incorrect when we're incorrect.
This is
No,
Worlds.
it's now
yes,
Worlds, is it?
At Worlds.
Okay,
At
okay.
Worlds.
At Worlds.
At Worlds.
was he at Worlds though?
Oh, Mithy is incorrect.
Yeah.
Really?
So this is correct.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
he went
All
with
right.
TSM, right?
All right,
So Broken
yeah.
Blade.
Power of Evil.
Ooh, Power of Evil. What a call, man. What a
Nice
call.
one.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Who else? Who else?
Did,
Well,
no, he wasn't.
Inspired was in MVP, but did
Yep,
he?
yeah,
So
Inspired
Inspired.
is one.
Inspired. That's correct. Okay. Back over to you guys.
Who else was there? Whippo.
Oh.
Oh, yep.
Was
Is that
Whippo-
your?
No,
Are
Whippo
you?
didn't make it last year.
Are you? Wait, hold on. You
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
let them lock it
Yeah,
in.
you're right.
Yeah. Oh, can we
Can we change it?
change it?
You can. I'll let you
Okay,
change it.
Hooney.
You guys didn't lock it in.
Hooney.
Hooney. They're
Yeah.
calling Hooney, which should be correct. That's correct. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. You.
Hans.
Yep.
Hans
Hansama.
Did they make
Oh.
Worlds? With Hans? No, they
Oh wait. He was. No. He just joined this year in NA.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
Wait. EU gets
guys
it. They
even
win.
know
We've
what
only
it
had
is.
one
Wait,
incorrect.
we've only had one
We've had
incorrect?
multiple.
With Immortals,
What?
right?
No, he was on Clutch. He was on Clutch
Oh.
with the Monte and stuff
Oh,
like that.
Hooney, yeah.
Ignar.
Oh.
Mm,
Ignar.
that's
Deep.
correct.
That's correct.
Let's go. Oh.
I'm not trying to
Right,
understand the
baby.
rules of this game or how you guys won when you answered more
Yeah.
incorrect than us, but fine. EU wins 5-4. We'll spot them the extra one because
Sorry,
they
I
need
ran it down.
All right, well, I gotta go.
Yeah, I appreciate
it.
it.
Good
Yeah,
for some
easy
people's
win.
casting
Easy win.
in,
EU as
in
usual with the
T-minus 3
head-to-head.
minutes.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
get ready, my friend, with Captain Flowers. We're going to break down the intro to the first game
This is
of the
one,
day.
too.
We've
Yeah,
got...
he told me it
Oh,
wasn't.
we've got...
Wait, no, it is.
Yeah,
Immortals.
that's what I thought. Yeah, sorry. Go on, Ed.
It's all right. You guys can talk.
Oh, wait, no. Smithy was on that team. Never mind.
I love how... See, this is what happens when you make analysts play a game and it doesn't get seen
get
through
We're
to the end.
hyper
This-
competitive
Now they're just like,
people,
right?
we're going to get this whole list by the end of this all. Okay, we got EU versus NA to kick things off. We got Fnatic versus Cloud9. Let's talk about it because historically, between EU and NA, actually it doesn't look so bad for North America, which is interesting to me because it definitely
Yeah.
does not feel that way.
Yeah, I think the biggest one is when you actually get to the best of fives. That's where it starts to change up. But when you actually look at the matchups, I mean, EU versus NA has always been incredibly close, and it's always been very back and forth, right? And I think that's why even coming into today and the rest of the groups, you still have to keep your eyes on this matchup because it can make or break not only the hopes for the LCS, but also for some of our EU representatives as well.
All right, we only got a couple minutes to go, so I want to break down a couple of key things. Let's start on the side of Fnatic. The reason why, one of the main reasons why they've been popping off so much in this tournament, Humanoid in the mid lane. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, he has been absolutely incredible. And I think as well, the fact that there was a lot of criticism put towards the mid lane as well for Fnatic over the course of the summer split. To have Humanoid step up and pop off the way he has speaks volumes to this player, especially when you look back at Fnatic. They only had a 10% of scenarios coming into week 8 where they even made it to playoffs. Forget about Worlds, that was getting to playoffs. Then they pop off in playoffs as well, finally finding that magic that a lot of people expected. And the fact that now we're getting again Humanoid stepping up on this Azir pick, he has been so crucial to Fnatic throughout this group stage, especially when you look at not only in team fights, but how he's been able to set up Razork in these early stages as well. The fact that you have so much control and push for Humanoid in the mid lane means he's often able to support Razork when he's going for these invades. He's able to move first to keep Razork in check, and it's been so instrumental to keeping Fnatic ahead and snowballing these leads.
Yeah, that's the huge thing, is it's not just Humanoid, right? It's Humanoid is playing super well. We haven't seen people really target his picks. And what he does for Razork and that mid-jungle duo is looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely stellar play on that Azir. We'll see if Cloud9, or what strategy they go for. Ban it, pick it away, or find a counter to it. But that's where I'm going to turn to Emily. It's not just about the Azir pick. There's a lot of stuff I imagine we need to see from Cloud9 if they're going to come away with the victory. Lay me the blueprint. How do we get these wins on the board?
So I have two things for C9. The first is comfort picks. Like you said, there are actually a lot of things that we might not have thought were going to come back in this meta, specifically the Yuumi, but like the Sivir, Yuumi, that kind of stuff. And then late game teamfight answers around Berserker, right? So yeah, those are my two things that I want to see from C9.
There you have it. Just a couple of ideas from us as Fnatic readies up for this game. They're supporting their EU fans and hosting viewing parties all across Europe. But right now, we're getting a live look at the party happening in London. And as we get a look at that, we're going to be diving down onto the stage. We're going to be kicking off day 1 of week 2 of the group stage. It's Group A, Fnatic versus Cloud9. Enjoy.
I think for sure we can go really far in this tournament.
Fnatic is way more of a threat than I think a lot of people would have expected coming into this.
We only have 3 more best of ones in groups. And you can always lose best of 1 against anyone.
The way we're losing this year feels, I would only say worse than last year.
It's just going to be Cloud9 hoping for a miracle.
I don't want to go 0-6. That's like a personal hit to my ego. But I'm still really confident. We have a couple of days to practice, and I think we can turn it around.
22-minute victory. T1 unleashed on the international stage.
개인적으로 자신감이 좀 차 있는 상태라서 열심히 잘 준비만 하면은 이제 좋은 성적 거두고 좋은 커리어를 시작할 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
T1 has the number of their old rivals.
我觉得现在我们的状态比去年的话35%吧，我感觉我们可以更猛。
This group is shaping up to be an absolute bloodbath.
This group on paper was supposed to be like the group of death with 2 really strong teams. But now, looking at it and playing against them, it's very beatable.
And it's T1 lambs to the slaughter.
기분이 안 좋았는데 다음에 이제 복수할 기회가 있다는 거에 일단 다행이라 생각하고
Now everyone believes that we can go really far.
This could be everything. Razork now getting come back. Viper still standing. The damage from the Sivir. She's so close. They go. They get it. Fnatic.
我们是石头吧，是因为我们的游戏风格不是个人发挥，我们就5个抱在一起，我们的5个人的一个配合去赢游戏的，对。
Not exactly that tanky right now. Picks the flash. Does Mako and Flandre is gifted another one.
接下来的比赛也很有自信。
hoping that I can step it up, and they still have some fire in them.
We are probably gonna stomp you all. Good luck.
我想跟他们说，准备回家。
A조에 잘하는 팀이 많다고 얘기들을 하시는데 이제 A조에서 누가 제일 잘하는지 보여드리겠습니다.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Welcome everyone to the second week of group stage play here at Worlds 2022. We are in New York City. We have an awesome crowd here today, and we are starting it off with a banger of C9 versus Fnatic. I am Captain Flowers, and it is my distinct and specific honor to be casting for the very first time on the international stage with Cage.
Oh, I'm so excited for this. This is going to be such a banger. And to kick it off with NA versus EU is just the cherry on top, isn't it? This group is so competitive. C9 yet to get into that race, but 3 teams tied at 2-1. All these best of ones are just so important.
It could be chaotic or it could be settled very quickly, depending on how the first couple of games here today go. North American fans are starving for a win right now, and everybody is hoping that Cloud9, historically the org that gets it done in North America, can find the secret here starting out against Fnatic.
I mean, they made a semis in 2018, right? And they always find a way out of groups. Even last year with FPX and Damwon in their group, they managed to find a way to the quarters. So a lot of pressure on them to pick up a few wins. For NA fans, they need to go 3-0. If they drop a game, they're pretty much guaranteed out because teams are already tied at 2-1. And in a sense, they'll be guaranteed wins depending on how the group plays out today. But it's that man on your screen upset. It's Fnatic who are the ones fighting back against T1 right now in this group, fighting back against EDG despite the level 1. We'll see what they can bring to week 2 of groups.
And I talk about Cloud9 being one of those mainstays at Worlds for NA. Hey, Fnatic, you mentioned Cloud9 getting to the semis in 2018. It was Fnatic that crushed them there. It was Fnatic that would make it to the finals that year. We don't talk about the result of it, but it's Fnatic who has also always been such a clutch representative for EU. I am excited for this matchup, buddy.
Really, really excited. And Fnatic's the one team in Europe where they're just known as the non-scrim team because of the amount of issues they've had to overcome to even get here in the first place. I saw a couple stats of, Humanoid versus Faker, which we'll see later on the day. But Humanoid's CS difference right now is at 21 at 14, so he's having a stormer of a 12. We'll see how Jensen can deal with him. But we're into draft, and when you think of draft, you think of Fnatic. They've played 3 Azir games so far, and they're on blue side, so that's an instant first pick if C9 don't take that one away, because Humanoid will be prioritizing that so heavily.
All right, Cloud9 going to start off banning away that Yuumi. Sejuani banned out by Fnatic. The desk mentioned how North America came in looking for these like Misfortune, Fiora, Sejuani type of picks. Fnatic are going to say, okay, no comfort there. There's the Azir banned away. You called it out. You can't be letting them have that, especially with that blue side first pick. Varus and Aatrox taken off the table by Fnatic.
Interested to see the Varus ban. I think Varus is yet to pick up a win here at Worlds, and it was I believe the 100 Thieves who pulled out the Varus that was actually finding success on it, or EG. So it's other NA teams are actually playing the Varus, but C9 yet to play it here at Worlds. We've seen Berserkers, MF, Aphelios, and Tristana. What's the last ban here for C9? Maokai is another champ I think of when I think of Razork and Flexible for Fnatic, but they're going to leave that one open. They could snatch that. I wonder if C9 has a plan.
C9 has banned Caitlyn every game they have played so far here. They really do not want to go against this champion. I also would place Maokai on a higher priority. I just feel like he's been incredible all over the Rift, throughout play-ins, throughout the main stage here, but it's Victor, first pick here for Humanoid for Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic telling us a story here. When Azir is banned, Victor Prio goes through the roof. They really want to control mage mid with good scaling, good wave wave clear. Now it's on C9. How do you respond to this? A LeBlanc lane could work. Looks like they're actually going to first rotate an Orin, so taking Fudge off of the carries. We've only seen him on Fiora and Jack so far this tournament, but now it looks like they're just going for scaling team fights.
And you know what? I like this a lot, especially up against Fnatic, who Upset has just been so big for. If you pick a top laner that you've got to focus resources into, you're just giving Fnatic a free ticket for Upset to carry the game.
And what C9 have done here is they've targeted Fnatic in a sense where Wunder's only played Ornn and Aatrox. They've taken both away at Worlds. And Humanoid's only played Azir, so they've taken that away. So they've put Fnatic on champs that we haven't seen just yet in the group stage. There's the Aphelios locked in for Upset. C9 could pick their jungler up here. Something like a Trundle would work really well, unless they want to pick up Berserker's AD instead of, you know, dropping bot lane into 4-5.
But every time I see it, man, that Maokai, it's just such a power pick right now. You know Fnatic are happy to get their hands on that, especially with all the CC he offers, combined with Victor, who loves people to be locked down for the Chaos Storm for the second half of the laser. This combo is very scary, and there it is, the Trundle you're talking about, to sap some of those tank stats.
So they've sacrificed their bot lane a little bit here, C9. I don't think they'll struggle to find AD carries. You know, you can pick up things like Tristana here on 4, a Kai'Sa. I think they will be okay in finding a marksman. It's just denying supports here from Fnatic. I think Renata ban would be great here if they don't want to play it. Kalista is still up as well if they want to play really aggressive on that bot side. And let's not forget that Maokai is a flex, so they're not really sure if the Maokai is going against Yorn. That's why they banned away the Graves. Fnatic now taking away some aggressive playmaking AD carries.
Alrighty, no Lucian, no Graves here in the second half. Does Cloud9 want to focus a similar type of champion here for the third ban in the second half? Remember, they don't really have a whole lot of flexibility in what they've drafted so far. You're talking about the flex of the Maokai there over on Fnatic's side. Cloud9, we pretty much know what they're going to be going for. They're really taking their time on this one. Okay, Thresh will be their last ban.
So, knowing Fnatic as well as I do, and considering their game against EDG where Flandre picked the Gragas into Ornn, I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic just go Gragas Renata here on 4-5. That would round out their comp to something that they would feel really comfortable with. But do they ban Kalista is the question, or Tristana? Do they try to take away a little bit of these aggressive AD carries and make bot lane a little bit more volatile? They've got the last ban coming in, and they've taken away the Kalista. So that does leave Tristana up for Berserker, Kai'Sa up. I think counter-picking support makes the most sense. If they pick Renata, Nautilus would be a good R5.
Yep, we're expecting an AD carry here. Cloud9, will they lock that one in? That's your hyper carry angle right there. Trundle and Ornn on the front line.
Oh yeah.
Jinx being the firepower from behind the scenes.
Stock standards, front to back scaling. Looks like that's going to be C9's plan. So I think they'll pick something like Tom Kench up on 5 here just to make sure the Jinx is safe, depending on what Fnatic blind pick here on support.
I mean, we've got 2 immobile, hyper-scaling AD carries going head-to-head in this bottom lane, man.
Yep.
This one's going to go off. I can already feel it. Deep down in my veins, deep down in my blood, there is going to be some action around the bottom lane here in this game.
Yeah, front-to-back positioning is going to be absolutely everything. So Jarvan might be getting picked up here, putting the Maokai top. So this is the first time we will see Wunder on the Maokai. Razork had a fantastic success with the champion. So Fnatic being a little bit more aggressive here. They're saying we could pick Renata Gragas and play front-to-back, but we're going to pick Jarvan to shut down your immobile carries right now. How aggressive does Hilly want to get with this support blind pick? They're playing in a Aphelios lane, so a lot of enchanters work well with him, melee supports, but you can pull something out the box like a Pyke if you really want to play for early game towards bot side with that Jarvan as well.
How fast and loose is it going to be, Fnatic? Or we'll get the Soraka instead. Okay.
The beauty of the Soraka is Rogue brought it out in the semis and the finals and in the LEC domestically. And the Jarvan ult is the same size, width-wise, as the Soraka E. So you can silence someone in the Cataclysm to stop them from being able to get out of it with their flash, right? So that might be the idea here as well. Attributes a lot to front to back, helps out in that sense. Now does C9 pick up a range support here? Tom Kench and engage support to help be a little bit more aggressive on the spot side to help out the Trundle, but it's going to be Jinx Lulu.
Okay.
Enchanter's bot, tanks top. I don't think I need to describe how these comps work because it's very front to back.
It's very basic League of Legends here. There's nothing super tricky. It's team fight versus team fight.
And I think this is just a good adaptation from C9. They've tried carries top, they've tried the LeBlanc mids, they've tried the MF and the engage supports. None of it's really been working to the sense where they want to repeat it and try it again, but they've just thrown everything out the window and say, let's put Fudge on a tank, let's put Jensen on a scaling mage and he's comfortable on Berserker and Sven on a hyper carry bot, and Blabber can bridge us from the early to the mid to late game and we'll just play for team fights.
And really, really liking this for Cloud9. The first Lulu we've seen here at Worlds so far. I saw some people tweeting about like the nerfs being pretty extreme. I think it was Dom tweeting about there's no way that these nerfs have completely taken this champion out of viability. C9's ready to bring it back now. I know a lot of fans are going to be happy to see them picking something that is easier to execute on. And now, I mean, there's so much pressure, man, on Upset, on Berserker both, to have those carry performances and be the cannon their teams have drafted around.
Yeah, the way they dissect the fights and position to shred through the front line will be very, very important. But it's C9, it's backs against the wall. This is almost a must-win for them. I think it is a must-win for them to stay in this group stage. You don't want to go home on the first game, but if they can win here and pull off that 3-0, then the miracle run, the week 2 NA could be alive. It'll be the first time we see it. Normally it's week 1 NA that's really shining, and then week 2 is more so EU and LCK as they adapt to the tournament meta. But NA yet to pick up a win, but I really like what they've drafted here.
Alrighty, let's do it. Rock and roll, NA versus EU, taking the stage to kick us off in the second week of groups as the players are making their way out of the base. A reminder, Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000, that's right, 150 and 3 zeros to several lucky fans every single day of Worlds, 150 grand in RP. Head over to primegamingworlds22.com to enter and make sure to put in today's secret code to get some bonus entries. But as we go ahead and get the players heading out of the Rift, you can see runes, everything here on your screen right now. 2 teleports on each side. They're in the solo lanes. No spell books to change around, have any sort of surprises there. Ghost for Upset on the Aphelios for a little bit of extra mobility versus Berserker just running the standard heal here on the Jinx.
Yeah, no Ignite in bot side for Fnatic, so kill pressure a little bit less. I don't think they'll try to take those 2v2s. They're probably just going to look to scale, as will 8 players in this game. The only 2 that won't really be scaling very well is the junglers, Trundle and Jarvan, and a lot of immobile carries on the map. Pillar and Jarvan, EQ Flash, good lockdown. Looks like Fnatic walking into the bot side river there, just placing a ward. I think they're just covering off Humanoid for any kind of blabber early gank shenanigans. You can see he's got a ward on the top side entrance of the Raptors. Ward in the bot side river, covers off both angles to deny any early ganks mid, because losing your flash early as a mage just means you have to give up the push.
Never feels good to not have control over that mid wave. Fudge is just going to be waiting here in the brush for Wunder to step up. Wunder attacks second, so he heals a little bit with the sap magic, just slapping each other around here. Good old-fashioned tank fight, Kadril.
Yeah, 2 wet noodles just going at it. You'll have to see it. Neither of them really have any kill pressure on the other, but the thing is, if they hit you, you hit them. That's basically how top lane works. Otherwise, you just get pushed in and lose. A little bit of trading in bot. I think we won't see too much kill pressure on either side lane, but it's on the junglers. Razork and Blabber starting top side, both padding towards the bot side. I say that, but Fudge,
they are not stopping. It is just auto attack versus auto attack. A single spell for either one of them. It'll be Fudge hitting level 2 first. Throws out that pillar, but not really anything to follow it up with, as Wunder's just staying back. He's fine. The nice part about being a tank, it doesn't matter as much if you fall a couple of minions behind. You're still always useful. You've always got that team fight power. Both these guys are going to be huge in these fights later on with their ultis. Massive, massive impact.
You're a very low econ, just frontline soak up the damage sponge, right? So doesn't really matter how far behind you are to an extent, but that's an angry Ornn every time we look at top lane. Fudge getting the better hand of Wunder. And both junglers finishing their second buff here, Blabber and Razork respectively. Sven has the Ignite, can get a little bit aggressive here, but he's going to back off after his combo.
Yep, Berserker steps up after Sven is already retreating, just wants to get a little bit of poke there. Hilly's down to 200 HP, but still healing up there with the potion, not super worried about it. Blabber and Razork going to find each other here as Blabber steps up, throws out the frozen domain, threatening to steal. The silence, the root. Berserker with a flash away early here in bottom lane 2v2.
Yeah, that's 3 summoners there blown from C9. Only Sven's flash is up, so Razork is just getting attracted straight to that bot lane like a magnet. He sees a window and he wants to look for it. The silence doing so much work there to then land the root afterwards. No Ignite for the Fnatic bot lane, but they're forced to use their heal, and they're going to look to push out this wave with the Infernum gun.
Nicely done there, and like we said at the start, Berserker, he's running heal. It's not like this is a teleport marksman, so he's gonna have to walk all the way back down as Fnatic is getting this wave crashed in. Very nice early game here in the lane so far for the Fnatic duo.
Yeah, Razork and Blabber playing a little bit of hide and seek. Razork spots him out with a spear, puts the pink ward on the blue buff brush, just to give it a little bit of information. There's another ward as well on the entrance too, so lots of bot side vision here from Razork. Of course, didn't take the refillable, started with a health potion and a pink. He's gonna go double longsword out of base and go towards the top side crab here by the looks of it. Blabber still yet to base, but it looks like he wants the match. But despite those early flashes in bot, a bit of a quiet game as expected so far. I think we'll start to see a little bit more action in around 3 or 4 minutes when this Herald spawns.
Yeah, the Herald will be spawning. We'll have ultimates available on solo laners. Big damage potential there out of both of them in mid. We already talked about the team fight power of the top laner ultis as well. Once those go buttons are green, I'm with you. I think that's when we're going to start seeing things explode a little bit more, as the junglers are now both back out onto the map. Blabber taking that shop, as you said, after Razork got his, just working towards a little bit of baseline stats. Nobody doing anything too crazy just yet. As you can see, Jensen about to crash this mid lane wave, but it doesn't look like C9 will be able to get a whole lot out.
Yeah, Humanoid still yet to base. Jensen's already base and TP'd back, so he probably wants to catch his wave and recall. And with Razork pathing bot, the main window for Fnatic is bot now because of the no flash onto the Berserker. But then it's also the window for C9 because Blabber will want to counter gank if they overextend, and he will want to cover them on certain wave states when it's pushing out. So I think both junglers, as expected, still focusing on towards this bot side. Top lane's just a little bit of a farm fest.
Yep.
When they're 6, I think what we can see from top lane is roams from top to mid to look for these mages, but this bot side 3v3 will be everything. Pink ward in the bush, C9 have no vision, but here's the counter gank from Blabber. Will Fnatic overextend and take the bait? I think they just saw him.
Yep, they saw Blabber, just a glimpse of him. A flick there for a second. I believe he showed up. He's still waiting around, seeing if maybe there's anything to find. Razork still standing on top of his own control ward. He knows he's not seen. Sven walking up, but Razork, he's patient. He's calculating. He knows Berserker is the target who has no flash. Razork, it's Blabber who's having to walk away from it now. Razork, he goes for a bad flag, and C9 gets first blood of the Fnatic jungle.
There's the counter gank that Blabber was looking for. Razork was a bit unsure which target to look for. Upset's fighting back against Berserker.
Upset wants to go, but C9 wants him to go home. Hillesong and Upset now having to walk off that one. Upset using the flash there, not getting a whole lot back for it.
First blood goes over to Sven. Blabber's not done just yet. Upset no sums. He's going to look for the pillar here.
Nope, won't be able to get there in time. Fnatic are back underneath the turret. But for C9, for this game, for this draft, for this group, that's a nice start.
Crowd is erupting after that first blood. The early bot side 3v3 goes in favor of C9. Arch might find Humanoid here, but I don't think there's much to be done as Jensen is on the bot side of mid. But really good awareness from Blabber. The wave's pushing out. Let's cover it. Razork here, a little bit questionable. He thinks, I'm going to run past the Trundle here and look for Jinx, but then by the time he realizes she's too far, he misses his combo onto Blabber, flashes over the pillar, but then Blabber matches the flash. Of course, PTA Trundle early can do a lot of damage. Yeah, a bit of a blunder there from Razork, but great punish by C9.
C9 getting it done in what honestly looked like it could have gone either way, with both junglers posturing around, sort of daring the other team to do something. But now, Fnatic, they're sitting at about a 1,000 gold deficit 7 minutes into the game here. Solo laners are now at the point where they all have their ultimates, but teleports are down. Humanoid going to force Jensen back here a little bit as that wave keeps pushing forward. Humanoid will be in control of that. Jensen's going to need a recall here. Razork back up in the top river looking for the Scuttle Crab. Blabber's nearby, but Trundle takes a while on these multi-minion camps, so those chickens aren't going to be cleared away in any sort of efficient manner. Razork has this crab for free, and Fudge is pushed up pretty far in the top lane, but probably not going to get caught overextending here.
I think the beauty for C9 right now is their bot lane sums are back up by 8 minutes, but upsets won't be. So contesting Herald becomes a little bit more complicated for Fnatic. Berserker can stack this bot wave, crash it, run up river as Blabber gets 6 and starts the Herald, and I think they've got a pretty easy play to look for that early objective. Razork still a little bit far away from 6, needs to clear out his top camps, but we'll see how C9 moves around the map because Blabber is on this top side. He might blast cone over there. Yeah, he does, and he sees the crab ward, so he's going to start up this Herald. So early objective looks like it'll be free for C9. No, he actually decides to back away. He gets spotted on vision though, so he has just pulled it out instead. Jensen can hover. Fudge is pushing out top, and will Razork contest? He is actually level 6 to Blabber's level 5.
Yeah, the level 6 advantage for Razork here could be a big problem for the Cloud9 jungler. And he did spend his flash in that bottom lane kill, so it's understandable. You've got Hillesong having the ulti here on the Soraka. That's something that's going to matter a lot. Or an ulti goes through. Razork gets the heal. Blabber's going to survive. Razork dies again. Humanoid dies after. Double kill back over to Jensen. Cloud9 come to life.
They get the Herald. They get 2 kills onto Jensen. Fnatic took the 3v3 with a Soraka ult and they lost. They all focused on Blabber, but they could not get the initial kill. And now we're sitting 9 minutes in the game. C9 off to a very strong early lead.
Huge advantage there for C9. The Soraka ulti, Fnatic thought that's their ace up the sleeve, but it did not do enough.
So Blabber is actually level 5 when this play kicks off. They go instantly onto Razork and try to get him down, but Blabber gets the Herald and levels up, and the Trundle passive heals him up so much that he then ults Wonder as well, so he gets so much resistances and health back into this Trundle, so that he actually does not fall.
That is so important. The King's Tribute on Trundle. When you're just killing monsters in the jungle, or even a champion that doesn't have a lot of health, you see a little bit of HP come back. But the Herald is so tanky. The HP value is so high. That heal is just incredible. And for C9, the timing couldn't have been better. Now for Fnatic, they've got to find their footing here in this game. They've slipped up a couple of times. Cloud9's got the better of them in these couple of skirmishes they've had. So they got to stabilize before this really starts running away from them.
C9 getting the flowers buff right now, lands in New York, and NA's already off to a good start.
We're in there, baby, let's go!
Let's go indeed. So Dragon's still up, and C9 have this Herald. Fudge has the top push, and this is what we expected from top lane, moving from top to mid to try to threaten the Victor so Jensen can get a free push, and then he can be the first one to Dragon. So C9 should be able to pick this one up uncontested as Razork's on the top side. The question right now is, where will C9 place this Herald? I think they have really good options in mid and bot. It's just a case of how much value can they get out of either one.
And maximizing that value with a lead, very, very important for being able to see this one through. Jensen dropping the shockwave on Humanoid here in mid. Razork was coming in for a punish, but Blabber has been doing a great job of being there to counter gank when Razork wants to make a move.
Oh yeah, definitely. Blabber has been reading Razork right now, and I think it's just a case of Razork has options. Blabber knows what options he has, so he will match him on the play to stop him from finding those windows. And Jensen using the shockwave there as a kind of poke tool. He doesn't really have kill pressure, but forcing Humanoid out of lane, so he can get it on the minimap a stage like this where he can just push out mid, take a free base himself, deny a couple creeps. This is the ideal situation for the Orianna in this control mage matchup because you naturally outrange the Victor. Fudge hiding on the alcove here. Wonder no flash, and Blabber is around.
Well, Blabber walks over one of those saplings, but Fudge is ready to come in. Blabber has flash to get in range. Subjugate is down. Chop, chop, chop. They're going lumberjacking, and Blabber gets another.
4-0 here, 11 minutes in. Blabber was contemplating a Herald drop there, but not a lot of value to give over to your tanks. Really wants to focus on his carries, so top jungle's gonna base. Really good punish there from Fudge to hide in the alcove as Wonder steps up to the wave with no flash. Good comms from the top jungle. Kind of quite quiet in these early stages. We'll see if they can bounce back in the team fights in around 3 or 4 minutes when these neutrals spawn, but it's a lot of ults trading in mid to poke each other out, and Blabber's Herald will run out soon, so I expect him to run towards his bot side with Berserker coming out of base to help him get his early mythic.
Sven down here seeing Fnatic crash this wave into the tier 1 turret. Can't do a whole lot about it. Like you're talking about these mythics, getting that power point's gonna be huge. Sven just harassing him as much as he can. Hilly's trying to make sure that Upset can complete the back air.
So Wonder didn't run top, he's run mid. He's actually thinking that Blabber's gonna Herald mid here, so he's hovering around. So I think that's why Blabber is now coming towards his bot side. Herald about to take over. Humanoids, he's taking around the Raptors, or he's thinking about hovering towards his bot side. C9 probably looking for 2 plates here and then backing away. They'll never really get the full tower because Fnatic's here to match.
Yeah.
But a little bit of a gold injection into the Jinx never hurts.
Yeah, and they force down that first plate, nearly getting the second before the Herald charges. So priming that up, getting more than just the 2 plates of guaranteed value. I think if you're C9, you're happy with that Herald usage. Also makes it so they have an easier time breaking that turret away once the plates fall here in about a minute and a half. As we go back to mid lane, you can see Jensen still got control there. He seems confident in this 1v1 against Humanoid.
And as expected, right, the mid bots was what we talked about from draft, but if you look at the minimap, the amount of vision that Blabber has just put down alongside Sven to just deny any kind of windows from Razork just helps out so much in C9 contesting the bot push. Now Berserker's got that Kraken Slayer from the Herald, and Jensen can lean to one side. The way mid lane works is if you lean to one side of vision, it's really hard for Razork to actually gap close and get on top of you because he always knows that Razork will be top side. Might have to be careful here though, because Razork's being a little bit cheeky.
Jensen getting the shockwave on Humanoid, but now he's got to be careful. Razork making his way in, goes Super Mega Death Rocket Berserker finishes what Jensen started.
Snipes out Humanoid. Razork manages to take down Jensen in a 1-4-1, but kill over to the Jinx, Herald over to the Jinx. Upset quite far behind in gold right now in the AD carry mirror, and C9 managed to pull it off. Looked a little bit dicey. Jensen overextending, but Berserker helps him out.
And as we've been talking about Berserker, we've been talking about this bottom lane, the tanks are just gonna knock each other around here a little bit, but I wanna go back to what you said when we saw the very first part of this draft. Cloud9 is not playing a Jax, they're not playing a Fiora, they're not playing something that demands this attention on the top side, and really, that change in the draft phase is what's let them play around this bottom part of the map and make these plays they've been having.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this one again because Jensen using the ult here to poke out Humanoid. Of course, the range advantage so much in the Uranus favor. So Razork runs around here, takes a tower shot there, Jensen, but Humanoid thinks, well, my job here is done. Jensen is dead, but it's the rocket here that Humanoid decides to take a recall on and just gets hit right at the top of his head, gets taken out. And you just highlighted it there, Flowers. C9 was playing carry tops, and you can often see their games at the group stage where Blabber's always hovering around Fudge. Now we're seeing him play towards the bot side, leaving Fudge in isolation. Berserker's over 1,000, 1,500 gold up on Upset, so when it comes to these team fights, the Jinx being ahead always means that she can burn through the front line faster. Right now, C9 taking the Herald. Fnatic can't really find a cross map, a little bit of chunk on that bot tier 1.
But if you're Fnatic, you still have Upset on a hyper-scaling AD carry. This guy has been a pretty standout performer so far, had some incredible performances. So if you're Cloud9, you can't get overconfident. You can't get too excited, too hyped just yet. They gotta keep things going, keep this pacing up. That pacing is gonna continue with the second Herald summoned up in the top side, the turret forced down. 15 minutes into the game, Cloud9 is going to find first turret. And you know what, Pedro? The sad fact of us, North America as a region, not taking a tier 2 turret in all of week 1 groups, Cloud9, I believe, will surely be able to break that here in this game because they are doing beautifully so far. Jensen getting dunked. Razork keeping him locked down. Sven comes in. Jensen gets killed, and it's Humanoid getting paid.
Carries of C9 need to be very careful. They're extremely strong, but they don't have many defensive tools, especially Jensen without the flash, and that's a Jarvan Cataclysm into a Victor ult. There's no way for you to survive it. Now Fnatic thinking about collapsing onto this Dragon. They're lacking a couple of ultimates, but it is a numbers advantage. Actually, Upsets towards the top side, so it might just be a 4v4 down here.
Yeah, 4v4 with those ultis spent like you're talking about means Fnatic knows Cloud9 is going to get this objective. So it is a trade of mid laner for Drake. Cloud9 taking the Drake in that one. Upset's got free firing time in top. Hilly wants to get away. Flash will escape the pillar, and C9 will get a summoner spell from this Fnatic support.
Jensen defends the top tower, TP's up there. C9 contests his mid wave. Upset's probably just going to push out top here and take a base. Still 16 minutes in, he hasn't got his mythic, but he probably has a lot of gold in his inventory. No neutral objectives now for the next 3 minutes. It's just going to be a vision game, but Fnatic yet to crack a tower here. And when you get that tower down, you can push waves in deeper, get deeper vision, and it just allows you to play the map a lot easier. It's just a case of whether Fnatic can find that. Both side towers are extremely low, but Upset's going to take his recall. First mythic's coming in.
Yup, we've got that Gale Force for the Aphelios. I love this choice on the champion, especially considering the lack of mobility in the kit. It gives him outplay potential, gives him execute potential. Aphelios with Gale Force is the Chad Aphelios build, and I'm always happy to see it. So Upset having that extra little bit of playmaking could be very important here. Honestly, Mythics on the board just across there for everybody except Hylissang Soraka. Has not been able to quite find enough money for that one just yet. But where are we expecting the next bit of action to be? Is it just going to be a nice slow game like you've been talking about so far until the objectives, or do you think they're gonna keep trying to push this for C9?
Well, whoever gets mid push can start to accelerate the game. This is what happens. C9 pushes in mid with their bot lane, moves into the bot side jungle, puts down wards, threatens a dive onto Wunder, and then Fnatic have to cover. But it's very hard to cover because your bot lane has to catch the mid wave and Humanoid's top, so C9 will get this bot tier 1 very easily. That's just called a very simple shift from mid to bot. Happy days. Now the question is, can Fnatic cross map it? That top tower is extremely low, so they'll be able to answer pretty easily, but C9 can play on 2 lanes. So they've gone from mid to bot, and now they'll go through mid to hit this tower, and they can pick this one up as well, unless Humanoid decides to TP behind them.
Well, C9 are just straight going for it. Hylissang is stuck. The traffic cone blocks the road, and C9 get the mid lane turret and the support as the cherry on top.
Hilly getting caught there, no flash from earlier like you highlighted. C9 just kind of walk up to Hylissang and say, hang on a second, what is this guy doing? Is he flanking on Soraka? What's his goal here? Razork might be in a little bit of trouble.
Getting jumped on there by Fudge, manages to get away with the EQ, does not have to spend a flash. Very, very important there.
So all outer towers are down here for Fnatic. C9 have picked them all up so they can push in waves deeper and get deeper vision. Now the question is, can they play for tier 2s? And I think it'll be quite difficult given the amount of wave care that Fnatic have. Now it's just an option of fighting over neutral objectives. 2 minutes 30 seconds on that Cloud Dragon will put C9 on sole point. They've picked up the first 2 dragons of the game.
Yep.
And Fnatic just looking to put a little bit of shallow vision, try to contest the river on C9's bases, and try to find angles and windows into these objective fights. Front to back right now favoring C9 because of the gold lead, of course, and the 2-item Jinx.
And I really like this second item that just came online here for Fudge, the Thorn Mail. One of the problems with the Bramble Vest is it's a Grievous Wounds item that your opponent has to opt in to taking the Grievous Wounds. They have to hit you. But the Thorn Mail allows him to apply it, and they're going to be needing to apply it to kill through this Soraka. Hylissang gets away as Razork provides cover. He throws down the Terrain of Cataclysm so C9 cannot chase. But Fnatic, now without that Jarvan ulti, that's a tool that C9 doesn't have to respect for the next 60 seconds.
Yeah, C9 now moving into this top side jungle, see if they can get a little bit of vision down. Baron's up in 20 seconds. Not sure if C9 can start it up on the spot. The Jinx is rather fast, but I think Fnatic can find an avenue into contested. It's quite early on, but Razork
getting jumped on now. He tries to get away. That cancel was beautiful. 20-minute Barons are tough, Cadril, but when the enemy jungler's dead, they become a little easier.
Oh, they definitely do. Now C9 will start this up. They'll TP in with Fudge. This Baron is as good as gone. Fnatic can try to fight this 4v5, but they might be running into their own death here. Jensen's quite low on mana and has no ultimate. The Baron will die. Can C9 get out?
Jensen does have the blue buff stolen away from Fnatic. Blabber's left to the Baron. It is secured by C9. And Upset is going to get jumped on. Blabber beats him over the head with the club as Fudge tanks 3. Upset still getting away. Fudge should die here to Fnatic as Upset gets out. Jensen protecting the tank. Wonder continues forward and flashes back out. C9 regrouped as 5 in hot pursuit. Fudge leads the way and C9 gets another.
They get the Baron, they get out, and they get a kill as a consolation prize as well. C9, after that pick, execute it perfectly. They stay together, they manage to get Upset summoners as well, and this all comes off the back of this pick. So the polymorph onto Razork, watch this shockwave. Jensen just pulls the trigger the second he sees the combo, pulls Razork back in. Even if he flashes there, C9 can gap close and get the kill. The start of the Baron happens. Fnatic a little bit split here. Hylissang ideally would want to be with Upset, but Upset's next to Wunder. C9 force Humanoid out, they finish the Baron, then they turn.
One of my favorite things to do in a game of League of Legends is look at the smallest thing, the individual button push that made the biggest difference. And that shockwave from Jensen was just massive. Fudge also playing this beautifully, knowing exactly what his limits are.
He is so damn tanky, isn't it? And C9 force out Upset's flash, then they come back to help out their top laner. Wunder does a good job here to avoid the knockup, but there's just no damage to help him out. As much as Hylissang can keep him alive, he's out of mana, and he's out of position. C9 now, will this be first tier 2 tower for NA at Worlds? They're gonna start hitting it on, and Fnatic have no way to defend it. C9!
Die, you stupid turret! Die, die, die!
First tier 2 picked up, now they're sieging the tier 3. Fudge is pushing in mid up against Humanoid.
Blabber is just charging in. They are trying to hard force this. The turret stays alive. C9 have gone a little bit too far, but Fnatic will only get the 1 kill back on the jungler. Fudge fires off a big ulti as Hilly tries to get away and barely lives himself. C9 have leveled the playing field 4v4.
No flash.
Upset has no flash. He has no way out. And now Fnatic have no AD carry.
They're gonna get this bot in at 22 minutes into the game. 20 seconds on Wunder, 30 seconds on Upset. They have a small wave to look for the end. We'll see if Humanoid can clear it out, but C9 looking for the Nexus towers.
C9 are bloodthirsty. It is 23 minutes into the game. Berserker will die underneath the turret, and C9 has to back up. Jensen nearly out of mana. Sven and Fudge very low on HP.
TP.
The game will not end here, but a TP from Wunder may cut them off. The Maokai ulti is not ready. Cloud9 still trying to get away from this one. The goal is to exfiltrate with as few losses as possible. Sven the target here at the start. Blabber's coming around trying to help him. Wunder leads the way, but the subjugate on the tree is gonna make him a little squishier. Razork tries to fall back as Wunder continues distracting, but Blabber's still chasing. Fudge bellows breath, takes Hilly out finally as he tries to get back away from Razork, who just goes straight to his death. Here comes Humanoid. There goes Humanoid, another rocket from another state away.
C9 stands strong and the reinforcements come in just in time. Does Jensen tick down with the Leandries? No, he lives. Only Sven falls. Blabber fell initially and Berserker fell too. The reinforcements from both sides came in, but C9 win the fight. They get 4 kills on the back half of that play. And with Dragon up in 2 minutes, they're going to set up on this bot side. They didn't get a Nexus Tower, but they're on Soul Point. This was a hell of a long fight, and it all started with Wunder coming around on the flank, looking for Sven, of course, as the initial pick, because he's quite low on HP. Razor can't really gap close with the EQ, and by the time he looks for it, Blabber has shown up. Look on the minimap, because Upset's on the way, Berserker's still dead, and then Humanoid will TP in a little bit later on. It looks good initially for Fnatic with the first kill onto the Lulu, but Wunder, he just can't get any help here. Great turn by Fudge to kill Hylissang and shut down Razork.
Where was this Cloud9 team the past week? This does not even look like the same squad. They have been playing beautifully as a team, setting these up, finding these timings, working together and communicating. Holy cow, they are turning on now when they absolutely must.
This comp is just, as much as it might not be something they ran so much in playoffs, more so like carry-orientated top sides, and with the hyper-carry spot like Zeri and Sivir, Jinx fits that. She fits that kind of concept, and C9 with just scaling teamfights seem to all be on the same page. It's much easier to execute a comp like this than playing carries top and having Blabber hover for a Fiora Jax, getting your side lane ahead, playing from side to mid. This is just raw teamfight, group mid and engage, and C9 are loving it.
Well, they still have to end the game, my friend. They can't celebrate until that Nexus falls. Tier 2 turret, all 3 of them are now nothing but rubble. C9 backing away. The Baron will spawn in about 30 seconds. They know that they can go for a recall, group up, force that objective, and Fnatic either has to take the fight in open ground or sit back and wait for the inevitable bulldozer coming to their base.
Over a 10,000 gold lead right now for C9. You can see the item difference. I mean, Jensen just picked up a Rabadon's death cap. Fudge, top damage on C9 right now.
Yeah.
The aura base damage is through the roof.
The classic AP mage tank hybrid assassin,
Bruiser,
DPS
bar,
frontliner, bruiser,
assassin.
sorcerer, cleric, druid.
Yeah,
of
paladin.
Ornn.
The whole thing.
He's just incredible. He does it all. Get Ornn for your next team comp today as C9. They set up vision, they sweep away Fnatic's wards, and they'll have control over the Baron pit.
I think after this mid wave here, C9 can push this mid wave in, stop Fnatic from getting it in, and then just look for a Baron start and look to turn. But with 10 seconds on the Dragon, the easier play is just to walk towards this bot side.
Oh, they're not going to interrupt the EQ from Jarvan this time. They end up knocking him up just a little bit too early before the Dragoon Strike connects with the flag, and that means he's getting away. But C9 are getting their way onto the Baron. Fnatic are not coming to contest. They're just going to stop the Soul instead. So a single Cloud Drake traded away for a Baron. You'll take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, C9 playing it a little bit safe here. The rocket connects, but the Dragon will not fall. Objective bounding over to Fnatic. I think they'll lose a Nexus Tower here. Fudge is TPing into the base. He recognizes that their base timers are skewed. How much can he get done here?
Fudge is alone. Nobody else is close enough just yet. Now he's finally back to the rest of the team. They're pushing down top side here with the Baron. They'll take out the tier 3. Now they're ready to fight. Razor goes into the back. He's got 2 locked down, but Humanoid's already gone. Jensen, unstoppable. Cloud9 finding the fight they need to end the game, and Razor will fall second. Wunder will do nothing, and C9 are going to find the first win of the group stage for North America.
They've done it. They've only gone and done it. Better late than never.
C9 show up in week 2, and they will find the win against Fnatic.
Oh, C9's going to have a long day ahead of them. If they lost this one, they were out, but now they've got 2 games left ahead of them. If they can clean sweep a 3-0, then they might be able to force a tiebreaker. And on the opposite side here for Fnatic, they're now sitting at 2-2. T1 and EDG are at 2-1, so this hurts Fnatic a little bit in the sense that next game, they really got to beat T1. Where even if they lose that, they really got to beat EDG to get to that 3-win sweet spot.
The pressure is on for both teams now. As Cloud9, they've got to be feeling relief. They've got to be feeling glad that they found something that worked this well. The first week was so rough. And for all the North American fans here in the audience, that is not just the start that you wanted, that's the start that was demanded for them to have any chance.
Definitely was, and momentum is such a powerful thing The only ever time I think we've seen this was Fnatic when they had that disastrous week 1 in Worlds with the groups, with the Immortals and such, and then they managed to pull it back, went 3-3, won the tiebreaker, got through. Still a long way for C9, but this is the first step on that journey.
And considering we're in week 2 now, that means every day fully resolves a group. We'll be seeing plenty more of both these teams. Fnatic plays again next. They are going to have to shake off this game. All right, this was not a good one. They fell behind early. They stayed behind. The game ended pretty swiftly. They just got to be able to look past this one, wipe that off, and go into the next game ready to go.
Yeah, mental is also a very powerful thing. You really don't want to get in your own head, especially on a day where you're playing 3 games guaranteed and you're the first game of the day and you're playing second game as well. So you need to make sure that you can bounce back from these losses incredibly quickly, because you get in your own head, you start self-doubt creeps in, and was this really worth picking? Was this really worth picking? And I think C9 just came into this this week 2 of group stage with such a clear plan. Scaling, team fight, we'll go out with a bang. We'll see if we can play these hyper carries and these scaling stuff. It worked, and they're going to stick to it.
It worked in the overall game plan. It worked in the individual moments. Jensen's shockwave on Razork in the middle of the EQ combo in the blue side Fnatic jungle that got them the Baron. That is still my button push of the game. That is the one button that sealed Fnatic's fate.
Counter gangs bought by Blabber, the snipes from Berserker onto Humanoid, turning winning plays for Fnatic into even plays for C9. Then by the time they get to the fight, C9 just slapped them with their wallets. You can see the early steady gold lead. No real big mistakes, no real big throws, no real big moments of doubt coming in for C9. Just a steady, easy winning game. Bot 3v3, mid push to side, secure towers, and now 1-3. First win for NA at Worlds.
Fudge looked good on Ornn too. You saw the damage charts. Humanoid tied him, Jensen beat him. He had either the 2nd or 3rd highest damage in the game by the end of it on this tank. And honestly, just incredible stuff from Cloud9 here in game number 1. But North American fans, do not unclench. They still have a long way to go. And for Fnatic fans, they'll be playing again next. So we got to see if they can bounce back. A reminder, the World's 2022 Event Pass has launched. So fans around the world can support their favorite teams in the Rift and in real life. You can claim rewards and collect 2022 tokens to exchange for exclusive content like prestige skins and chromas. And to top it all off, 25% of the pass proceeds will be added to the World's prize pool. You love to see it, you love to celebrate it. And now we are joining Shox and the Fudge Factor for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Captain. I'm here with Fudge after C9 booked their first win at the World Championship. I think if you look up the definition of statement game, they'll have a picture of you after this. How happy are you with just getting the first win, first off?
I'm definitely very happy that we got the first win. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure and stress. But the reality is if we end the day 1-2, I'm still not going to be happy. So what I'm focused on is winning the next 2 games.
I love that. Of course, that's what it's all about. I am going to give you a chance just because last week I had a Wonder interview, so I'm just going to open up the floor and ask you how sweet it is to get your first win for NA, in NA, against EU.
Yeah, he was shit-talking me a little bit in the pre-game lobby, so it's kind of funny, but I mean, I think it's all fun and banter. I don't really mind, obviously. It's just his personality, and I'm happy that we got to beat EU especially because they seem to be egoing a little bit on NA, but to be fair, they are playing better than us, so we just want to prove that NA is also a really good region and we deserve to be a major region, and that's what we're trying to prove here.
Awesome. About the game plan in terms of draft, I know there's a lot that's been said about your top priorities, etc. What would you say the key was in draft specifically, and then in your approach to the game?
I think we're all really comfortable on these champions. I think we also just had a better draft, and they seemed to fall apart really quickly after the early game. So, you know, played a team fighting comp, and we got ahead early game. So it's a free win.
It was super convincing. You talked already about it. It's about the rest of the day now. You don't want to go out today. You want to stay here in front of these fans. So how are you going to make sure that you can channel all of what you showed here throughout what could be a very long day?
Obviously, I think it's going to be harder to beat EDG and T1. But I do think that they also make a lot of mistakes. T1 has lost to Fnatic, EDG has lost to T1. So I think it's possible for us to beat them because we have beaten Fnatic, so.
Yeah, that's how it works.
But I don't want to get overconfident. I do think that we still have to play extremely focused like we did against Fnatic just now. So we just need to focus on what we need to do.
Cool. I love your mentality. Congratulations. Huge victory for Fudge and for C9. And we're going to kick it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Emily, I don't know if it's you returning to the desk or the Hopium, but it's working! It's working! Cloud9 get the first win for North America here at Worlds. And not only do they get the first win, they get the first tier 2.
I remember someone saying that C9 were not going to take a tier 2 turret.
I don't think it was just C9. You said North America was going to get a tier 2.
I'm not going to lie. Between the RNG hot take and now this, I just need to stop. I just really need to stop putting myself in these positions because it hasn't gone well for me a single time.
So while we jest, I want to talk about this draft here and return to Emily's blueprint for Cloud9. There were only 2 points that you put down, but both of them I feel like were hit in this first game of the day.
Yeah, so the 2 points I put down were comfort picks and then late game teamfight options around Berserker. We saw exactly that in this draft here. And the 2 I really want to point out actually are Jensen's Orianna, which anyone who watches the LCS regularly will know what a comfort, amazing champion that is for Jensen.
We're glad that pick was re-enabled.
Yeah, exactly. And then I want to point out the Lulu for Sven as well, right? Because he has looked a lot more comfortable and confident on a lot of these Enchanter supports. Yuumi was banned out actually by C9 themselves. And then so it was really cool to see them go back to hyper carry, Sven on the Lulu, which he's really comfortable on, and then the Jensen Orianna.
Yeah, not only was the Yuumi banned, I also want to point out that the Azir was banned. So the first time the Humanoid does not get his hands on the Azir, he gets pushed to the victor in the matchup against Jensen's Orianna. But picks are one thing. Play is another. And up to this point, NA has not delivered. But in this game, Dagda, fairly early on, NA gets first blood.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the way that C9 were playing this, right? You can see Blabber was setting up for this play on bot side, and Fnatic knew what they were getting into, but they stumbled, they don't set it up properly. And from that, C9 were very good at executing then on the rest of the map, right? They're setting up well here for the Rift Herald, catching Fnatic where they hadn't quite got members in position, and that was where C9 really started to blow up in this game.
I was really nervous about this play, actually, because I didn't think they set up as well as they could for that Herald, but getting the level 6 on the Trundle was so massive in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, luckily having his W down when he smites, 4 health, then the Rift Herald dies, get a percentage of that, then you level, and you get to ult Maokai. Absolutely everything lined up to kind of get C9 through that middle portion of the game. But with that lead, they looked a heck of a lot more confident, particularly around a number of these global objectives.
Yeah, and I think they did a really good job here of starting to set up themselves for success, right? Focusing these early dragons. And the big thing as well, looking at this, is how well they're able to punish Fnatic. Fnatic here are trying to go, right, we're going to cross map here for Dragon, we're going to send Upset up towards the top side, but you can see even then the decision making around this wasn't fully there. Upset had started his recall, he doesn't have the Jarvan up there from Razork to help him out, and then they catch Hilly. And this comes back to bite them Fnatic later on again, where once more they're trying to cross map mid tower for top tower. They don't actually get they get the top tower, sure, but Hilly, because that flash had been burned earlier, ended up going down again. So every time we saw Fnatic try to go, okay, let's try and find something because we can't really team fight right now, they end up blundering, they end up stumbling, and they're giving more resources over to C9.
Yeah, so I mean, it can look like a minor thing, right? It's a simple flash blown, but you capitalize on that 3 to 5 minutes later, and it ends up blowing the whole game open. And again, we'll have to mention too that Cloud9 really put their foot on the gas. A very early Baron take into that push down the bot side. And I think we even saw it in the interview with Fudge, somebody who's normally very happy to be, to trash talk, to speak confidently about their chances while he still looks confident. That was a more reserved Fudge than I've ever seen because he knows how much work they still have left to do.
Yeah, he knows how much work they still have to do, and obviously I think they really, the pressure is on, not just to make it out of this group, but because North America has done so poorly thus far at this event. They get that first win for the region, and now we'll see how the rest of the group goes.
Hugely important win for Cloud9 and their chances of making it out of this group, but still plenty of work to be done.
The crab counter.
Now,
beautiful.
Oh, I love it. We're already up to
too.
3. Now, as we go to break, here is how the Fnatic fans in London were reacting to the Cloud9 match. Fnatic will need all of their fans behind them because on the other side is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It sees Fnatic facing off against Faker and all of T1. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
Holy shit, I'm so unleashed today. Like, no joke, this is gonna be a complete distraction.
Nice. Guys, put some respect on that nice name. I know America hasn't won a single game. That doesn't mean they're really, really bad, okay?
It's Blabber who's having to walk away from it now. Razork, he goes for a bad flag, and D9 gets first blood of the Fnatic jungle. And Razork will fall second. Blunder will do nothing, and C9 are gonna find the first win of the group stage for North America.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me through the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. I'll be right next to you. I'll be there. Both eyes closed, oh, right next to you. Oh, both eyes closed, oh, yeah.
many incredible games so far at Worlds 2022, T1 and Fnatic put on a show for all League of Legends fans the last time these two met. Both of these teams are absolutely determined to get through to the next round and are now neck and neck in the standings.
일단 프나틱한테 한 판 져가지고 좀 기분이 안 좋았는데 다음에 이제 복수할 기회가 있다는 거에 일단 다행이라 생각하고 꼭 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
Yushi is going to be backed up by Carrier. The killer instinct. That's one. That's two. Jensen pop for a triple. Guma gets a quadra.
The player that everyone has their eyes on this group is Humanoid. Since play-ins, he has outclassed every mid laner in his way, including the unkillable Demon King.
Can't find his way in either. They get Nami. The scoop buys time. Perfect timing by Humanoid. And it's T1 lands to the slaughter.
After playing all the teams in our group, it gave us confidence knowing that we can beat anyone for sure. Usually our mental hasn't been the best, but now our mental is like really unbreakable.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Faker is out for revenge. And this is a player that has broken the backs of many young mid lane hopefuls. Will he do the same today?
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's Fnatic looking to rebound after taking that first loss of the day against none other than T1. And I'm going straight to the mid lane, Dagda. Humanoid, after not getting his hands on the Azir, falls down to Jensen, and he has to rebound against this man right here.
That's a lot of ones in there. That's an awful lot of ones. And I think Faker has been absolutely incredible, not only in the past, but also what we've seen at this world stage, right? Bringing out the Akali twice in a row, bringing out the Lissandra, showing that he's got a multitude of different things that he can play. And I think now the pressure's on for Humanoid. When we got in that last game and he wasn't on the Azir, he didn't look anywhere near as dominant as he had in his previous games. So I expect Faker to then target that once more and see if he can control Humanoid again and keep Fnatic in check as a result.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Fnatic thinks is the answer if that Azir is not banned. And then also, to your point, we've seen Faker play both different styles. Is he going to go for something like an assassin or more of a facilitator?
Well, Fnatic looking to rebound. For the side of T1, they win here. They guarantee themselves at least a tiebreaker for second place, so they can get a lot done here in just their first game of the day. We're back over to Captain Flowers and Keiju, though, as the teams are readied up to dive into the action.
Thank you so much, Dash. I'm still Captain Flowers. That's still Cadril. And we have access to the lobby chat that most of y'all don't get to see before these get fired up. And there's some banter going on in this one, my friend.
Yeah, Wunder always brings the big banter, doesn't he? Trying to get in the heads of T1. But this draft will be very, very interesting because C9 found a small formula that worked against Fnatic. Taking away the Azir was so pivotal, I think, in the draft. And T1 already taking the Azir away from Fnatic. The Ornn for Wunder is another thing that I've got my eyes on. You know, will they ban away Ornn? Will they ban away Maokai? Is Sejuani something Fnatic can play? And T1 on the blue side here. Wow, they're really trying to shut down Humanoid here in his control mages.
Yeah, no Azir, no backup. You even said in the last draft when we saw that Victor picked first for Fnatic, hey, if Azir's gone, Victor Prio shoots up.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, what's next? Cross that one off.
And there goes the Renata as well, which is, I think, one of the I think it is the most played for Hilly so far in this group stage. So Maokai is up, Yuumi is up. What does Fnatic ban away here? Of course, I think with these bans, we might see a Kali Sylas as the mid laner is a little bit skirmish heavy. Fiora banned, Yuumi's available. Is T1 just gonna slam it? Oh boy! So Fnatic must have a good answer to this. You don't just give Yuumi over on red side. They must have an answer. We'll see what it is and whether it is good enough. But Maokai's open, Ornn's open. That was the Fnatic special against C9 in their first game. Top jungle, good engage. Yeah, just can get counterpicked quite easily by things like Trundle. So we'll see what they opt into. But Zeus' Fiora now off the board. I think Wunder's taunting Zeus here with the Jax a little bit. I don't think they'll slam that in. So it's going to be the Lucian Nami here for Fnatic.
Okay. This one's one of those aggressive answers into something like a Yuumi. You're saying you can't give it away for free. You got to have a plan. You got to be ready. They're saying, all right, we're just going to push bottom. We're going to threaten these guys. Keep that pressure on.
Yep, there's the Maokai as well. So they will pick the Nami up on 3. They know T1 can't take away the Nami, so pick up the Maokai to deny that Mei as well. Makes a lot of sense. So what does T1 pick here with the Yuumi? Will we see Sivir Yuumi? I think that's the most common real pairing. And then what could they pick jungle? I think Trundle is another one of them considering into Maokai. We saw that last game from C9, but Sejuani very high priority with this tournament as well in terms of pick ban.
Massive, massive tank there in that Sejuani. And as you were predicting, Sivir Yuumi will be the duo to go up against the Lucian Nami. Sivir has that scaling power, she has that wave clear, and then that Yuumi just being able to attach for even more move speed, even more buffing.
I hate that cat.
Everyone hates that cat.
Everyone hates that
Shout
cat.
out to Medic for providing numerical, analytical reasons why Yuumi is bad. Bad to play against, not bad as a champion.
Now we just need to find a bug for her as well, and then we're all happy.
Yeah, we just check the boxes, baby. But now we're checking the boxes for the bans here in the second half of the draft. It will be the Jax banned by Fnatic. They want to keep that one away from Zeus. Do you think it's going to be just pure top lane focus or switched up a little bit from that?
So a couple options here. The Maokai's a flex. They could pick Ornn here, Fnatic as well, and just play the Maokai Ornn run back. But with the bans on mid lane so far of mages, if LeBlanc's down and if things like Orianna are down as well, I wonder what the mid lane matchup will be. Sylas, Akali are the next one that I think of. Lissandra is another one that could work as well. But with Jax Camille bans, I think Wunder either wants Ornn, Maokai, or Gnar, something along those lines. And then they'll probably counter-pick mid. The Sejuani, of course, is a flex for T1. Zeus has a couple games under his belt. Owner doesn't really have any in summer, but I don't think it's a champ that he'd be unfamiliar with. Just really want to pair that Sejuani jungle with things like Renekton, things like Zed, something that can work really well on melees. That's why it's a bit easier to put it top, but the Renekton ban is coming out from T1 to deny that from Wunder.
All right, so 3 top laners banned away in the second half of the draft. And there it is. You're talking Sylas, Akali, Fnatic are immediately ready to go, locking that one in. And it also leaves the Maokai still available as a flex.
I think Galio or Sylas here could work quite well for T1, unless they want to pivot to a Lissandra. But the reason I don't like Lissandra is because you're playing with a Sejuani. Lissandra Sejuani is so one-dimensional in being able to counter the play. This could be Zeus Yone.
Yes!
Or it could be Faker Yone.
Either way, I'm ready for this.
Oh, yeah, and Sylas would work really well as another melee to facilitate that Sejuani jungle we expect, and it is going to be the Sylas-Akali matchup. Skill matchup, a lot of skill expression, individual outplays in the mid lane, melee champs across the board. Now it's on Fnatic. Where's this Maokai going? Is it going top into the Yone? Do you have a counter pick into the Yone here, Wunder? Or is it just going to be the Maokai top and pick something like a Jarvan 4? Could also be a Kali top, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah,
but it's gonna be.
won't.
It won't be. Yeah, it'll be the Poppy jungle, and it'll be the Maokai top here. So Wunder running back the same champ, and the Poppy makes sense into the dashes from champions like Sylas, Sejuani as well.
It always feels so good playing that Poppy to be up against something that you can really shut them down with a steadfast presence, interrupt those dashes there a little bit. Both sides having a giant meatball on the front line there as well to tank up, play front to back if they need to. I just love the fact that we're getting to see what you described as a very skill matchup, but I mean, it looks like we might just have Sylas in top side and Yone versus Akali in mid.
Oh, they swap back now.
Okay,
They were teasing us a little bit. They were maybe thinking about
I didn't want to
Zeus,
fully
Sylas.
commit. Yeah. But having a skill matchup with Faker and Humanoid, this is banger guaranteed, my friend.
Oh, it is indeed. And let's not forget when T1 first debuted on the world stage here this year against EDG, they were playing Fiora Sylas with the Yuumi. Now they've got Yone Sylas with Yuumi, and they steamrolled EDG with a similar kind of composition. Now it's just a question of whether they can pull it off against Fnatic, who have tools to fight back with the Akali and the Poppy, and a little bit of team fight coming from the Maokai. I think it's on Fnatic to just make sure mid is the most important role and covering top side. I think in the isolation, Lucian Nami, I think they will be able to get the push. It's just how much can they leverage on this top side of the map?
The biggest thing I'm looking at for Fnatic, I think in their previous game, Razork was just so easily read by Blabber. Everywhere he was going, Blabber was ready to go.
Yep.
I want to see him be able to find more angles, find more ganks without being countered as much like they were in the previous match.
Oh, it's gonna be exciting. Fnatic lost to C9, of course. They beat T1 the last time they played up against each other, and it was Razork on the Poppy, upset Hilly on the Lucian Nami, so they've got a similar foundation to their initial draft. But that's a Yuumi, and that's carry as Yuumi, with a lot of melee champs on the top side for T1. Gomiushi very comfortable on the Sivir, will just play to scale. Will we see any early game shenanigans is a question. Fnatic could look for some kind of late invade. You know, Sejuani quite weak on the level 1, Yuumi similarly, despite the combat summoners. But with the 5 points on both sides, I don't think there'll be any early game level 1 invades.
Yep, 5-point spread, line of scrimmage, just gonna make sure nobody's trying to do anything too sneaky here early on. We can see junglers both hovering around that top side of the map means I'm expecting a red start for both of them, or red start, blue start, excuse me, and then working from top to bottom. I'm excited to see how active these guys get in the early game. You were talking about focus around the mid lane. The thing is about this skill matchup, it's a double melee skill matchup. There's a lot of opportunities for a properly timed gank to really swing some things.
Definitely, and both starting top side, gonna path towards the bot as you highlighted. Early wards on the exact same bush on the Pixel from the side of Fnatic and T1, but that ward on the Raptors entrance will spot out where Razork is starting. Could go Raptors red into bot side here, but it's also very common to just go Raptors and then full clear to bot, leave red buff up. We'll see what he does. Phase rush for the top jungle of Fnatic, and I think Wunder will have a little bit of a hard time against it. Hang on a second, Ignite dropped onto Upset.
They're just immediately going in at level 1 against this Lucian Nami. With the 2 combat summoner spells and how weak champions are at level 1, they're saying, okay, you've got an aggressive duo, but we got a chance to just jump on you here early.
Yeah, and trying to contest the push here. There's a couple more minions there for Fnatic, and they have got the sustain on both sides with these enchanters. Melee matchup mid means a lot of contest, and we expect there to be action in top side, but it looks like that'll be in isolation for now until a couple more levels come through for the Yone. Level 6, there's a lot of kill pressure on this top side for either side, and Humanoid really aggressive onto Faker right now, who will pop the potion. T1 actually get the bot push in isolation. I think they forced it out with the Ignite, playing aggressively, stepping up. Faker.
Ooh. They're always willing to trade. I love this.
Yeah.
I love this.
And that's kind of how this matchup works in a sense. Contesting creeps also, it always becomes so hard. Humanoid has no W here.
Oh, Faker has gone in. Humanoid in trouble. He's walking towards the wrong way. The flash didn't work. Humanoid wanted an outplay. Faker's still chasing. He goes in. Faker! He gets first blood, but he dies doing it.
Wow, so Humanoid actually dashes back in there on top of Faker with the Shuriken, then flashes upwards and pops the W so he can't get auto-attacked. Good mechanics coming out of the Fnatic mid laner. Manages to turn it into a 1-for-1, but like you said, that's first blood for Faker Sylas.
The failed flash from Owner there was what ended up costing them. I do believe that's what made that chase last as long as it did. Now Razork invading, gonna find Owner there in his jungle. Faker has teleported back to the mid lane, as has Humanoid. Business will continue there. Razork immediately going in, manages to just insta-gib that crab before Owner can interfere. Razork, flash, slam, just beating the hell out of him, but it ain't gonna work, because Yumi's there to save the day. Owner getting away now, but Gumayushi's gotta be careful. Razork and Fnatic still leading the way. This is what they need to be doing. Gumayushi throwing out the boomerang, flashing away from a wall stun, and T1 retreats.
Razork had no bot push, but he's playing with no fear as well. Manages to get the heal out of Gumayushi, trades his flash for it, but then he gets Gumayushi's flash on the back end of it. Owner's red buff is still up, and Razork's gonna start it up. He's calling Hylissang. You can see on the minimap, he's calling his support to help him out to secure this. Humanoid has a little bit of mid push too. I think Owner knows that this is being taken away from him. Needs to be very careful not to face check his way into this red side, because Hylissang spots him on that ward over the Krugs. And Razork will pick up the red. A lot of trading back in mid. Humanoid trying to get this wave in. Probably going to look for a base afterwards. Oh, maybe a dive. Hex flash on the Poppy, of course. We'll see if they pull this off. Hilly could flash over as well. Wouldn't surprise me if he does.
There they go. Faker is in trouble. He's down. Fnatic. I said I wanted to see moves out of Razork, and we're getting them.
Oh, we definitely are. Now look at the minimap as well. The amount of wards that are littered in that bot side jungle from Fnatic, as well as the play mid, just allows them to be able to push Owner out of his jungle, push Gumayushi and carrier back, Hex flash over these walls, stun Faker into the tower. And now Humanoid's Akali sitting at 2 kills, has picked up that Oblivion Orb, the Dark Seal. He will be contesting the mid waves, and of course in a melee versus melee matchup, it makes it so hard for Faker to step up. And this all comes off the back of Humanoid actually trading the 1-for-1 initially, so he can fight back and get the push when he comes back to lane.
Very, very good stuff for Fnatic, having 2 kills on an Akali early. Everybody who's played League of Legends has played against Fed Akali at some point. Everybody knows it feels like the guy is just protagonist status at that point. But Razork is going to find Faker here in the river. Humanoid's coming to help him. Razork continues his chase. Faker's trying to get out. Goes into the Drake pit. Hilly's coming around now too. Faker fighting back, using the Drake knockback to make sure he makes his escape.
That was really smart by Faker. He pulls the dragon to push Razork away, because 2 things will stop him. One, the Poppy W, if he times it perfectly, can stop him dumping over the wall, and the stun into the wall. So Faker good.
pull of the dragon there as the upside held my breath for a second, dash forwards, but he's not in range of Gumayusi.
Not quite. That 500 range on the Lucian is a little bit limiting. They have that very far forward ward there in the second brush. But T1 just now gonna have Faker going up into the brush, but Fnatic's bringing down more men too. Razork shows up. Nice steadfast presence to stop Faker from getting there.
I would love to see mid-wave right now. I think it's frozen. Faker is bleeding minions, so it actually ends up crashing into the tower. But look at this yes lead right now for Humanoid.
Oh yeah.
Level 6 to level 4. Faker is very close to leveling up, but that's a full level lead right now for Humanoid. Upset.
Going in for Gumayusi, takes him down to 100 HP. He'll stay alive. They get that wave pushed up. It doesn't fully crash. Upset and Hilly will be able to clear these out. You can see how violent this game is getting around this bottom half of the map again. Level 6 to level 4, though, like you said, Faker is suffering in this 1v1.
He really is. He'll manage to level up, but really far behind in creeps. Humanoid's actually quite close to level 7 right now, so Faker needs to recover. Very far down in creeps, down in gold, down in experience, and it all comes up the back of Razork finding him as he roams in that bot side jungle. And Razork might find him again, you know, has the Hex Flash. Humanoid, we'll see if he fast pushes this wave in with his Qs. But no, Razork's actually going to go over towards the blue buff, and Owner's coming out of base. Razork knows his window here, should be able to pick this one up, and the top crab as well. Zeus has had consistent top push, but I don't think he'll be able to leverage it to collapse onto Razork in time.
And this is another hit on Faker indirectly. Silas versus Akali, Energy Champion versus Mana Champion. Faker not being able to spam spells as much with no blue. Razork still hurting him. Going after this Scuttle Crab now. His smite's on cooldown, so Owner can just walk up, slap that one away, steal that one away. And Razork has to walk on home, but he's still happy taking that blue.
Is indeed happy. Razork now hovering around mid. Maybe he's just trying to look to slow Faker down, hold the wave a bit so that Humanoid can catch it before it lands on the tower. We'll see if Humanoid pushes and looks for roams around the map. Faker taking his base. Every time we look down here on this bot side, there's a little bit of trading. Upset always wants to dash forwards, and he can when the wave's in a bit of a more stable state. You don't want to dash into that many minions. You'll always lose out on the trade. There's a Yumi poke coming through. Razork about to take over with level 6. Owner similarly. There's the dash forwards, actually.
Okay, Upset getting the culling. But into the minion wave go most of the bullets. Gumayusi recognizing he needed to take cover immediately. And they'll get this wave pushed up even further back in mid. It's still Humanoid with a massive farm lead and more minions to pick up. Faker's got to try to find opportunities elsewhere. Owner's going to start up the Herald, but there is a ward in the pit from Fnatic. They are sending Razork down. Zeus coming over now too. Hilly is coming up from bottom lane. There is no movement from anybody in the bottom lane of T1. Herald still at about 3,000, down to 1,500 now. Razork still looking to fight, still looking to contest. Owner, will it be a smite fight? It is secured. T1 have the objective. Nobody picked up the eye. He got the eye, but he'll die for it. T1's jungler flashing over the wall. You're dead, bro. What the hell?
Razork matches the flash and gets the kill. I think the idea was flash out Blast Cone and then Herald recall. Maybe there was some shenanigans in his head of how he could escape. Upset have to give up a bot wave there and loses a plate because Hilly roamed towards mid. They're pressuring the mid tier 1 here. Razork knows that Owner's bot side jungle is up. They're looking for camps down here, plates as much as possible. They're actually not even looking for the dragon just yet. So Fnatic come out ahead with a kill, but Owner still gets the Herald.
Hey, that Herald on average is worth 2 plates. Fnatic just got 2 plates. That evens out, and they're feeling good about getting another kill. They get the flash out of the Sejuani, so less playmaking ability from that one. Of course, it does cost the flash from Razork, as you pointed out, too. But this is a 25 CS lead for Humanoid now. Faker is going to struggle to catch up a little bit, you would have to think.
Faker's been dropping waves ever since he got dove mid by the Humanoid Razork at Lion level 5. He's not really been able to find anything here. So Humanoid fast pushes mid because Faker's giving up the wave to get here first. Then Owner manages to get the smite. I think it's the eye that he hits. We'll see what happens in the slow-mo. Manages to win out on the smite fight. It looks like Razork pushes Owner into Wunder to get the CC chain. Zeus has to ult out to avoid the Maokai ult himself. And I think Owner here wants to flash over, Blast Cone over to Krugs, and then just recall on the spot with the Herald. But Razork manages to flash over, the auto attack gets the kill, and then back to live, Fnatic get the first dragon of the game.
Fnatic having an awesome look here in the early game. 3-1 in kills. They got themselves at first Drake, 10 minutes in. The gold, however, is still very close. There's the Sejuani ulti, not quite enough range, but the flash to follow. Gumayusi gets paid.
So that's a kill onto the Sivir. That'll help out bot a little bit. Hilly gets rooted into the Sejuani ult slow, so he has no way out of it. Flash to flash trade Top lane has just been a bit of a struggle for Wunder in isolation. Gumayushi really wants plates. Owner might even drop the Herald here if they want to look for a full tower. Razork's here to cover. No TPs on the Fnatic solo lanes. Humanoid could try to collapse if he wants to with this huge level lead, but it looks like he's staying around mid. So, plates funneled into the Sivir. Actually, the knockback will buy time.
Nice.
Can they stop this Herald from crashing is the question. It's a 3v3 as of now. Humanoid still has not moved. Herald has to get through this wave.
They'll have a little bit of firing time on it. T1 aggressively pushing this up. They really want this crash. Level up's gonna happen now too. Okay, I love the attempt there from Fnatic and from Razork, but it's not going to pay the dividends they wanted. The Herald's gonna get the 2 plates. Bottom lane turret barely hanging on, and T1 go up by about 700 gold.
500 gold lead on the AD carry roll there for Gumayushi. Will be able to get towards his mythic a little bit quicker than Upset. We know the power of the Lucian Gale Force when the Nami has mandate as well. That's the big spike for that lane, but still a little bit far away because of the serrated Dirk as well. So Humanoid's had so much mid push and he's up so many creeps, but he's not actually transferring his pressure to bot there. I wondered if the Akali could move down here to threaten the 4v3 to stop the Herald. Upset gonna chunk out Gumayushi a little bit, but no kill pressure there.
Yep, Gumayushi's just able to walk that one all the way back off. Fnatic in this bottom lane. The Lucian Nami, the one-item power spike where they start to feel so fearsome. That's when I want to really see some of that kill threat coming out. As Gumayushi still has 23 minions left to go on that Cull before he's going to get a gold infusion. And now let's see if they can get Hilly again. There's no flash available. The Boomerang Blade comes out. The spell shield is beautifully timed. Upset. Both summoner spells to get away.
Owner always hovering bot. He knows his win condition on this on the spot side. They can't win the 2v2 mid, and Zeus is doing so fine in isolation, and shutting him down won't really net Fnatic that much because it's your tank top jungle. Razork might be able to smite this one away.
Oh yeah, easy money there. Just yoink it right from over the wall. Zeus won't get that. And then back here in mid, Razork again looking for an opportunity, potentially onto Faker. Owner's around, but there's no Sejuani ulti.
So Fnatic have actually sent Wunder bot. He actually TP'd on that tower to save it, to stop Gumayushi from being able to pick it up, and then upset base and ran towards top. They're trying to mismatch the lanes here to put their tank into the Sivir to deny any kind of dives. But I think Gumayushi will then run top to match the Lucian when he sees upset, because Fnatic want to avoid the T1 bot lane as much as possible. I think they know that they're losing out on the 3v3 right now, and upset still needs that Gale Force.
And if we're talking mythics, you can see right there on the left side of your screen, the first one completed there for Gumayushi, the Kraken Slayer on the Sivir for plenty of DPS. Back here in mid, Owner just trying to help Faker get this wave shoved up a little bit. Faker down almost 35 CS in this mid lane matchup. As Razork walking through that top side river, he has his bottom lane and support right next to him. Owner knows he can't contest this.
He does indeed, and now T1 have evened up the lanes. They've matched the states that they've wanted. They've put Zeus back into Wunder. They put Gumayushi back into Upset. Look at Upset summoners. No flash, no cleanse. If Sejuani's even around or in a top rush, he's basically dead, so they have to give up a lot of this push. It's Humanoid that's holding Fnatic in this. It's Humanoid with this big lead, as you just highlighted, that can push in waves and move whenever Fnatic need him. So that'll be their band-aid for these side lane differences right now. And 1 minute on the Dragon. I wonder if T1 decides to swap back, because now Gumayushi's moving mid and Faker's moving top. A lot of lane movement coming in here, but Zeus, will he get the Grump?
Zeus going in, wants to steal it away. Just fighting against Wunder, snaps right back to where he began. This Yone in isolation, you've been talking about the advantages he's built. It just feels so good to get a meatball to just beat on your free farming. You do whatever you want, and he scales up for free as a champion that is just absolutely frightening with a couple of items.
Yeah, especially with a Yuumi on his back. We'll see if he can get that 2 or 3 item spike on the Yone and shut down the carries of Fnatic. Wunder will be more of a frontline teamfight utility, not really expected to win the lane. 30 seconds on this Dragon. How does Fnatic play this out? Because Humanoid's their strongest member, but he's on his top tier 1 and with no TP. So T1 could opt to the 4v4. I think they're much stronger in that sense. Just about mid push, and who can get the objective first? Zeus will pick up this tower, but there's no wave behind him. Needs to be careful.
Yeah, I think he overestimated how quickly he could take that down there. Had to spend the Fate Seal to get back out. Wunder flashing forward, flash for flash there. As Zeus walks his way out, he'll pay for that one a little bit.
Classic. Wunder drops the laugh the second Zeus flashes away. We'll see if he tries to stop his base here, because Drake is spawning. Zeus will be able to TP back to this bot tier 1. Humanoid is now moving from that top side. It looks like, no, hang on a second, he's going back to the lane, but Shield Bow picked up for Zeus.
Exactly. That's the critical thing right there. This item giving so much more survivability in a team fight where he could otherwise be focused down more easily. And now the Drake, the Hex Tech Drake, 9% attack speed and 9 ability haste is going to feel nice no matter what champion you're playing. Fnatic, of course, got that first Ocean Drake for themselves. The score is tied 3-3. The gold favors T1 by nearly 2K. Zeus going in, this time with Soul Unbound to make sure nothing bad happens.
Look at the gold lead in top, 1.5k in isolation. First brick over to Zeus. Both mid laners have TP on this top side. Dragon is up. Both bot lanes coming out of base as well. I think both teams want to contest this Dragon. The easy play for Fnatic could be just to drop the Dragon and then move towards Herald if T1 tries to contest, but they're going to start this one up. Upset's coming out of base. There's a TP from Faker on bot wave. He'll match with Zeus on the bot side as a flank. Owner might come down here as well. Gumayusi a little bit split, will group up with his team. Now Fnatic could just decide, let's go Herald. We've got their TP. Let's try to get their top tier 1 on cross map. But that'll deny a second Dragon from them. Mid-wave contest coming in.
So no Dragon taken by either side. Owner's got Keria attached to him. So he'll move back down towards the Drake now. And okay, T1 are just going to go for this. Humanoid is top, but he has a teleport. Fnatic don't seem to be wanting to commit that to this. Razork's gonna walk up and try to see if he can steal this one away. Poppy ulti came through. Drake is secured. Razork jumps into Faker. Humanoid's made his way into the fight now. Faker just instantly dead. Not looking good there as Wonder and Humanoid look to find a little bit more, but they seal his fate. Humanoid is down, and Zeus tries to fight, but he falls next. Wonder burns away to the Ignite as Gumayusi looks for Hylissang. Upset dashes back over the wall, and Owner is ready for the flash follow. Cleanse gets upset away. Razork tries to rejoin with his bottom laners. Owner goes in, and Hilly tries to flash. He'll escape for now.
The solo laners fall on both sides. It's the jungle bots that fight to the death. T1 trying to chase Fnatic down there. They managed to get a lot of summoners out of the Fnatic squad, but it's Zeus who turned that fight for T1. It looks so disastrous. The second Faker basically got caught and died instantly. T1 won't be able to find an objective for this, and they picked up the Dragon. Base is coming in. Next objective will be the Herald. We'll see if we find another 5v5.
One of the stories that has always followed Faker throughout his incredibly long and accomplished career is how teams will focus him and he'll absorb the pressure. He's been focused a lot this game, and Fnatic weren't stopping in this fight.
He certainly has. So this bubble from Hilly seals the deal because the Poppy ult misses. If that hit Humanoid, maybe he could live and get out. So Humanoid goes forwards. Now watch Zeus here. Pops the E and then manages to get a lot of damage onto Wunder. Then dashes through Humanoid, knocks him up, gets the ult and takes down the mid laner. Turns into a 4v4. It's on Upset, but it takes so long to get Zeus down that by the time he does, Wunder also falls. The 3v3 is winning for T1 with the Yuumi. Upset being low, Razork being low. It's just a case of get the hell out of there.
Upset's cleanse. That is twice this game now that it has saved him from an otherwise grisly fate. So getting a lot of value out of that summoner spell, especially against the Sejuani. But now let's take a look at how much damage actually got done. You can see it's the 80 carries topping the charts for both sides, and those tank junglers leading the way right behind them.
They really are. So this is a bit of a precarious situation here. So Fnatic's on the Herald, but they're losing their mid-tier 1. Hylissang and Upset are split. T1's going to engage on this 3-man.
Faker comes out with the stolen Maokai ulti. Now the real Maokai ulti comes back. Poppy disengaged. They want to separate T1. Zeus is going to be focused first. He had to get away, but now Humanoid's in the back. He's looking for Owner and Faker. Humanoid is caught. You can focus him again and again and again and again and again and again and again, but Faker finds his way.
The Shuriken into death there. Razork hit a crucial 2-man knock with that Poppy ultimate, and Humanoid decided to follow through with his E, I believe. Fnatic get the Herald. They lose Humanoid and they lose their tower. Second items coming in here for T1. Gold leader stayed pretty consistent around 2,000 to 2,500 gold. These teams going very back and forth. Faker finding a kill there.
Here's another look.
So Faker takes the Maokai ult and they collapse from mid. Watch this knock from Razork. I think that as he knocks, Humanoid hits his E onto Faker. So Humanoid says, hang on a second, maybe I can kill Faker here with the Shuriken. Decides to take it despite the fight basically being won. Jumps on top of the Sylas. Owner notices, and now he's in a 2v1. Gets stunned up in his W and can't R2 out in time. By the time he does, he falls.
Nicely done there from T1. Overconfident from Humanoid in his ability to take out that enemy mid lane. And now T1 commanding still about a 2,500 gold lead. They're gonna look for the top lane tier 1 turret. Gumayusi, he's got his Yuumi locked and loaded. The Ignite onto Wonder. That tree is going down. Gumayusi picks it up, but Fnatic are looking to trade back. Racing a Herald for turrets often does not work. Owner jumps over. Zeus follows up. Hilly's trying to get away. away. T1's in hot pursuit. Owner's grabbing the first kill. The Herald dies to the turret. Razork's gonna be next. Upset tries to provide covering fire, but Humanoid's made his way in. He's ejected, and Gumayushi is ready to catch the pass. Humanoid again trying to get away. A double kill back over to Faker. Humanoid running. The only man left standing in Fnatic colors.
T1 collapse so beautifully onto Fnatic's push there from topside with the TP from Faker. Huge step up by the top jungle of T1 to shut down Hylissang, to shut down the bot lane of Fnatic, and now they're going to get themselves a Baron as well. 4 kills and an Ashe. T1 just blew open the game.
Absolutely incredible sequence of events. Watch this again.
Zeus on the side, Owner on the opposite side. Ult lands onto Hilly. Zeus pops the ult as well to land onto Hilly too. The TP coming in from Faker is just all about buying time. The 3-man top side just running Fnatic down. They have to split. Razor gets caught after Hilly, and then Humanoid comes from the side here, but it's Faker's steal Poppy ult that knocks him out here. Humanoid actually uses the E just 1 second before the E2. He gets knocked back, and he gets knocked into Gumayushi. Faker takes down Upset, and then Fnatic, T1 turn towards the Baron.
This game went from very close, but T1 favored, to Fnatic now having to fight for their lives. This is not what they needed here at just 22 minutes into the game. Remember in their last game, it was a similar early Baron against them. They could not recover. Zeus ready to fight, ready to win. I called him the protagonist, and I meant it. 1v3, and he already got the first kill. Now he might find a second. Wunder wants to get away, but Zeus will barely fail to kill him.
Gods are bleeding here. Zeus almost gets the 1v4. If he got that first kill with the Triumph, I think he could have turned it with the lethal tempo stacks. He does fall. T1 get this bot tier 2. They managed to get the Baron buff off of the Yone, so that helps in the push, but it doesn't stop Gumayushi and Keria in their tracks to get their tower. They might move towards mid here. Fnatic don't have enough wave clear to stop this push. Humanoid's up in 8, but he doesn't have TP. He just used it towards the top side, so this Baron netting them a couple of objectives.
They got Zeus, but it took so many men and so many resources. T1 punches back harder. They'll secure the tier 2 in bottom, secure the tier 2 in mid. Faker just gets his recall interrupted, but Fnatic know they can't do any more than that. Faker just getting interrupted again. Everfrost gonna slow him down. He can walk this one off, no problem. You would think, eventually.
Razork wants to delay him as much as possible.
Razork is being the most obnoxious poppy possible.
He really is. And despite Faker being down so far behind in gold and experience, he manages to find a couple kills and fights to get him back in the game. This is the top dive, so Fnatic recognize that T1 are going to play 1-3-1 here and just destroy their base. They need to get a Baron buff off of someone. Zeus does so much damage to kill Humanoid, then gets stunned up, manages to get the lethal tempo fully stacked up. Nice W there to stop the dash from the Yone into the knockup from Hylissang. If he took down that Maokai with the knockup, I think he would have turned and killed Razork and Hylissang too, but game of inches. Fnatic trade 1 for 1. Shut the Yone down, and now here comes the top push. Bot out a tower, bot in a tower, mid in a tower. Now it's going to be top.
And ward lines, I think, tell so much of a story in a game of League of Legends. And you can see right now, there's really not a whole lot of wards outside of the Fnatic jungle. They are in pure defense mode. A single control ward placed down in their enemy jungle on the backside of the red buff. But everything else is just Fnatic trying desperately to hang on to the territory they have. This is their last structure standing outside of the base. And T1 is moving towards it fast. Faker ejecting part of the front line. Hilly is caught, and Faker is on a rampage. Wunder looking to see if they can follow this up. Faker getting away for now, but the Yuumi ulti comes through. Now Wunder's been baited in. He tries to heal it up, but he can't do it. T1, get it done.
Humanoid no TP, he can't join that fight. Fnatic didn't want the fight in the first place, but Faker forces it. They're gonna crack the pace open. Tier 3 will fall. Will they get the inhibitor as well? 30 seconds on Wunder should be easy pickups. Faker actually TP's bot there to defend the tower to deny an objective bounty, and they can continue to play on these 2 lanes, top and mid. I think 2 inhibs will fall here unless Fnatic can find a miracle fight. You can see Faker chasing Humanoid on the minimap to slow him down as much as possible while T1 destroy these structures.
Keria jumps back to the safety of his team. The mid lane inhibitor drops. Owner dashes forward. Hilly throws out the wave, but it's going to go right through the uprights. No lockdown, no control. Fnatic, they lose 2 inhibitors. Faker's jumping in. They're seeing if there might be an angle here, but they call it too risky. They want to back away from this one. They already just smashed the base of Fnatic.
Oh, they've just demolished it, really, haven't they? And they didn't lose anything. You can see that bot tier 1 for T1 is really low HP. Would have been an objective bounty for Humanoid, but Faker doesn't give them absolutely anything. Take a look at this dive again, because Faker, using the Poppy ult, actually knocks Razork out, and then he finds Hylissang after Owner lands the ultimate into Everfrost into the chain. Absolutely one shot, and then it's a 3v4. Gumyushi is a bit zoned away, but Faker with the W and the flash out manages to stay alive.
Faker was so focused and so behind and so targeted by Fnatic in this game. He's done a great job coming back into it. 5-3-1 here on the Sylas. He's got his Everfrost, he's got his Zhonyas, he's ready for playmaking. Razork has used the steadfast presence already. He's trying to get away. He's got locked down. He wants to knock him away,
beautiful.
but it just doesn't work. Gumayushi's got the spell shield. He's got the reaction time. He's got the kill. Fnatic 4v5 for the next 35 seconds.
And T1 have a bot wave coming in. This could be 3 inhibitors down for Fnatic. That's as good as game. We'll see if they try to defend it. Upset really low on mana, has to base. Wunder might be caught here by Faker.
Faker just gonna go in, no fear, ready to start this off. Maokai ulti continues flying out. Humanoid wants to jump forward. This Akali that had that lead early on has not been able to answer T1's game plan, and now they'll knock down the last remaining tier 3 turret, the last remaining inhibitor.
Inhib's gone. Fnatic don't decide to take the 4v5. They're so far behind at a numbers disadvantage. You can't really blame them for giving that up, but now super creeps will be flooding into their base. T1 will hold them at their nexus, and Fnatic will have to make a last stand eventually, but T1 are just too damn strong.
It's do or die for Fnatic right now. Upset fires off the culling. Zeus jumps in. It immediately demands a response, and Hilly's ulti is used next. Baron spawning now. It's alive, it's on the map, and it's T1 with total control.
Yeah, T1 aren't taking their foot off the gas. The creeps are pouring in, but they can secure a Baron before they land towards the Nexus. Buff up all of those super creeps. And with TP on Zeus, he can take a base if he wants to TP back in here. Faker will stick around. I think Gumayushi will stick around as well as the waves come in, unless he has a huge IE in base. Probably has a lot of gold. It's just a question of how quickly T1 want to close this out. Looks like Gumyushi's going towards the Gromp then, so they're saying, let's get 4 items on Sivir. Let's just make this clean and easy. There's no need to overforce anything. And they'll come out of base with their Baron buff.
And Faker gets revenge, stealing those blue buffs back for what he lost early on in the game. This man has done some awesome stuff here in this one. T1 sitting on, what's the math on that? About 11-5 in terms of gold lead. This is almost insurmountable. They would need to conga line down mid 1 at a time, 2 or 3 times in a row for Fnatic to really have an angle here. It feels so impossible to defend against this lead.
Yeah, T1's game plan just fantastic from start to finish. Match the 3v3 bot side, give up mid push and just let Zeus play in isolation. Fnatic had a lot of leverage through Humanoid, but now he's even with Faker. The knockback's gonna land onto Razork.
Here we go. Wunder on the front line. They'll find a little damage onto him. Yumi ulti goes out. Humanoid's locked down. In the smoke, he's still nearly killed. Humanoid has to go right back into the fountain and heal back up. But time is ticking, and it ticks against Fnatic. The tanks are half health. The turrets are lower. They're both gone. Nexus exposed. T1 going in again. Humanoid's already down. They're trying to find a culling. They're not going to find anything. Fnatic will fall, and T1 take it off.
They get revenge for the first week of groups. Fnatic fall to T1. Very similar composition that we saw them run against EDG, and Yumi is such a powerful champ when you give over skirmishers like Yone and Sylas, and even Sivir is a hyper carry. So many targets in Keria can sit on, and they got the better hand of the 3v3 bot side, and they managed to snowball it across the map. Faker found his way back into the game, and this group is shaping up to be a very messy one, with Fnatic now losing their 2 games. They need to beat EDG. 3 wins is the sweet spot for tiebreakers, and T1 just reached it.
This is truly a spicy day so far. Fnatic fans obviously not happy about these first couple of games. T1, I like what we saw from Fnatic in that early game a little bit, with Razork finding some of the moves, focusing on the Faker, getting the Akali ahead, but it just wasn't enough. Back into bottom lane at, what was it, minute 2 in the game, seeing them immediately go in versus the Lucian Nami to get wave control against that aggressive matchup. You applauded the game plan. I'm seconding that one. Exactly what he said. That was what they needed.
It really was, and you have to wonder as Fnatic, what do you discuss now? You've just lost 2 games. Do you stick to the same formula? Do you change it up? These control mage bans really seem to be hitting them in the mid to late game. Humanoid and Akali, 2-1, 40 CS lead, 2 level lead, just didn't transition into anything. Their bot lane was getting pushed in, their top lane was getting pushed in, T1 was first to objectives, and you have to ask yourself, maybe if Humanoid could roam towards bot during that Herald play, for example, when Razork knocked it away, maybe they could collapse on them a little bit and need to opt into a little bit more fights. So Fnatic have a lot to think about before they play against EDG later on in the day.
Absolutely. But for now, Riot is working with a non-profit, Take This, to develop a free curriculum on mental health tailored for anyone and everyone in gaming. Head over to takethis.org to access those resources and more for free. And now, while we get ready for our interview with T1, we're heading back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. And with 2 games under our belts, we'll start by pulling up the Group A standings. Take a look at how things stand at the moment, but also update you on all of those tiebreaker and knockout stage scenarios. With that victory there, T1 now at 3-1 have guaranteed themselves at least a tiebreaker for 2nd place. So that would be the absolute worst that their day could go if they were to drop the next 2 for Fnatic. Pressure is on, as you heard Cadrel say, that sweet spot is the 3 wins. So with only 1 game left in their regularly scheduled games, they're going to want to pick that one up to at least end the day at 3-3, but plenty left to be decided here still. We should talk, though, about how T1 was able to put this one together, and unfortunately for Fnatic, how it fell through, because I think we're going to first hone in on the draft. Emily, when we've been talking about the development of the meta at this tournament, the Sivir and the Yuumi has definitely been at the forefront of that conversation, but likewise, so has things like Lucian Nami, and so we kind of got to watch those 2 things come to a head here.
Yeah, so these are the 2 kind of picks that I pointed out for LEC and LCK, right? T1 was the first team in this group stage to pull out that Sivir Yuumi. Yuumi has been a terror ever since, and she was not banned in this game, so you saw T1 picking it up on the blue side. The other interesting thing I want to point out, though, in addition to the Lucian Nami, is the Poppy jungle, because in their first game, that was what was the huge difference maker on that owner invade, on that like 3-minute, 19-second ward where he was able to get the flash wall stun. That changed the entire fabric of that bot lane and allowed Fnatic then to snowball their lead in the first game. So I'm not surprised that Fnatic went back to that Poppy jungle for Razork.
And I think we started to see it start off well, right? Where he was able to get to play in mid. We started to see them snowballing around the bot side of the map. But eventually T1 were just able to bring it back incredibly well with some great team fighting. And it felt like, unfortunately for Fnatic, they were never able to capitalize on any of the advantages they picked up, right? They couldn't go up towards first Rift Tower property to work with Upset and Hylissang to try and make a play there. They couldn't really get Humanoid into a position to set up properly for him to step up as a carry in the Akali. And then eventually Faker massively brings himself back into the game. You look at Zeus as well, who scaled the Sivir, Yuumi. It was all the late game going brilliantly.
It's so tough, particularly because of how much focus we put on Humanoid as being such a pivotal member of this Fnatic roster, that when he gets taken off of the Azir, and this time it looks like it's going so well on the Akali pick. Huge CS lead while trading 1-for-1 early against Faker, but it wasn't enough to get him over the line.
Yeah, Akali is actually another pick that I think he's performed super well on. But as we were talking to kind of the EU casters backstage, it was like, this is the duality of Humanoid, right? And so it wasn't just, I don't think he played like super poorly, but it was just that the rest of the way the rest of the map went for T1, especially that bot lane, that's ended up making a huge difference.
Well, a bit of a stumble for Fnatic, but still not out of it for T1. They kicked the day off on the absolute right foot, and we're going to be joining Shox on stage with Gumayusi for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. Congratulations on winning the rematch, Gumayusi. We talked already before, but now that you're in the 2nd phase, I'd love to know first off what you think the key was to winning the rematch against Fnatic.
네, 구마유시 이렇게 또 한 번 인터뷰로 모시게 될 수 있어서 너무 좋습니다. 이제 푸나틱과 리매치에서 승리하셨는데 어떤 점이 가장 바뀌어서 이번엔 승리할 수 있었던 것 같나요?
뭐 저희가 이제 지고 나서 뱀픽적으로도 실력적으로도 많이 준비를 했기 때문에 이겼던 것 같습니다.
After that loss, we worked so hard on our draft and also our performance.
Okay, your draft was great, especially in the bot lane, and you had a great performance. I heard it's Karia's birthday actually over in Korea. Is there anything you'd like to say to him?
오늘 또 바텀 활약이 정말 엄청났고 좋은 조합을 가져왔는데 지금 한국 시간 기준으로 캐리아 선수 생일이라고 들었어요. 한마디 혹시?
민석이 생일 축하하고 생일 선물로 8강 가는 걸로 해야 되겠습니다.
So happy birthday, Korea. Your birthday present will be our slot in the quarterfinals.
Oh, I love that. Of course, all the T1 fans are looking at you to make it to the quarterfinals. You've had 3 days off. What was the focus for you coming into this day?
네, 아무래도 T1은 8강 진출을 당연히 목표로 잡고 준비하셨을 것 같은데 3일간의 쉬는 시간 동안 어떤 점에 가장 집중하셨나요?
일단 개인적으로는 좀 여러 챔피언의 숙련도를 끌어올리는 데 집중했고 컨디션 관리도 열심히 했고 팀적으로는 처음부터 열심히 했기 때문에 그냥 변함없이 계속 열심히 연습했던 것 같습니다.
So I personally worked on, getting better proficiency on many different picks and also feeling the best for the show day. And also as a team, we've always doing great. So we were always working our best. So it's been going great as a team.
Okay, finally, you of course are confident in getting out. Who do you think you're taking with you to the quarterfinals out of this group?
이제 8강 진출 확률이 굉장히 높은데요. 같이 8강에 갈 것 같은 팀이 있다면 어딘가요?
C9.
I love that. 감사합니다. Thank you very much. Thank you much, Ji-sun, as well. We're going to kick it over to a quick break, but the OnePlus cam is going to give us a refresher of what popped off at the venue in the first phase. We'll be right back.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish!
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Hello, welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we gear up for our next bout of the day. It's Cloud9 up against EDG. Our first look at EDG here in the second round robin. And so I want to start with this org because of how historic they are, but not just the org as a whole. I want to hone in on one of the players specifically who's been integral to that success in the journey of this EDG roster, Mako.
Yeah, so let's talk about Mako a bit because he means a lot to this team and their overall playstyle, right? When he debuted with the team in 2015, it was about him and Clearlove kind of making plays. They were incredibly bot lane focused. And Mako actually did an interview where he said, unironically, if we do not get the tier 1 bot turret down before 10 minutes, it is a failure. And that is how focused, that's how focused they were on this 2v2. Clearlove would continuously path bot side. And I think even in a post-Clearlove era, Mako is really helping carry the legacy of that. He can play both enchanters and engage supports, but this exactly is why I want to see him on things like the Thresh, things with initiation, because he, in my opinion, has the best initiation sense of anyone on EDG.
And I think the really interesting thing is that as he was about to join EDG, Mako was known as the guy who could roam a lot as well. Like back when he was coming in from the LDL, and I think that's a little spice of life that we got to see against C9 as well, is that he was roaming on the Thresh, he was making plays around the map. So it's kind of get you a support who can do both, right? Play for the 2v2, but also able to have that impact when they go out on the map.
And you saw that footage there of the way the game looked way back in the day when Mako joined the roster. That's how long-standing a member Mako has been of this EDG roster. Plenty of titles and successes to his name. Looking to put another world title, though, onto that belt. We'll see if they can get it done as they go up against Cloud9 here, looking to accelerate their way to the knockout stage. So, how did it go before? Not so great for Cloud9, I'll tell you that much.
That's what we wanted to highlight, right? Was how good Mako was in this game, because it felt like he was at the get-go of a ton of these early skirmishes that got these leads for EDG, and in particular getting these big leads for Scout as well, that he was able to then power through. And I felt like for C9, it was not being able to control Mako on the map, not being able to control these mid and top side skirmishes that were happening that very quickly snowballed the game out of control.
Yeah, and I think the big thing in going up against C9 and with EDG and C9 going up against each other, I think Yuumi is also going to be an interesting thing to look at as well, because obviously Mako is coming off of having a really good game on that too. So you know, when we look at how this has gone, again, Mako can play both styles. I just vastly prefer him on engagement.
And a bit of a different look of their first meeting. We're taking a look at Scout and all that he was able to get done. Dagdy. Important to note that he is one of our affected players when it comes to COVID. So while he had a monster showing the first time around, he'll have to do the same, but this time from isolation.
And that's where it's really going to be tough for EDG, because I love the way they did play around Scout's pressure in the mid lane on the Azir, right? Setting up for a ton of play, setting up for Mako to consistently roam towards the mid lane to get Scout ahead. And now that he's not going to be playing as much with the team since he will be in isolation, I think that is going to have a big effect. But also just the fact that when we look at Cloud9 earlier today, Jensen was huge against Humanoid. He had a fantastic game in the Orianna. So if Scout now is going to be taking a step back, Jensen is taking a giant leap forward. I expect C9 to try and put a lot more pressure towards that mid lane once more.
And with it, that being such a power pick for them, I am wondering if this affects fans, right? Because again, this is something that Jensen will lock in when they're just like, okay, we want to win now. Like I know Jat has even talked about it from Jensen's history with him. So this becomes a really, really key matchup with Scout playing from isolation. Where's the Azir gonna go? Is Jensen gonna lock in Orianna? Are we gonna see a rogue Zillion pop in? Like, we don't know.
Definitely, and while game one of the day today was definitely a momentum builder for Cloud9, I think it's a completely different approach you have to take to this EDG roster. Again, just the idea that we were looking at Thresh highlights from their first meeting, but you still have to consider Yuumi to be impactful. What can Scout get done, and how will Jensen match up to that? I mean, I don't really know exactly which lane you need to be the most worried about if you're in the shoes of Cloud9.
Well, I think for C9, it's again kind of going back to what we talked about with Emily earlier on, was like, go back to comfort, go back to late game scaling, take the fight to EDG, because what we saw was when EDG played against T1, some of those skirmishes didn't go their way, right? We saw Viper getting caught out of Rift Herald. We saw their team fights going heavily in favor of T1. If you go back to that style as C9, that's almost the problem point for EDG that you could look to exploit.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've both seen a lot of EDG in the LPL. We know that sometimes if you pressure them like this, they will take the fight anyway, and it doesn't always work out so well.
Yeah.
So that is another thing that C9 could consider going into this matchup. If they want to force those fights and they're in a better setup, that could end up working out well for them.
And again, just to re-hit, kind of one final point is, of course, the stakes. For EDG, they want to keep pace with T1. Put a win up here, you match them at 3-1 for Cloud9. It is necessary that you win every single game throughout the day to even hit that 3-win mark and have an opportunity or a shot at a tiebreaker. So pressure becomes a part of this conversation, right? And that's where it's like, I will almost always lean on a team that's basically as storied and as successful as EDG to live up to the pressure. We'll see if C9 has what it takes to dismantle them here, as we're back over to Captain Flowers and Cajal for the call.
Hey, we're back to us. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Cajal, and this is now the second of many trials for C9 and for EDG.
Yep.
Their fate's still in their own hands, man. They're coming into this 2-1. They can be tied with T1. They can do whatever they want if they can find the game plan.
Yeah, 3 wins, always the sweet spot, and EDG sitting at 2 right now. So if they win this game, T1 and EDG are at 3 wins, and C9 will be at 1 with only 1 game left. So C9 is out if they lose this game. They need to make the 3-0 happen to have a chance of getting out of this group. They've taken down Fnatic, they've got EDG, and if they can beat EDG, the last boss will be T1.
It's an incredibly arduous task. It is a mountain to climb. You can see on your screen right now, this might be a North American event, but the Chinese fans, the LPL fans, are always here to cheer on their favorite players and cheer on EDG.
They're out in force with all the signs, loads of EDG banners and flags and Viper signs or scout signs as well. So a lot of support for them here in the crowd, but a lot of pressure on C9 to pull this off. C9 will be on blue side, and we'll see how they decide to draft this time around. We saw a very scaling heavy front to back comp from them up against Fnatic. We'll see if they try to run something similar back. I think I speak for a lot of NA fans here. If we see a carry top and, you know, going back to their old formula, I'd be very worried for C9 because the formula they played today and showed today already looks like it's working.
Yeah, it worked against Fnatic. It looked like an entirely different team. Let's see what things look like this time around. Cloud9 going to continue banning away the Caitlyn. They have focused this champion completely in the bans so far at Worlds. Graves is also gone. Azir taken away by EDG. Yuumi taken away by EDG.
In this game specifically, I wonder how high prio Aphelios is, because I think these are 2 incredibly talented Aphelios players who will definitely slam it on an early rotation if it's up. Another question is things like the Maokai. Or the Sejuani, if C9 want to go into that wheelhouse, but the Azir is down. We saw Jensen's Orianna, so I think Control Mage seems to be working for C9.
Okay, no Silas. They're going to take that one out. What will that final ban be? Are we going to get another Control Mage? No, the Sejuani banned out. So that's one of those super
Aatrox,
tanks along with Maokai. Aatrox is up. C9 are immediately going to lock this in.
As much as you might want Fudge on a tank and engage, Aatrox is just such a powerful champion. You cannot let it through. I wonder if that was intentional by EDG in saying, well, Oren Maokai, you can always get good engage on top lane from Fudge. We'll give you Aatrox and see what Flandre can pick into it. Maokai will be picked up here as a flex.
It feels like a dare, right?
Yeah.
They're saying, okay, you've shown us that you can play one style well so far in your 4 games. Now we're saying you have to play something different. The Maokai locked in for EDG. They still have 1 more pick to go, using all the time so far.
Oh.
Do they just slam this down?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They're ready to go. LPL Fiora versus the Aatrox. Everything is so telegraphed. The chain snapback, the Q spots. Riposte is child's play in this match.
It's a skill matchup for Fiora. Aatrox can contest a little bit early on, but once it gets to 2 items, becomes really tough for the Aatrox. Similar to Fiora, similar to Camille. This will be Blabber's Trundle again into the Maokai jungle. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Worked in their first game, seemed very comfortable on it. And we saw the power of it around Herald fights. Now, what does C9 pick up here? Aphelios could be an option. Could pick up some kind of Renata support, but I don't think that's very C9-esque. Mid lane, Control Mage to stop Jensen from facing Victor or Bands could work as well. Zillion's being hovered right now. Not sure if you want to blind pick that, but it's going to be the Victor. Make sure they don't lose out on those Control Mages.
Exactly, the Zillion pick, a pocket pick of Jensen's, a long time thing that can come out in times of need. Shouting out sort of Cloud9's backs being against the wall more so than anything, I think. But that Victor locked in. One thing I am very worried about with this first half of the draft from C9, the engage options aren't really there. You have a pillar, and that's it. So the second half of the draft, I would expect EDG to look towards some of those engage options. EDG themselves, they have Maokai there for the front line, and then two powerful fighters, high damage melee champions in that Akali, in that Fiora, picked up for them. So it's got to be both of the bottom lane roles I would expect here for them with the Maokai in the jungle.
Definitely agree. And I guess the good news here for C9 so far is the Aatrox is playing against 3 melee champs. That really helps him in team fights, in gap closing, and getting resets and being able to heal through a lot of the damage. Aggressive AD carry bans coming out from Kalista and Lucian. The last one really is things like the Tristana, which we've seen touched on a little bit. We'll see if it's picked up or banned here in this series. Aphelios open. Varus is another one that teams have been prioritizing in terms of AD carries. Kai'Sa, another champ as well. There's the Jinx ban targeted at Berserker. I think Aphelios has to be a ban here for C9. Jinx Aphelios,
you would think,
was the old school MSI trade-off, and it's probably one of the strongest scalers left. They could pick Sivir into it, but Sivir into Akali would be a little bit tough unless they can find some kind of peel support.
They're taking their time. They really want to think it through. Plenty of options left. Marksmen have been pretty focused here so far, but there are still those options like you're saying.
Okay.
Kai'Sa, I like this. It feels like a respect band just towards LPL in general. Whenever I think Kai'Sa, I think LPL. I think Kai'Sa and Nautilus. I think aggro bottom lanes, but it does leave Aphelios open. This is the pick you've been talking about all draft. They lock it in for Viper.
I feel like Aphelios ban there could have worked a little bit better, but they're gonna give over the Aphelios and they have a plan. Varus Tahm Kenshir would do really well into Akali. Varus Renata would work too in denying the Renata from the Aphelios Renata. Now, Mako has a lot of options here. Nautilus would be the easy pickup to engage onto those immobile carries. Any hook champion to threaten the 3-man ranged of C9's mid-bot side works very well. We'll see what he opts into. Of course, Mako incredibly good at those melee support engages.
I'm not gonna lie to you, buddy. I'm still really worried about this Cloud9 draft. The last two picks, yes, they have some hard CC, but the Thresh is locked in for EDG, the Maokai. It's easier for them to sort of just start these fights with the engage. Renata's ulti moves slower than some champions walk. Varus has the Chains of Corruption, but they only hit one target. Cloud9 are really gonna have to find angles and picks here.
They definitely are, and I feel like the Aphelios Thresh can be mobile with one another, right? The Thresh can always pull the Aphelios out of a bad position if he gets lanterned or if the Aatrox manages to get on top of him. But you were talking about engage from C9's bot lane. The Varus helps out a little bit with that in terms of finding those picks or finding engages around the team fights. I feel like a Varus ult into a Renata ult or a Victor W is their way of setting up through a Trundle pillar. It's just a question of execution. I think we've got a very, very volatile top matchup the longer the game goes on. Mid lane, of course, Jensen will want to get the push, but Blabber will need to cover him. And bot lane, I mean, you're playing 4 range champs down there, so push is everything.
Blabber had a really good first game of the day. I complimented him during that game for being able to properly read Razork, always be there for the counter ganks, using that Trundle effectively to change the way those fights would go. And now here up against EDG, I think he's gonna need to do the same yet again.
C9 backs against the wall. This is the game that could push them forwards with momentum against T1. This is the game that could knock them out of the tournament. So much pressure on the line on the blue side here. I don't think we'll see any level 1 shenanigans. Trundle, of course, incredibly strong up against champions like the Maokai, playing with Varus Renata too, so they could try to do level 1 invade towards bot side, but then you're splitting the map against Aatrox with Fiora. You don't really want to get into that kind of situation. We'll see what they do, though.
Here we go! C9 versus EDG. It is a must-win game for the North American representatives and for the team from the LPL. You know they want to stay tied at the top there with T1. Find some of that domination. Let's take a look across the board here. All the teleports are ready to go on solo laners. Cleanse on both of the AD carries. They know that on these immobile champions, getting caught is a guaranteed death.
Yeah, 1 hook, 1 kill could be what happens in his bot matchup. Berserker needs to run that cleanse. Of course, Maokai Flash W is another one. The Gravitum too.
Just making sure he's safe. That ward in the middle brush should help C9 get the early bot push, depending on where jungle starts. Looks like with Blabber being up towards his blue buff, that's where he will start. As I said, he's running down. Might go for a red start. Try to help Fudge out a little bit in these early stages, or maybe just do a full clear to top and then backtrack on the level 3. But the Thresh has a lot of innate kill pressure. The Renata more so poke and push. JJ, we are starting bot side as well.
Renata does have the ability to find the bailout. If the fights get really scrappy, really close, you can turn things around with that. But it's only good if things are close. If EDG can run the show, then it doesn't save a whole lot. Jensen far forward here in the lane, just having complete control over the wave. You can see Scout just sitting slightly out of vision range there. Now he's gonna walk up, make sure he gets EXP, farm whatever he can. It's Berserker and Sven into the bottom lane first, but Mako and Viper can show up in plenty of time to not miss any EXP. And we're just gonna start trading minions.
Trading minions, jungle mismatch. Thresh will need that level 2 before he goes for any crazy all-ins unless jungle's hovering around. JJ could be a bit crazy here and do blue drop into bot with W, but looks like it's just going to move towards his wolves. There's the hook.
Oh, finds Berserker, gets cleanse at level 1.
Yeah, Berserker just running past the wave there into EDG's bot lane's face and just starts hitting them. So Mako manages to burn that summoner spell, but C9 can control the wave because of this. Can use these early summoners to force lane push. And Berserker will have that level 2 first alongside Sven. Jensen similarly stacking these waves into the melee matchup. Can look for poke here. C9 is going to do their best to try to chunk Viper down. He's got a couple pots in his inventory, and Blabber, who's pathing bots on his 3 topside camps, will finish off on his red. Don't think there's any bot diving windows here. Maybe with an immediate support they could look for some kind of crazy 3v2 dive, but we'll see what Blabber does. Still a long way away till the crab spawns, but he's moving his way into this bot side of the map. There's a ward that will spot him out. We'll see if he goes through lane or if he goes through river. Looks like he's just covering for now.
Yep, making sure these guys can get this pushed up. That's the responsibility of the jungler in those situations. Sven is hooked. Mako sets it up. Viper knocks them down. EDG make them look foolish.
C9 hovering for some kind of dive there, but EDG don't even flinch. Just instantly go onto Sven as he walks up, and he was tanking the tower with the Ignite. By the time he flashed out, the tower shot was already in the air. He falls, and JJ's been full clearing all the meanwhile, while his bot lane has been winning. So great start here for EDG.
EDG in the bottom lane, a 2v3, a pause. Coming off of first blood at 3 minutes into the game with the money on Aphelios.
Oof, so yeah, only 3 minutes 45 seconds into it, and the pause has come through. A lot of things to talk about, really, for both these teams, because Flandre, for example, this is his first game of Fiora in summer. Mostly leaning towards things like the Gnar and the Gangplank. When you think of Fiora players, you think of players like Ale and Breed and the Jaxes of the world. Flandre never really struck me as that kind of player. It strikes me as creativity and reliability. So we'll see how he performs on that champion, but it's an early bot lead, like you said, for the side of EDG.
And with that early bot lead that EDG did not have to commit extra resources to, they were the ones in the 2 versus 3 underneath the turret. Well, now that opens up the possibility of, hey, maybe jungler can just go top, help out the Fiora in this Aatrox matchup, really tilt that one in your favor as well. And then if things get dire in 2 separate lanes, all of a sudden, you're just in total control.
You are, and when you think of Thresh, you can play aggressive with the Thresh, land the hook, flash flay, it's very aggressive champ, but it's also a very defensive champion in the sense where their jungler wants to play topside and get the Fiora ahead. With bot having a lead already, what they can do is have Viper push out waves with the Lantern, the Thresh quite far away with the Lantern at the ready, and you can kind of push waves in despite being in a numbers deficit. Obviously, you can hover around mid in case there's a 3v2 as well, so we'll see how Mako plays the map, but for now, looks like we're in the pause, but we'll give you updates the second we know them.
Yep, I've been told that there is some sort of peripheral issue on stage. League officials are investigating. I don't know if it's a keyboard, a mouse, whatever it is, but hopefully we can resolve that one nice and quick, get ourselves back into the game. Cloud9 are down about 1,000 gold here early on just because of that kill. You're getting first blood, you're getting assist money. You've got the leads like you were talking about too. JJ just full clearing. He's like, okay, Blabber gave up some early efficiency in farming to try to move, shadow that bottom lane, protect them as they shove up. It ends up just biting them in the butt because of that Thresh. And so things are a little problematic now.
Yeah, it's great for JJ. And if you think of EDG and how their split's gone, you know, subbing in Junjia towards the end of the regular season, fantastic early game standouts on things like the Trundle and the Poppy. And JJ struggled a little bit to adapt away from the Viego Wukong meta. Vi was his basic band-aid to fix those kind of scenarios. But the Maokai full clear is great for him, you know, doesn't really have to look for anything crazy in the level 1 to 4, doesn't have to overforce flashes, his bot lane's winning, can do a very happy full clear and then look more towards the team fights. Of course, Scout has COVID in isolation right now, won't be on the stage, but hopefully we get these peripherals fixed as soon as possible, and hopefully Scout gets much better as soon as possible. But it's going to be a tough task for C9.
Yeah.
I think top lane is where they'll now need to focus because the 3v3 just seems incredibly hard. Covering the Varus on push-outs, farming with Q max range, and then looking for Heralds on this top side is probably what their focus will be. And covering Jensen is really important. When Scout ticks over to level 6 on this Akali, they have so much kill pressure. You know, one Maokai flash W and he's as good as gone.
Right.
And Blabber needs to juggle the mid lane push towards a side lane so that C9 can play on 2 lanes.
In their first game today, Jensen did really well on the Orianna, on the Control Mage. The Shockwave that found Razork in the EQ combo that set them up to get the Baron. The fact that he was always willing to aggressively trade to enable those Super Mega Death Rockets. Victor doesn't have quite the I'm going to guarantee my damage with CC type of combo that Orianna does with the ulti, but I'm still going to have eyes on Jensen to be that big team fight damage. And my concern more so is up with the top side. Aatrox is not a pure fighter, all damage, like I'm only going to build glass. He's a bruiser by nature, but I find him closer to like the Jax or the Fiora, those fighters, than I do to something like an Ornn. And Fudge looked much better on the Ornn than he looked on the Jaxes and the Fioras in week 1. So for C9, you're going to have to enable him. You're going to have to make sure this Aatrox can do his job because Fudge will need to step up, especially now that bottom is behind.
Oh, he definitely will. And the Aatrox can run rampant in fights with a lot of melee champs. C9 up against 3 melee champs and a Thresh, which is relatively short range. So Fudge should be able to jump into these fights, has a Renato ult behind him, has a Victor behind him. So if he can control space for his team, then they will be able to be a death ball in a sense up against EDG. EDG's engage. It's reliable in the sense that you have a Maokai flash W, but it's quite hard to pull off because it's very obvious when it's coming. You know, if Maokai's stepping up or there's roots behind him with the ultimate, that's what you have to be scared of. They have a really good pick though. Thresh Maokai, when they control vision in one side of the jungle, EDG will pounce on you. C9 needs to be very careful. I think mid lane is, like I said before, they really need to make sure Jensen's safe. If EDG have bot push and Thresh is hovering mid and Maokai's around on Akali level 6, Jensen can't even walk up. He's even probably diveable at times. So yeah, C9 needs to get one side rolling as quick as possible.
It is a terrifying situation, but as the situation here with the peripheral issue continues, we're going to toss things back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Unfortunate pause here between Cloud9 and EDG. As was mentioned, peripheral issue. We've got officials investigating. They'll keep us apprised with any updates as they become available, and we'll get you back into the game as quickly as possible. In the meantime, though, we can talk about a couple things. Not just the draft, but First Blood as well. Let's start, though, with what each of the team came to the table with, Emily.
Yeah, so we talked about Mako's Thresh. He gets it here again. As we'll see later, it's a difference maker in that bot lane.
Pretty good at that, champ.
The other thing that you see from this draft is actually Maokai and Fiora being picked at the same time. So, you know, Maokai's going to be going into the jungle, Fiora going into the top lane. This isn't, like, obviously it's picked into the Aatrox first pick, right? Mm-hmm. This isn't a pick that I would think of as a Flandra staple. I'll just say that. I don't know if you agree with me, Rob.
No, I would 100% agree. 100% agree. This is not exactly a man who's very deft when it comes adept to like playing around mechanically skilled champions. He's much happier to play something like a Gragas where he just play frontline, and even when we saw them win the World Championship in 2021, it was on things like the Graves and the Jaces, right? You're not gonna wow with your mechanics on these champions, and that's where I think it's gonna be a bit interesting to see how he's gonna perform on
Look,
this.
I'm just happy that if there's a Fiora in the game, it's not on the Cloud9 side, okay? That's enough for me.
Maybe we're learning.
1-0 is the kill score. The teams are diving back into the game, so let's get back over to our casters for the call.
Woo! Rock and roll, let's do it. We're back into game. EDG, 900 gold ahead. JJ securing the Scuttle Crab here in the top side river. Fires off that Scryer plant. Gonna see no camps currently available here in the top side for Blabber, who did start top, path towards bottom. And now up here in top side, Fudge versus Flandre early. It's a nice early lead for the Fiora.
It is indeed. 10 CS lead, will be able to crash his waves. Looks like Berserker and Sven gonna freeze this bot wave as Viper needs to base and pick up a couple of items. Will pick up the Moon Quiver as he comes back to lane. Berserker gonna base on the freeze, pretty smart to match, or at least try to match
the couple of the items picked up by Viper. Now Blabber's moving into this top side. He has backtracked, full clear towards bot, skipped Krugs, got the crab, and now he's moving up here. We expected him to move towards the top side of the map with the bot 3v3 now being losing. The question is, can he pull off a kill? The red buff's still up.
Q3 from Fudge finds its target. Blabber's made his way in. He's just going to step up. The Infernal Chains are already out there. The parry, it works. Scout's making his way up. Throws out the Shuriken, and Blabber and Fudge have to back away.
Yeah, Flandre using the W2 pullback there to stun Blabber. And I think he would have been fine in the 1v2 regardless, but Scout there has a lot of kill pressure if they overcommit. And look at JJ now from base, taking away Blabber's Krugs, taking away bot camps, putting vision down. Saplings in your bot jungle are always a pain to deal with. Not the start that C9 would have wanted.
The control the saplings give you, just the ability to know when somebody, they're like a little mini ward, the power available to EDG, and now they're bringing a party to mid lane. Hey, Jensen, knock, knock, here comes the LPL, here comes EDG. Viper has 2.
The setup is just so easy, isn't it, with the Maokai Thresh? Just flash W, land the hook on his flash. If he doesn't, you'll chain CC anyway. And that's the power of the bot push we were talking about in the pause, that they can move towards mid. And because Berserker was freezing, that frees up Mako to make plays like that.
Absolutely brutal for Jensen, who falls to the 4-man play. He will hit level 6 first here in the mid lane, but there's not really an opportunity to do a whole lot with it. Scout's just gonna get that wave shoved up. Jensen will fall back to farm. Flandre is going in topside. The riposte will not find the stun, but the timing against those Infernal Chains is so easy.
It really is, and as soon as that stun connects, he's dead. And level 6 Yura will proc all her vitals from her ultimate. She'll chase you down. So Fudge just picked up the play to steel caps early on in this lane. Alternator for Scout with the level 6. A lot of burst, a lot of dive potential. Here we go again. Are they going to be able to pull it off? Scout needs to crash the wave, so he has to invest a W for energy regen to do it. Here comes JJ.
JJ's ready to go. There's the Chaos Storm. JJ's low. Jensen looking for the outplay here. Scout's at 100 HP, but Jensen's at 50. He survives the dive.
Oh, EDG's mid-jungle playing with fire there. The wave was so small. They only had a brief window before they started tanking. They don't manage to get Jensen down despite landing their full combos. EDG lucky to get out there.
Jensen having to respect the smoke and back away. A Shuriken tag means death. So he's just gonna make sure that wave shoves out there. He's got very little health to work with. He has no teleport.
Yeah.
He's got Blabber right next to him to make sure he's safe.
But they're afraid. They're afraid that JJ's regen on a camp and he's hovering around to stop the push out. Actually, they're gonna stop their bases. They know they need to get this in. Scout hasn't yet based himself, so he needs to stay around and catch his wave. JJ is gonna recall. So both mid laners able to control the waves the way they wanted.
Okay, C9 will crash that one in. Jensen can get back. It won't hurt him nearly as much to not have that TP now. Blabber going back into his own jungle. As you can see, JJ's recall has afforded him his Ionian boots of lucidity. The staple for tank gameplay in the jungle, going to allow him to make more of those moves. Back up here in topside, Flandre just continuing. Look at the farm. Cagel 69 to 49. Nice. The Fiora is just starting to run away with it.
Yeah, almost 20 CS lead now as Fudge catches a little bit off that wave. And look at the minimap. You can see that ward on the Raptors, the red ward, that ping from EDG, as well as the sapling on the blue, basically gives information as to where Blabber is the whole game. As he blast coned over there around 10-15 seconds ago, spotted by the sapling. As he walks into his bottom side jungle, spotted by the ward. So EDG have kept track of Blabber the majority of this game. Flandre is consistent top push, and the 2-0-0 on the Aphelios is giving EDG a bot push. And they can always collapse towards mid. They can always hover towards Jensen's lane, and him having no flash makes the game so hard. So C9 need to force a play with a numbers advantage. It looks like the Herald is just going to get started up here on Vision with Mako in mid. I think EDG should be able to collapse here quite easily. Sven's on his way up.
Yeah, EDG ready to answer this. Fudge still only has half HP in the top lane 1v1. Blabber has to get away now. Yeah, they threw the control ward down on top of the ward, but they still started it, like you said, with Scuttle Crab still there. Yep. EDG was ready. Cloud9 can't just do that. And now JJ will keep planting these saplings every chance he gets. Always on the lookout, always providing extra information. As Blabber and Sven step up, Blabber's getting grabbed. He'll probably just die here. Scout goes back in. They try to get him with the bailout. Instead, it'll be 2. Sven with the flash away. Mako, don't miss.
Mako makes it happen around the Herald. We talked about the strength of their picks from their jungle support, the amount of CC that they have. Mako lands it onto Blabber, lands it onto Sven, gives 2 kills over to EDG, and they get the Herald as well. Fudge forced the base because he knows that his jungle support just died. He has no cover on this top lane. He could be dove at the click of a finger, so Flandre will get 2 plates. He's 30 CS up. The map is in shambles for C9 right now.
3,500 gold at 9.5 minutes into the game. Cloud9 is getting absolutely destroyed here by EDG and by Mako on this Thresh. It was the final pick of the draft, and it is paying off. Let's watch again.
Really monstrous pick. Instant hook into the box. There's the Maokai route. Blabber has absolutely nowhere to go. And then beautiful Mako sets it up next to Scout. Sven flashes, hook connects, 2 for 0. Happy days, and Mako is just such a standout performer, and he has been for so goddamn long. 7, 8, 9 years, just constantly at the top of his game. Hook champions, especially engaged champions, is where he shines, and we're seeing it right now.
Total gold, you can see a lot of red at the top of that chart. Only just now has Jensen barely got a bit more money than the EDG jungler, and that will be a problem as we head further towards the mid game. We still got 3.5 minutes left on plates, but if we're talking plates, we're talking EDG hasn't lost a single one yet.
5-5-5 across the towers. Dragon started up here. Viper's just gonna pull it out as JJ comes from base to assist. Easy objective for them, both neutrals in their favor. We won't count that one as a hook, Mako. We'll ignore that one. You've done so well. We won't. Missing the dragon is excusable.
This is how he gets the bad ones out, right?
Yeah.
You just gotta get it out here, and then in the team fight, you're ready to go. You're locked in again.
It's programmed to hit champions only.
Exactly. That's not a champion. That's not gonna give you 300 gold when you kill it. It doesn't matter. Dragon slain by JJ and EDG now with a 4-kill. 3.2 thousand gold lead.
Quick match.
And the Drake under their belt, feeling great and no signs of slowing down.
Imagine you're Blabber right now. You're being pulled to every lane. You need to hover around mid to cover Jensen. You need to go towards top so Fudge can push out against his Fiora. And you need to make sure your bot lane can't be dove by the 3-man of EDG or even get set up on a flash lantern gank, right? So Blabber has a really tough task ahead of him in terms of covering and juggling these lanes to make sure EDG can't find plays.
And I've got to compliment EDG for that. They're the ones who got themselves the Fiora pick into the Aatrox to always demand some pressure up there from Blabber. They're the ones who are hitting the hooks on Mako in the bottom lane to make that demand some pressure. Like, this is the squad who is absolutely just choking Cloud9 out of the game and making Blabber make these impossible decisions.
The only option C9 have right now is weathering the storm through the lane phase and fighting neutral objectives. And Blabber needs to be on the top of his game to cover these dives. JJ's now up towards this top side of the map. By taking that Scryers, I think C9 will know he's there. Fudge trying to get aggressive onto Flandre, but the W stops his own W from pulling him back. Taking away the blue buff once again. They have a 3-man play here on top if they want to dive. Fudge, TP on Jensen. I'm not sure if it's up.
Well, Fudge has 2 long swords and a pair of boots. Flandre's got a Divine Sunderer. That fight will never go the way of Cloud9. And now the Herald is summoned up just to beat him further into the dirt. First turret completely goes over to EDG. 4,500 gold ahead. They're even going to force the charge onto the tier 2. Fudge wants to try to stop it, but JJ won't let that happen.
Blabber's around. Jensen's here too. 3v3 might be something C9 opt into.
JJ slowed down here at the start. They don't want to overcommit onto the tank. And EDG walking out, but Scout's looking for a chance to maybe go back in. Not going to find the Shuriken, so now they make their exit.
Fudge paying a lot of respect to the pressure of JJ there. The second he got a glimpse of him, he instantly popped the ult and just ran for his life. Bot lane in isolation will be in favor of EDG. You can just see it by the item. Scale Force for Viper can constantly push these waves in. C9 don't really have an angle to fight back. Scout a lot of kill pressure in mid as well. Oh, the damage.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, damage is absurd as much as... Oh, hang on a second, Sven. Tries to flash hand take Viper there because he has no cleanse. He must have burned that a little bit earlier on. But now he's under threat if a hook hits. If Mako can land a hook onto Sven here, he will fall. JJ now on the bot side of the map. Blabber was covering top for so long he had to juggle his camps, but now JJ might threaten the bot dive.
This is so scary, what EDG has done in the first 13 minutes of this game. They got 15 seconds left on plates. They're looking to get a little bit more money. Mako just barely missing out on that max range hook there on Sven. A turret plate stays alive. 3, 2, 1. They hit the hook, but they can't go for the dive. C9 stuck underneath their turret all the way across the map.
It's a 5k gold lead in 14 minutes for EDG right now. Every lane is winning or has pressure for kills, so JJ has a plethora of options. C9 just need to hold on. 1 minute 40 seconds on the next Dragon. Try to take a fight when they have mythic spikes on some of their carries. Jensen doesn't get the base stop on the Scout, who will probably TP back anyway. Has the rocket belt complete. C9 have a little bit of room to breathe now that EDG have based on basically everyone. Coordinated reset coming out here from EDG, 5-man base at the same time. The reason this helps so much is it helps you re-establish who you want to put where on lanes, right? Yeah, Scout's going bot, Flandre's going back top. We're gonna swap our mid and bot and contest this Dragon because we can get mid push with Viper. That's why syncing your resets is so good, so you can change your control over lanes.
Well, Scout decides to go in bottom. Sven's got no way home, man. All right, just make it quick. Make it quick.
Oh.
There it is. Scout picks up another one. 5-0, excuse me. Got a little bit ahead of myself there as EDG. Man, they just don't stop. Cloud9 losing Sven for free, 0-3 here on the Renata.
They are ruthless, aren't they? EDG, the lane swaps coming through means that Sven gets caught out. Didn't expect Scout to be down here. Sven's struggling this game. And I mean, he's looking for a little bit of damage onto the tower, maybe for a support item or something, and then Scout flashes over the handshake, and Berserker just got his recall off. Even if Berserker stayed, I think Sven was dead here no matter what. Berserker can't really offer that much in the Shroud.
Yep.
Scout will then net that and turn that into a bot tier 1. C9 yet to find absolutely anything.
Nothing whatsoever for the North American representatives. Remember, if they lose this, they are out. EDG securing the Herald for the second time, getting away for free. The first Herald got them first turret of the game and half the health bar on the tier 2. I'm curious how much they're gonna force out of this second one.
They can just Herald wherever the hell they want, really. Bot tier 2, mid tier 1, Dragons up, they can start that. C9 have no response. Fudge has the TP and Flandre doesn't, so that's a window for a 5v4, but they don't have any vision. I don't think C9 see absolutely anything on the maps. Blabber's looking at this Dragon Pit blind, and there's no real way to walk in. Thresh hook hits, a Maokai W out of the bush, you are dead, and they have no pushing lanes to go through either. C9 will now finally get the mid push as Viper's around the Dragon, but Jensen's stuck under his tower. Fudge wants to push out top. It's a 6,000 gold lead now. It was 5,000 2 minutes ago. A couple minutes later, another 1,000 in the pocket of EDG.
I mean, it's just so much at this point. EDG has to make some kind of an error. Cloud9 are at a point where it's not enough for you to play good. There has to be a mistake because the gold advantage just creates so much of a climb. The cliff is just vertical.
It's only getting steeper and steeper and steeper. EDG will just keep choking you out of your own jungle and pushing you back. New York rallying behind the hometown heroes. See if C9 can find any kind of strength, any power to fight back against this dominant, flawless squad of EDG so far.
Viper switching over to the 360 no-scope guns. These ones can be very, very scary if you hit you with the ulti. Take out half your health bar with the follow-up auto. Oh yeah, but nobody from Cloud9 is gonna step up and challenge. This is so difficult, because if you're Cloud9, everything's pretty much a 1% play at this point, and you just gotta pick which one you try to go for.
Yeah, basically your options get smaller and smaller. There's the Herald mid from EDG. Dragon's down. They're going to get this tower, or are they going to look for a second one? Flandre has the TP coming up soon, but look at Scout. He'll find Jensen here.
Scout seeing if he can get anybody. Oh, Jensen. Oh, no. Scout takes 2/3 of his health away immediately. Uses his ulti to do it. Gets the ult back out of Jensen. And now EDG regrouping in the Cloud9 red side jungle. C9, this jungle is dark and full of terrors. They must be careful. They must use their vision because JJ's saplings are winning the vision war automatically. Fudge going down to the tier 2 to keep that one alive, but he won't be able to do it. EDG still in control. JJ's ulti up the wall. Blabber gets free just in time to get out of the hook range.
So EDG there pushed in mid with the Herald and we're playing mid to bot. They wanted to get the bot tier 2, and C9, despite getting towards the bot side first, weren't actually able to defend the tower. Flandre just steps up in front of Fudge and takes it in his face. You can see the gold leads individually across every single lane right now. None of it is positive for C9. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the next Dragon will put EDG on soul point, and I think the game will slow down a little bit now to give C9 some room to breathe, some room to find some more items on these late game carries of the Varus and the Victor. EDG actually trying to take away the blue for the 3rd time here.
Scout's coming around. He's got the ulti back up again. Blue buff at 700. Cloud9 still looking to control that, but it's JJ with the smite, stealing it away. EDG has their support walking up next. They are 3 versus the 4 of Cloud9, but my money's on the 3. They're just that far ahead.
Baron up in 50 seconds. How quickly can EDG start it up? They have fantastic turn if they have some vision on this top side, and Flandre still has that TP, of course. Just about pushing C9 as far back as possible, make them have to catch this mid wave. They have to run out of their own jungle. JJ and Mako will then start pressing forwards and putting wards down. And they'll just keep pushing you back. Take that pink ward. Viper controls the mid wave. Baron up in 30. We'll see if they decide to start it up. I think the easy play for EDG here is just a shift from bot to mid to top to try and take that top tower, but Flandre might be thinking of some kind of dive.
EDG, they're starting it off. Going for the Aphelios ulti. The lockdown happens with Berserker and Sven are both safe. Flandre versus Fudge off to the side isn't going to result in a whole lot, but Mako, he just doesn't miss those. It's a kill over to EDG, but Mako's gonna die. They find another one as EDG kills Sven. 2 for 1 now here in the mid lane.
Support jungle for C9 is down. Sven tried his best there the second that EDG engaged onto Blabber to ult flash onto Viper, but he has the cleanse the second it landed, so he managed to get himself out of there. Flandre looking for the enemy red buff that's spawning in around 5 seconds time. Gonna fight onto Fudge.
Fudge trying to deal with this Fiora, but it ain't working out so hot. He'll walk away from it, but he doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. They can pass the red buff off to Viper so easily. The entirety of Summoner's Rift is owned by EDG because of Mako hitting hooks like these.
Pulls Blabber in. Viper dishes out the damage. There's the ult flash from Sven to try to land onto Mako and Viper. They do get Mako down, but Viper with the Gale Force forwards just absolutely melts through Sven. And then EDG decides to back away. Mana bar's extremely low and wants to reset to pick up items. Ooh, that hook doesn't connect. 30 seconds on the Dragon. Flandre looking for Sven here. Sven, no flash, doesn't have vision on him just yet, Flandre, but again, like you said, owning every side of the jungle.
9,000 gold, 21 minutes into the game, 7-1. EDG looking incredible here in their first game of week 2. And JJ with control over that Dragon Pit, he's got the opportunity to throw more saplings down, more control, more vision, more information, more for EDG. And they're gonna bring more bodies down to the bottom lane and look to give more deaths over to Cloud9. Maokai ult hits the front line there as Fudge shows up. Flandre taking a little bit of damage, not worried at all. Dashes back out of the chain. Viper goes to the ulti. He hits 5. A lot of damage flies out. Berserker's already low. EDG have them trapped. Blabber tries to get back to the rest of the team. Scout goes in. C9 are stuck in the execution alcove. And EDG just got 5 for nothing.
C9 are wiped. Their hopes and dreams are crushed as EDG circle around them like sharks and pick up all 5 kills. They're going to put themselves on soul point as well. The nail in the coffin would be the Baron, but EDG can't pick it up just yet.
Kangel, these guys are playing like they've won Worlds before or something.
You would have thought, huh?
You would think something like that might have gone down, and EDG are making absolute meat out of Cloud9 here in this game. 12,000 gold up, soul point, Baron's the next stop. These guys are a machine.
They really are, and they're bloody well oiled. I mean, it's C9 trying to contest this soul point, so Fudge TP's in. They try to zone away Flandre, but look at the pincer they have here. 2 from topside, Flandre from the right, Scouts from the left. They have nowhere to run. It's only the alcove in terms of space that they can work with. Viper then steps forward and starts hitting the front line. Good W there by Flandre to stun out Fudge, but the Renata ult misses Scout, manages to dodge away, and it's him who just deletes straight through Fudge and Berserker with the R2. And when Berserker falls, Viper can step forwards and all of C9 fall.
What a heart drop of a moment for Cloud9 when you're all stuck in that alcove with 1/3 HP and you know what's coming, and it's not gonna be a good time.
Really isn't. So now it's Baron, 12,000 gold lead. C9 are still in it. They have one more fight left in them, but it's gonna have to be a miracle if they want to turn this game around. They're going to group up, though, because they know the only way to win this is just numbers advantage. They're looking for Viper.
Oh, Sven's in some trouble, though. Viper getting a ton of damage. Viper getting away. Cloud9 getting crushed. EDG get a double kill back over onto their AD carry, and Cloud9 won't find a single man.
C9 play aggression despite being so far behind. They tried to get the kills. Jensen
Scout just looking to style on him a little bit. 1v2 gets it done.
EDG will get the Baron off that almost certainly, and C9 lose 4. They tried to just overcommit topside and tried to kill Viper with 3 members, but Viper has the subs up. He manages to get out. That was just a throw everything at the wall and see what sticks kind of moment, and EDG slapped everything away and nothing stuck. Baron for EDG, Flandre's pushing in mid. C9 have nothing left.
It is 15,000 gold, nearly a 1,000 gold lead for every kill they've got in this game. 16-1, the kill count for the reigning champs, as C9 tried to make a move, and EDG just wouldn't let him.
Berserker just ult flashing forward there onto Viper, trying to get everything on top of him. But the bailout doesn't come through in time because he can't get the kill. Viper kites him out. Blabber is then stuck after Blast going over without the flash, gets melted by EDG. Flandre TP's in to help out his team. And I think that was the last play C9 really had to find a way to turn this game around, because Jensen fell, the Baron's gone. There's nothing for C9.
And at this point, if you're Scout, you're just letting them know. You're making a point out of it. 1v2, diving through there, finding the enemy mid laner.
I mean, Blabber knows it's over, right? They're just seeing if something works. 0.01% chance. This time around, EDG are flawless.
You're just throwing the ball all the way down the field. You're just going for that Hail Mary. It doesn't work. It's not like it was expected to. Fudge goes through the Hex Gate. He's immediately killed. Sven's out next. Berserker's gonna drop. Scout gets away. EDG, they're marching to the win.
They're about to knock Cloud9 out of the tournament. Flandre is running forwards, pushing the mid jungle of C9 back. There's nothing left to do here. It's all EDG.
EDG, there's the inhib in bottom. They're gonna pick up a second inhib here in mid. They've got the Baron up wave. 2 left on Cloud9's side, and Blabber and Jensen cannot do it. The reigning world champions will eliminate North America's best international team from World.
And what a way to do it. EDG, incredible game, consistent, no real mistakes at all. Very clear game plans, didn't even give an inch to C9 to find their way back into this game. This group's shaping up to be very competitive now in the sense that EDG and T1 are at the same amount of wins. And if Fnatic lose to EDG, then they are also out. So Europe has their backs against the wall.
And going up against this team, this one we just watched right here, these 5 guys, that is terrifying if they continue playing like this. The draft was set up great. We've got a counter pick top, we don't gotta worry about it. Bottom, we got a playmaker ready to go. They counter the move from Blabber and just get the kill in the 2v3. And then mid, Scout's just ready to scale up here on this Akali. He's always a threat against the Victor. They bring up the Goon Squad to take Jensen out as well. EDG had a plan from minute 1.
This is the thing with teams that are world champions. You make one mistake and they will eat you alive. That bot play for C9 was just about to be set up. Second Viper gets the kill, they push out their base, no place to be made for Blabber, he has to play topside, JJ matches him, he owns the whole map, and then once you have bot push to mid, the Victor can't lane, so one mistake just kind of snowballed it into a lot of things, and C9 had a couple of options despite that one mistake. I think there was windows that they could look for, but EDG is just such a fantastic team and not allowing them to get those windows.
If there were windows, EDG just threw a rock right through them, just broke the hell out of them. That was one of the most absolutely demolishing games I have ever seen. I got a damage dealt to champions graph here in front of me, and if you put together Berserker and Fudge and Blabber, you get around what Viper did, somewhere in the neighborhood in terms of damage. They just controlled everything. Even the fight where C9, we saw the players laughing a little bit afterwards. That second to last fight up in the top side, just running after him. All right, guys, just throw the kitchen sink at him. Maybe we can kill him once. Even then, he gets away.
And that's the thing with teams when they're snowballing leads. The gold graph is just a perfect straight line, straight to the finish line. C9 didn't get a single tower, so when it comes to contesting vision control, EDG didn't give them any cross maps. There was never a situation in that game where you saw, Flandre hitting a bot tower and Jensen hitting a top tower, trade of tier 1s. No, that never happened. They shut down everything.
Well, if you are not joining us in San Francisco for finals, you can experience Worlds with friends and family on the big screen. Worlds is going to be coming to select theaters near you. That's right, you, my friend. And you can use that QR code below us right now to grab your own tickets. We're working on setting up a Blabber interview right now, but until then, we're heading back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Flowers. I'm not sure
this is working anymore. I don't know what's going on.
I think producers
What's
told me
going
there's
on,
been a little problem.
What?
So,
Wait, hold on. Let me try this, though. Oh, that's the good stuff. All right, we still got 2 more teams. 2 more days where NA can roll this one back. Unfortunately for Cloud9, this will be the end of their run. Still have 1 more game to play, but are mathematically eliminated from the knockout stage as EDG absolutely dismantled them here in this game. We'll re-hit some of the draft. I know we got to touch part of that in the pause, Emily, but I do really feel like a number of these picks, in particular that Thresh coming out for Mako, really spelled disaster for Cloud9.
Yeah, and then as I talked about flexing or not even flexing because they picked them together, but the Maokai for Jie and then the Fiora for Flandre, we had touched upon how that's not necessarily a pick we think of Flandre on. And I don't know how you feel, Rob, but like obviously this is kind of a little bit of a different look from EDG than what we've seen from them at the event so far.
Oh, definitely. Like even when you think back to 2021 Worlds, what EDG won with was team fighting, right? They were, hey, we're going to dominate you in lane, turn that into dragons, turn that into a big team fight victory, and we're going to win through that. Instead, what we saw here was very much a 1-3-1 composition, right? Where they wanted to try and spread out the map. They needed to get the ball rolling early, and as you pointed out, Dash, having this Thresh step up massively for Mako was the big factor here that got that snowball rolling.
Yeah, I don't even know how much 1-3-1ing they had to do when Mako's pulling off the kinds of plays that he is. It didn't take him long to prove himself to be the 1+ OP player of the game on this Thresh pick. He'll secure first blood, but he'll secure many after that as well.
Yeah, and obviously he was a massive difference maker. Prior to this, they had actually already blown Berserker's cleanse in lane. And then obviously it's for picks like this, right? Where it becomes a massive difference maker. Also, congrats to Mako for hitting over 600 assists at the World Championship in his career. That's massive.
It's also the most all-time of any player when it comes to the assist category. Yep, and he eclipsed that mark in this game here.
Yeah, and I mean, look, he was an absolute monster. And this is what I was talking about when we looked at the C9 game specifically for Mako. When he had the Thresh, it was less about the 2v2 that we know Mako for and playing alongside Viper. Like, he's got one of the highest duo proximities in the LPL. This was a very different style where he's roaming around the map. He's working with JJ. He's working specifically with Scout in the mid lane. And when you are this far ahead, it becomes very easy then for you to dominate through those side lanes, dominate in those skirmishes. And it felt like every step of the way, Mako's hooks just were not missing.
I was about to say, we were joking about it backstage. I really wish it was a thing we could do. We were like, we want that Thresh hook counter because it pretty much felt like he was 100% hit rate throughout the game, time and time again. But it's not just him, right? It's also about the players that he's setting up because it's wonderful when your Thresh is hitting the hooks. Someone still has to be there to follow up. Someone still has to be there to be spoon-fed those kills. And then as you said, Dag, they're kind of off to the races. But take a look at these numbers here for Mako.
Almost a 90% kill participation, which is massive. Like we've talked about, I do think EDG, despite the fact that Mako is phenomenal on Enchanters, I do think EDG function so much better when he's roaming, when he's able to initiate fights and skirmishes.
Yeah, and that 90% KP, I love that it's called out because we talked about where those kills actually go, right? He's a part of them, but most of the time they're going to one of his many carries. And in this game in particular, when we said it's going to be on Scout to show us what he's got, particularly from playing in isolation, and he does just that.
Yeah, I felt bad for Jensen because we're like, you know what? He had a great game earlier against Fnatic. He just needs to try and keep that going here against EDG. And then it wasn't just one, it wasn't two, it was 3 people consistently showing up in his lane and making sure that Scout could get the ball rolling. And I think Scout did wonders with this, right? Like, Scout has always been someone that if you give him those kills, like on things like, well, the Akali, but we've seen the Silases, we've even seen the Azir in the past as well, where when he can get the ball rolling, that's where he's looked the best. And he just dominated from that point forward, consistently getting into the back line, hiding in the brushes, catching people off unaware, and making this game very, very easy for EDG to execute on.
And through Scout, you can kind of see EDG's thought process throughout this game, right? Because Flandre actually had pressure in topside. Once they got bot lane settled, that's when everyone kind of groups up, heads mid, make sure Scout is ahead, and he repays them with this phenomenal Akali performance.
Yeah, and the big thing as well was because you end up with Scout so far ahead, made it very easy to get both these Rift Heralds. Made it very easy to get down side turrets, get down the mid lane turret off the second Rift Herald, and then you're off to the races here with the composition that they were playing. It becomes incredibly hard for C9 to try and control them when they've just completely lost control of the map.
Beautiful game out of EDG as they keep pace with T1 at the top of the group, and they've likewise guaranteed themselves a tiebreaker at the end of the day. But for now, we are joining Shox and Blabber on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
I'm here with Blabber at the BSI interview area after, unfortunately, C9 is done here at the World Championship. I want to start with this game versus EDG, maybe, as I believe you got a lot of momentum from the earlier win versus Fnatic. So what's your read on what didn't go too well in this one?
I think we just had a really rough early game. This one, I think that we could have dove bottom if I just came through the lane, and obviously unfortunate that Sven got hooked, right? But I think there was a chance we can zone them or try to dive because we thought Maokai was pathing top. And then after Sven died, Thresh was able to get a move mid, and he was able to kill Jensen, and then it was pretty hard to kind of play after that point because we don't really have any way to really catch their champions. So yeah, we just got behind and lost.
Yeah, it was a difficult one indeed. When you look at everything holistically, you were kind of put on the back foot even before coming into the second group phase. To what do you attribute that if you look at the whole performance?
Honestly, I think we just weren't that good this tournament. I think that we had a lot of weaknesses and we weren't really able to kind of figure out what we wanted to play early enough. I actually think that we were able to kind of figure out what was working for our team this week, but I think we were already down too many losses, and we would have to win all our games. I think we could have, but I mean, it's just unfortunate, right? We lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything you want to say about kind of the rest of NA? They still have chances, of course, in the next couple of days, and you got the first one on the board, so here we go.
I think the other NA teams are not bad. I do think that they can also pick up wins, and I'm rooting for them to make it out of the group. I really want my region to do well, so I'm wishing them the best of luck.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Blabber.
Thank you very much.
Never easy to have a conversation like that as you're staring down the exit of your own tournament. Still one game left to play for Cloud9. We'll hope they can end on a high note. But in reflecting on their journey here at Worlds, I think that game one of the day is what a lot of people are going to point to and say, that's the Cloud9 we know. That's the one that qualified to the tournament. It's just a little bit of a bummer, maybe a slight misread on the meta early on that kind of took them on the wrong path, and therefore it took them a little while to get back to the right way.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially when you look at how dominant they were in the finals, right? Especially when it came towards how they set up for objectives, how they played these late game team fights. And that was the Cloud9 that I expected to see coming in. And it just felt unfortunate that they couldn't really get to grips with what was actually the meta coming into this event. And it felt like, as you say, they were 2 steps behind and then had to play catch up the whole way along.
That's the importance of performing in week 1 of groups. You want to give yourself those cushions so that you can get it done here in week number 2. Now, while the competition so far has been monstrous, one hunter is ready for any beast he might face. Check it out.
Another dawn brings a new day to continue the hunt. My ancestors built Nazuma, away from the Ascended and other would-be rulers. But monsters come in all shapes and sizes. I, Cassante, stand between them and my people. To the end.
I'm here in the London HQ supporting Fnatic. And I have one question to the crowd. Will Fnatic make quarterfinals?
The hope is still very much alive for Fnatic in this group. And welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk as Fnatic is about to do battle against EDG. And I know a lot of you LEC fans are thinking, it's not fair. Dash came to the desk with a whole tank of hopium all for himself. No, that's not true. I've got you covered too, LEC. We got just as much hopium for all of you. Let's see if they can get it done here. The stakes of this match are huge. For Fnatic, it's win to move to 3 wins and have your shot at a tiebreaker against either T1 or EDG. For EDG, it's win here and book a ticket to the knockout stage. Seeding still to be decided. They could end 1 or 2. But with the stakes set for this matchup, let's see what the fans think is going to happen, because they still have a 100% hit rate when it comes to the predictions. MasterCard fan prediction, and it's well in favor of Fnatic. I know I just labeled this tank, but it feels like a lot of people have had access to it if it's going to be that stark of a voting difference.
I mean, look, I saw the Fnatic cheers and waves and flags going, and then just a little Flandre sign peeking over there. So maybe a bit of foreshadowing, but I gotta say, I think the biggest thing for EDG was kind of giving me confidence through that last game. I actually think they looked absolutely spectacular. Viper firing all cylinders, Mako getting out onto the map. It felt like they'd kind of learned and grown over the course of Worlds 2022, which I think is a very similar story to what we saw in 2021 as well, where suddenly Mako had to adapt to all these enchanters that were coming in, the Yumis that were coming in. So I'm curious to see now what Fnatic have learned from their last loss that they can now bring to the table here against EDG.
Well, if we remember the last time these two teams faced, right, things got started very, very early on.
Not the way you would have wanted.
Yeah. And, you know, the Sivir Yumi lane got ahead, as we're talking about, with how the fact that EDG do also look good on enchanters as well. But in that game, it ended up looking kind of close. And that's where I do think I'm wondering what we're going to see out of especially Humanoid and Razork. Those are the two players to kind of get Fnatic started that I really, really want to see strong performances.
Well, while they didn't get the win last time around, as you mentioned, they fought back valiantly when things went pretty horribly awry early on in the game. We'll see if they can rewrite history here in a second game up against EDG. Now, as we get ready for this must-win match, check out Fnatic's pick, Punjabi by Timmy Trumpet, as the song that represents their play style on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen while we join Dracos and Kobe at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Dash. Pleasure to be here alongside Kobe.
Are you excited? Are you tingling?
I'm ready, but I'm reeling from last game. You know, I'm
trying to compose
yourself. Is EU next? You know what I mean? Like, I've talked a lot of trash this tournament, Kobe. You're gonna have your chance to take a shot.
Hey, your heart is still beating in there, at least for you guys.
That's true.
The heart is still beating. You're still breathing.
Of Mr. Nas X, it's not over if we're breathing.
Exactly.
We'll see if that is the case after the end of this game. And I think for EU fans, it's about, you know,
It's about banning Yumi, am I right? It's about banning Yumi. I'm pretty sure that's what this whole game is about right here.
Yeah, I mean, baby steps. Step 1, ban Yumi. See, that's Caitlyn, so we're not off to the 100% right start.
Correct lane,
oh,
the
EDG,
right lane.
Look at, there you go. And that right there, some LPL charity. We appreciate that, EDG. Thank you. Aatrox, of course, going to follow, and if you missed the first Fnatic EDG game, it basically felt over at level 1. Some heroic effort for Humanoid to bring it back, but we were hoping for a much more even game this time around, at least with no crazy level 1 shit.
Yeah, it was an interesting interview after that game, too, because EDG were like, oh, we expected Fnatic to have everybody here. That's why they even brought Flandre to defend that red buff. The entire team rallying around him. Let's get into this draft, though. In particular, Maokai is still up, and they go with the LeBlanc ban here against Scout instead. Scout definitely popping off in the last game there with the Akali, so.
And there was some concern on the side of EDG how the team would function. With Scout currently playing from isolation, but it was a beautiful performance, incredible performance from Flandre as well, and stepping outside of the wheelhouse that we know him for. The Fiora looking excellent. This is a pick that I have come out. I hate this pick into Aatrox normally, but Flandre made it look incredible. Of course, with Aatrox off the board. With Maokai now off the board, we'll see what the adaptation is. Sejuani still up and available. Poppy still up and available in terms of tankier options, but the question is, where do Fnatic want to take this? And scaling control mages for Humanoid. Will he play Anything? Yes, but anytime he has the opportunity, he will pick Victor. He will pick Azir. He will be relevant in those late games.
All right, I wish you luck because our Victor pick against EDG did not work out. EDG brought 4 people to gank Jensen in the mid lane, made sure that he went down. Let's see about the answers though. Graves is available. They could go carry jungle if they wanted to, mix up there for JJ. But it looks like with Maokai off the table, the premium on Sejuani goes through the roof. Sejuani was the prime tank flex pick that you wanted to pick before the emergence of Maokai. So big one here for EDG. Flexible, of course, for Flandre and JJ.
Let's see how long they hold on to that flexibility. If there is something that they want to immediately grab, if they want to show their hand. Of course, Akali, melee champion.
Stealing the Akali, the hot
strong
hand.
synergy. I mean, it looked fantastic last game. Very casually able to just walk around the Victor spells when he built such a huge lead.
He wants the ball. Scout wants the ball. Give it to him again.
And look,
Akali pick here.
And I'm wondering now, what do Fnatic respond with? They saw what happened to C9 in the previous game. How are they going to mix it up? What can they bring to the table to be different this time around? Razork pulling out the Poppy. The first game he played today on the Jarvan, not great. The second game on the Poppy, a little bit better. Have to hope the third time is the charm for individual performances today.
And Poppy's always, of course, a great pick into both Sejuani and Akali, blocking the dashes there. To your point about Razork as well, Poppy with the phase rush, you can get yourself out of so many more bad situations because of that room. So even if you charge in, he's got W speed, he should have phase rush speed as well for himself to be able to exit, bringing the objective control of the Poppy ultimate as well. Well, looks like EDG, they were definitely feeling themselves with the Fiora Akali lane in the previous game, and they're gonna run it right back. This one is blind into Wonder though, so Wonder has the chance to get that counter pick. We'll see what he goes with. 2 protection bands to go for EDG. I'm assuming they're gonna lay them into top lane picks here and take down for Wonder.
That's what you would expect. It's very curious. I like the confidence coming from EDG, drafting full topside as well as saving that last pick. You have to assume for something to secure advantage on the bottom side of the map.
They could, if they block out both Renata and Thresh, those are the 2 best Aphelios support partners. They could just double ban Hylissang here if they feel like his Thresh also deserves it. Mako, of course, had an amazing one.
Yeah, certainly did. Big part of the reason that Jensen wasn't able to play in the mid lane were those roams from JJ and as well, coming in with Mako. Now, really seeing what the final option is going to be here. For now, purely bot side focus. Fnatic seemingly unconcerned with sculpting the top side matchup, or rather EDG. The Ornn coming out, though, does make a lot of sense. Even if the Fiora can come out on top in the laning phase, you don't want to make Fnatic's life any easier. When it comes to scaling and setting up late game team fights, that's part of what made them look so incredibly good in the first week of groups.
Definitely true. And Viper gonna just continue to absorb bans here for EDG. I would say Viper as an AD carry, as a bot lane carry player, probably the most flexible in the entire world. Remember back to his Griffin days and him playing Vladimir, playing Yasuo bottom.
He's the only carrier I'm like, we don't need to add the AD prefix. He'll play anything if he's given the opportunity.
Bot lane carry.
Bot lane carry. Everyone else, they're AD carry. Viper, he's a bot lane carry. And it looks like they're going to opt to save last pick for Viper, instead saying, hey, the Thresh is a good blind, we take it away from the Aphelios, and there's so many champions that can pair very well with Thresh as a whole.
I do like that. That was our question of, are they going to just double block here Renata and the Thresh? But they get the Ornn ban instead, and then are able to first pick it and steal it away. The Nautilus, no hesitation there for Hylissang, though. Definitely one of my favorite support matchups, the Nautilus into Thresh, hook buffering there.
What is the option going to be for Viper here? Are they willing to take the back foot, maybe try to match some scaling with scaling? Jinx, certainly a strong pick. Has a lot of the same synergies that Aphelios does with the Thresh, the extra safety of the Lantern, fantastic against a champ like the Gragas or the Nautilus.
And the early stages of the lane phase, still quite good with the champ, even after Jinx taking some nerfs still. The Rockets early on, definitely allowing them to go for that 2v2. I definitely expect, though, JJ to play off the solo lanes early in this matchup. Sejuani plus the double melee solo laners here. See if they can, burn Victor Flash, look for more repeat ganks. And for the side of Fnatic, a must-win game here. They need to win this game to push it and see if they can get their tiebreaker versus EDG to get out.
Do or die. Such a close group at the start of the day, but you can see those gaps start to widen and see if Fnatic can start to bring it back after some losses earlier in the day. 2 so far. Can they turn it back? 2-1 first week. Can they make it a 1-2 to force the tiebreaker? Fnatic fans in the audience feeling confident. Fnatic fans out in London feeling confident, but we'll have to see.
And I would feel pretty confident in this setup for Fnatic. This is what you would want. Wonder on one of those playmaking tanks top lane, Humanoid and Upset on highly scaling, proficient team fighting carries here. The only drawback is that both Victor and Aphelios are easily targeted, easily dove. So you have to look for EDG burning the flashes on those two carries, looking for the repeat ganks on them early on before the 5-on-5 battle lines get set up.
As we enter the game, it is important to highlight, too, on the side of EDG. There's a lot of raw power, but reliable engage tools pretty much exclusively in the jungle. Fiora not packing a lot of hard CC. Thresh Hook, not the most reliable if it's not secondary or follow-up CC. So Fnatic a lot more tools to kick fights off, but can they get to those stages? The big question on my mind, because Flandre looked scary last game. Gragas body slam, does not feel good in a Fiora lane.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to have to see a cleanse on Upset. There we go, cleanse on Upset. With the Sejuani jungle, with the Thresh. Mako doing magical things on that Thresh previously. Here we go. Fnatic fighting for their lives.
Before we get any level 1 action, don't forget to link your league account with Prime Gaming. Receive some free digital goodies, some in-game content. Crowd alive here in New York. A lot of LPL fans out today. Fnatic fans fighting back, and this time, the sigh of relief. It was a multi-step process, Fnatic fans. Step 1, ban Yuumi. Step 2, don't die at level 1. So far, so good.
Yeah, careful with the invades there. Last time around, the red buff invade definitely turning all the way back around on them. Looks like it will be completed on that step. As they retake as well, switch over to the sweeper for Razork, but if you go back and you switch it there for the jungle, it won't be back up in time to clear it before your buff spawns. And so control ward back behind the red buff there for Razork, for Fnatic, playing it very safe here. Raptor start.
Track the early jungle pathing, and early lane match is also a big question. We've seen Victor Akali relatively quiet till level 6 starts to come through. Humanoid going to build whatever advantage he can while he has the range advantage, while there's not that threat of the all-in. Top side, very interesting. We saw Flandre is the Gragas top in the LPL, and probably the Gragas top in the world outside of the only other Gragas top, who's basically Wonder. So I'm really curious to see how Flandre navigates this matchup, because it should not catch him off guard in any way.
Yeah, I was definitely going to look for some big Wonder plays here on this champ, since he's been so comfortable with it. Early on, too, he's getting the push against Fiora on the top side, and pointing out Razork jungle path here avoids completely that ward on our red buff, and it looks to just clear up towards blue quadrant right now. See if it will ping right down back to the other side. They do have a bit of a miss on their guess, though, for the red buff. Maybe thinking, okay, Sejuani started red, down to this bottom side already, pushing in on bottom lane here. Should be able to trade on the scuttles.
Yep, and for now, Fnatic bot lane getting pushed in a little bit. Thresh, obviously, much easier time contesting the wave early on. Jinx a bit of extra range advantage, partially matched by the caliber, but not quite 100%. JJ moving in, getting a little additional vision, has now been spotted on the ward. Humanoid knows it is time to back up, playing towards the top side of the lane, but no greater advantages, no crazy ganks quite yet. Razork about half health as he returns to the bottom side jungle.
Yeah, and the extra time there, Razork going to be a camp up here on JJ as he clears out the ward in the line brush, but does not know that the extra control ward was purchased and put over there behind the back of the red buff. Afforded to Razork because, of course, he has foregone the refillable potion. Poppy definitely easy time clearing, so no problem doing that.
Definitely the case. Wonder, meanwhile, keeping the pressure up on the top side. Cask makes it so early on. Fiora lacks really any substantial wave clear unless she can just bully you off the wave, deny your access to it.
Good respect here from Viper and Mako, backing off as the aggressive posturing from Hylissang. Oh, Hilly walks in, gets hooked.
Flirting with disaster, but they've got the snare follow-up for Mako. They're gonna get the double snare as well. Upset just trading back. Razork in the area, but cannot fully commit here. Lantern out and taken. Fnatic gonna be able to crash this wave, forcing EDG to stay in lane for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think they clear this one out while Sejuani clears up towards the top of the side. Humanoid as well, fresh trinket ward here to see the other side, so really good attention to mid lane warding so far for Fnatic. Again, Humanoid, fresh ward here, sees JJ, go for the top scuttle crab. They've been able to track the Sejuani so well.
Really, really crucial early on. The synergy, of course, with Sejuani in these melee lanes is so incredibly difficult to deal with if she can ever get on top of you, but so far denied. Razork now coming in, seemingly just to help make sure they can knock this wave in. If they want to go for the dive, it would be risky, but they do want it. Now the Ignite already ticking down. Viper taking so much damage, but they're already gonna get first blood. Can they get one back in return? So far, just a 1-for-1 first blood in favor of EDG, but ultimately losing so much CS as the wave crashes into tower.
Oof, that was a good play there from Mako, allowing them to get the kill. JJ, though, is on the attack. Humanoid.
Not backing up, has now been locked up. 1, 2 on the stacks. Now looking for 3, 4. The stun, the gravity field there, and it is not enough. Scout finding the kill.
And the patience there. JJ goes in, Q flashes onto Humanoid to make sure that they get that Arctic Assault onto him. And once he has that, he saves the W for Humanoid's flash. So once Humanoid does flash, he's already got the slow there for Scout to set him up for the E. Scout holds his shuriken until he's sure he can hit it. Really good setup there from JJ on that gank. It's so hard. You were just talking about it, Dracos. The setup there with the Sejuani and the melee. So Razor's gonna pop over and find the ward.
Just going to delay the back of Flandre a little bit here, but this has been a bit difficult for Fnatic. The one play that they initiate on the bottom side, we can see here, just about even at the end of the day, taking into account the first blood.
Yeah. So good hook there initially onto Viper. Then the Flay gets him some distance, and it makes that sure that it's going to be a 1-for-1. The first blood is achieved by EDG, but it did go down to Mako, him getting the last hit there. So
that is a good point.
At least that money going over to the Thresh, one of the champs that can least utilize it. And this is what I'm talking about. Because he goes with the Arctic Assault flash there, guaranteeing he gets the knock-up and follow-up slow there for the W after Humanoid's flash. It guarantees the setup for Scout. And now Scout has ultimate as well.
Playing with confidence here, has to back out of the gravity field. Humanoid now walking back. Razork in the area, but won't be able to get a lot else done. Ren surviving that first all-in, but a pretty explosive mid lane now. Razork waiting in the area. Hex Flash being channeled, ready to go in. Scout now knocked back, knocked out of his own Shroud. Cannot leap back to safety with the shuriken flip, but will not need to do so.
I think it's a really good window for Fnatic to survive there. I was very worried for Humanoid after having no flash and Scout just achieving level 6 there for the ult. But him trading ults and damage positive trade onto Scout, very good for the Victor. Should allow him to finish up with some more farming. JJ though.
JJ stepping forward. Hylissang going to get the hook out to safety. That's going to be big. The root now responding. Razork coming in as well. Upset, red-white, ready to fight, will lock up Mako, that's gonna be big. Good damage now coming in, JJ trying to turn and burn the lockup, the stun coming in, Upset, cleansing out to safety, he can do so much damage if he's given time to trade, but he will not be given any time whatsoever. EDG pushing in, taking another kill back.
Oh, it's the aggressive move from Fnatic, turned around again. They even expanded the control ward on the Lantern to try and block JJ from taking it. But EDG get out, they defend it 3v3, they turn around with another kill.
And right now, EDG fans calling for more fuel for the fire, and you can see why JJ waits so patiently. And Fnatic, they think they can turn this back after Hylissang gets out.
Yeah, there it is. They try and control where the Lantern, but JJ had already clicked on it, so he's out. And then Razork jumps in. As soon as they get the hook onto Mako, he flashes out, and they've got these Sejuani stuns, stacking them up so quickly. Mako hits another death sentence, forcing the cleanse, so Upset knows he's gonna have to flash out of there and back to mid.
Hylissang 1v1ing enemy mid laner as expected, I suppose, from Hylissang. Has roamed up to mid lane, does generate a little bit more pressure, but you can see Fnatic trying to up the pace a little bit, trying to get something else on the map.
EDG are just warmed up and just firing on all cylinders here. Mako on the Thresh again, being able to make so many plays for this squad, and JJ making a lot of moves on Sejuani early on to try and get these lanes in a positive state.
And credit to him for getting so much done before he even had access to the ultimate. The ganks and the setup gets so much easier now. Difficult early on for Upset and Hylissang. You could see the idea in their head. If they can build a lead, if they can force plays on the bottom side, they can get so much work done. Good news is, they've moved up, they've rotated first. Gragas already on the bottom side, so they do have first access to the Herald, but EDG not going to give this one up without a fight. Upset good guns for the fight overall, or would have had them, but runs out of ammo on the white gun right as things kick off.
Wonder cannot join here, so I think Fnatic have to let it fully leash. Cannot commit to this one. Wonder on bottom side is going to push a wave in though, so you can see Wonder does get the extra wave into the tower, and now is starting to roam up through the river, but it's that 3-can dropping very quickly.
This is such a difficult position for Fnatic. Would have loved to have been able to take that one away. Losing the blue buff as well. A little frustration, Poppy all now channeled. And this is the struggle of this game, Kobe, is I feel like
oh my.
Fnatic are getting little things like a wave bot lane like a kill for a kill trade on bottom lane, but every time EDG gets something, I feel like they get it for free.
And that blue buff was just like delivered. He called him up, Grubhub, please, 1 blue buff as well to go with the Rift Herald. It's actually so big for Fiora too, because early on, Fiora does have mana problems. You know, and now Flandre could just spam in lane. It's going to be role swapped here, though, and we're going to get the bottom lane from EDG rotating down to the bottom side, too. What about this red buff?
Okay, this time he's taking it for himself. This is his meal break, but uh-oh. Not delivering anything this time around. Will flash out to safety. The traps will not connect, but EDG, 4 members on the bottom side to the 2 of Fnatic. Hylissang upset speeding down to try and match, but EDG holding on to the 1K gold lead, 2-kill advantage. They got the Herald to their name as well. Difficult early game for Fnatic thus far.
Ooh, yes. Defending world champs looking pretty good today here. Woke up, chose violence, chose some aggressive solo lanes.
Yeah, as opposed to all the other days where they're just like, yeah, today no. Today we're pacifist League of Legends players. We'll go for the 0-0. The 2015 LCK special, just absolute macro.
The only question now is where will the violence occur next? And I think bottom lane, upset here, the one without flash on that Aphelios, as we talked about from Champ Select, you know, they're going to continue to look for either of these 2 carries, whether it's Victor or Aphelios. The one without flash is going to constantly receive ganks. JJ, though, hovering around mid, and he calls over Mako for the jungle support move.
We saw this exact move against Jensen. Of course, it was a Maokai jungle previously, but the setup's so simple when Sejuani can kick things off. The follow-up from Fresh, difficult to deal with. The Raz are covering, waiting in the area. Could have a 3v3 around the mid lane, but Hylissang Rant can't really afford to step forward. Has the Glacial, which is so crucial in fights, but makes him so individually squishy here. They can just go for the commit. Well, Spider Knot his way out to safety for now. EDG not willing to commit any greater cooldowns.
Yeah, pretty good battle ward status there for Hilly. He knows Upset is the target. Everybody's coming for my Aphelios, so he goes out, he gets some vision. He uses his anchor to be able to get himself out as well, but they're sticking around for EDG. They're committing to this. The flash is coming up so soon for Upset.
Razork. JJ waiting in the jungle immediately and trying to get the fight kicked off. A lot of burst damage is going on to Hylissang. He's so squishy. The Jigsaw now comes out. He can't even get another passive down. 3-man knockup. The follow-up coming in. Infernum not doing nearly enough damage. EDG.
It's a double for Sejuani. It's the killer pig. The Poro Riders getting rich, Daniel.
And again, the Gyro calls come out. There is so much fuel for the EDG fire right now, and I feel like all Fnatic are is tinder for the flame. They're just getting burned in the spot lane every time they force a gank. A 3v3.
Sejuani right at the top, where she should be. Holy moly, JJ getting rewarded. Up 20 CS, 3 kills in the jungle. Just dominating on this champ. And it's not even just playing off the melee lanes. A lot of it is off this bottom side. And retaining positioning here on the control ward, the patience, and then all he does, he blocks Razork. As Hilly goes in, it's just a flay in from Mako with the Ignite on. Viper's able to burst him down, and EDG, again, defend the 3v3 bottom, turning up in a ton of extra gold.
And credit to JJ, because he's just always there to stop the Fnatic play. One time he tries to make the play himself, he backs off. It's Fnatic again who initiate. This time again, Fnatic kicking the fight off, and I feel like Upset and Hylissang have the idea of the perfect play in their heads, but the burst damage coming out from Viper, even on a single item, the combination of the Thresh, all of his skill rotation, plus the Jinx, is just killing Hylissang before he can get anything done in the fight.
Yeah. Great stuff for JJ. Playing for the lanes, but actually getting all the kills himself.
That is the jungler dream, where your laners can't really fault you because you're there every 30 seconds, but also you're stealing all the kills.
All right, that should mean EDG playing off their bottom side control that they've gotten with 2 successive counterplay down there. Should be #1 for themselves. Also pushing out mid lane there for Scout. He teleported right back. Able to get 1 extra one into lane. And again, he's got his ultimate ready. Approaching level 11 for the rank 2. To try and, again, look for the squishier side lane to get the kill.
Wouldn't surprise me if he tries to hold it till he has rank 2 for the reduced cooldown, as now we see EDG again collapsing. Upset good guns for a fight in an extended exchange, but the Lantern comes out, stops any follow-up. Or are they going to overcommit to Hylissang? Upset good ult, but it does not matter. EDG cutting down members of Fnatic left and right. Razork running out, has his 10 pass presence, but Scout's not done yet. He doesn't want to wait for that level 11. Trying to finish it. There it goes. The blast cone brings it back. The knockup coming in as well. Oh, they desperately need something back here. Ulti going to be blocked. Razork flashing out to safety. At least one member will walk away. Humanoid off to the side. Upset, they need to turn. They need to get something back for this. EDG burning so many summoners. Overextending just a bit, but they will not lose anyone on the escape.
Oh my goodness, the bottom lane bloodbath down here, and it's also littered with wards. These graves over and over and over again. Here we go though. Bottom tower was taken before all that action, and the extra kill, now 4 for JJ, but a little bit of defense there for Fnatic, chasing them out, not giving over the extra kill. It's so scary though, being around the tower as it goes down. Look at Viper, gets excited on the Jinx as Hilly hooks into the wall, and then it's an easy answer. JJ, he hits him with the Sejuani ultimate into the Mako hook. It's that chain of CC. This Nautilus is not tanky. And with Viper already excited on the passive, they burn him through. Then the chase over here is a little exciting. Nice little dodge there on the Q. Yeah. But nobody ends up actually going down. It's just a bunch of flashes that are burned.
And now, looking at this again holistically, 3K gold lead for EDG, massive kill lead. They are in complete control of the game. And remember, as much fun as we're having, as much as we're talking about Deliveroo, Razork with the blue buffs, this is an elimination game for Fnatic. This is do or die. Massive deficit. It means I feel like if Fnatic are going to win this, they have to go late. They have to take this Victor scaling. They have to take this Aphelios scaling, the engage tools that they have, and find an opportunity to use them as 5, because these skirmishes are going horribly wrong every time.
Yeah, they definitely have to stop getting pulled into this fast-paced game from EDG. Allow the Victor, allow the Aphelios to farm up. We've seen what Upset can do on this champion. Even with multiple flanking solo laners coming at him, he was able to defend himself previously. But they definitely need the money to do so.
And that's easier said than earned at this stage of the game.
Therein lies the problem.
Now, finding the money, finding the farm. Difficult situation as EDG look to take their second Herald of the game uncontested. This one will not be leashed for them. Have to pick that one up 100%. Fnatic moving down to the bottom side of the map. There's no Drake to play for, but they can lay down a bit of vision. They can set up to protect Wonder, as EDG will now move to respond, but it's really Fnatic dancing to the tune EDG is playing, just responding to the plays they're making on the map. Herald drop mid. Mid lane gonna fall. Fnatic gonna do what they can to protect the tier 2 and try to stop a second charge. But again, EDG just stacking up little wins left and right.
Razork over the wall.
Going in, can they put a ward on the Lantern? Can they stop this from going through? He's gonna stop the knockout on the way out, but now they don't have any more follow-up damage. Viper in trouble. Viper vulnerable, but there's no one else here to punish. And again, it's going to turn. Razork running, sprinting, trying to get out, but it will not happen. Fnatic, every single play they have tried to force this game has just turned in the favor of EDG.
Again, it's the EDG defense. Every Fnatic play, they counter, they disengage, they use the Thresh Lantern to get whoever out as the primary target, and then turn around. They do not let Fnatic escape any of their own plays that they have started, and EDG punished yet again. These problems are going to get worse because of the way the comps are set up. EDG obviously have 2 amazing split push champions, Akali and Fiora. And so as these outer towers go down, the map gets way more difficult for Fnatic to play, since they're the ones with the low mobility carries that are going to need a lot more protection to push out these waves.
Certainly the case. We take a look back at this play. You can see the force, the initial start here, so clean mechanically to deny Viper a way out, but Upset gets zoned away, and there is no damage follow-up onto Viper.
Yeah, JJ does such a good job there. You pointed out, him zoning Upset, that was all of the follow-up possible damage they could have on that Razork play. And so Upset, they force out his cleanse, they push him out of the fight, and EDG, again, 2 more. Sejuani's up to 5, Dracos. 500 gold on that pig.
That is a tasty pig, my friend. Technically, I guess a Poro in this case.
True, true. The
You're
giant
run down
Poro.
with the cinnamon roll.
The legendary giant Poro. Wanted posters up all around town.
Yes.
500 extra gold, please. Bring me a taste.
They need to change that skin. It's not menacing enough. That Poro needs face tats. He needs a knife. Like, that Poro will one-shot you, and it still looks adorable. I feel like that is, like, misrepresentation in terms of the skin.
All right. Mako's been able to keep every member of EDG safe thus far. Looks like that's not going to change either, as the objective bounties pop up. The game knows Fnatic need a little help to get back into this one. They're gonna try and push out on top side. They've got their eyes on that top side turret objective bounty, knowing, hey, we cannot fight any more fights. Please do not fight any even number fights. So they give up the dragon. They're also gonna possibly give up the tier 2 on bottom side. I don't know how well Wonder can do defending against this onslaught.
Yeah, the big thing for EDG is if they want to take that tower, they really have to dive or zone Wonder away from the wave. They managed to keep 2 creeps up, so they will be able to get at least a little bit of damage, potentially shred through this tower. Don't really have the range without the Jinx in the area, but as I say it, here comes the Jinx. EDG committing 5, at least for now, to the tier 2 bot lane siege.
Flandre also does have Unleashed Teleport. I think they should just put him topside to go collect the wave.
Oh, knockback, Viper, caught out, but again, there's just no follow-up. They just cannot finish a kill. So many little moments that could be something more, but EDG relentless in their push forward. Keeping the pressure on, they break the tier 2.
Every attempt to Dracos gets swatted back down.
And it's, look, I'm an EU caster. It's hard to watch, but I will say, whoever said the best defense is a good offense has not watched EDG, because it really looks like the best defense is a good defense.
The great thing with that saying, yeah, you can just switch it around to fit your circumstances.
Multi-purpose.
Also, the best offense is a good defense. In this case, it's looking like. They've got it all covered. Razork at least gonna try and get away their red buff though. So many problems to deal with. You know, where do you start on the checklist? You've got to deal with this vision problem, this discrepancy, in order to get your comeback play. Scout though gonna find Humanoid first, and they get the teleport into Answer.
Instant teleport, Scout just ults back out to safety. And again, pure loss for Fnatic right now at the moment. Just getting the ult in exchange for the TP, not a good deal, because in the meantime, objective already started. Razork now speeding up, he knows. Sniffing this one out, a TP coming into mid lane. That's gonna be Humanoid, the entire team looking to collapse, maybe, just maybe. Razork whiffing on the ult is big, 3K, it's getting lower and lower. He needs to get into the pick, can he make the miracle seal happen? Razork! It will not happen, EDG now looking for the turn. Scout off to the side, he has no ultimate. EDG just need to retreat, they just need to get out. They do not need to fight for anything else. And so far, no one will fall. All 5 members of EDG walking away from the Baron.
And the crowd going wild. The EDG fans know if they win this game, they secure themselves a spot in quarters. They deny the possibility of the tie break that Fnatic wants so dearly.
And again, how quickly a story can change in a single day. Last week, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, the top of the group stacked. Fist fight across the board. Teams taking games off each other left and right, but today, Fnatic getting beaten down left and right. And this EDG, from what we saw in the game yesterday, is showing us so much more. Flandre on Fiora, not something I ever thought I'd have to be worried about in a pick and ban. I'm concerned after watching these last 2 games. This man playing incredibly well individually. On top of that, JJ on the Sejuani.
On the warpath.
On the war pig. Really. Black Sabbath over here. Just out here looking for a fight.
Honestly, it's really the supportive members of EDG that I think deserve so much credit today for today's success. Mako and JJ really doing all of the setup work here.
Case, Hook goes in. Hook not quite going to connect. They pull him back under tower. Mako now going to get cut down. Finally, Fnatic gets something in exchange. EDG a little overconfident. Wanted to go for the throat there, but Fnatic firing back.
That's actually a huge pick. During the Baron push here, this greatly weakens the split push and the rewards that EDG can get out of their Baron buff. Fnatic doing what is necessary to try and buy themselves a little bit of time. That little glimpse of hope is still alive for them. They put a stop to this push.
Holding on for now, and of course Victor sent to match the Fiora. Can't walk into the lane, but can just mostly 1 or 2 shot the wave. Next wave now coming in, but EDG know they can't commit. They've only got 55 seconds left on the Baron. They get 1, maybe 2 more waves, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to leverage it to break any more tier 2s.
Huge pick there for Fnatic to stop that push, and you know, to look at the light at the end of the tunnel. We just had the scoreboard up there for Humanoid's farm. The Victor definitely farming well, should be able to grow up into a powerhouse. You can tell him he's rushing for the minion wave. The map is very dark, so he knows he has to kill it quick and back off. They've got both Hylissang and Razork coming to try and screen for him. Since they don't quite have enough defensive wards even in their own jungle, he's able to get the wave, back right off, continue scaling that Victor and
The big thing is we talk so much about the facilitators on the side of EDG, and they've been having an outstanding day, but it also feels like the facilitators of Fnatic are going to have to step up in these late game fights, because if Team Word an upset, can't get someone out of position. If they have to fight all these members who are going to be individually stronger for so much of this game, it's going to be nigh impossible. That CC, Wonder, Razor, Hylissang need to find the right angles to get these fights kicked off.
Yeah, and they have to turn into the best bodyguards ever. Bodyguard, Humanoid, and Upset. Try and keep Akali and flanking Fiora off of those carries so they can free fire. Scout, though, over the back of the Dragon. Fnatic bullying their way in.
Upset a little bit in no man's land at this very moment. He doesn't really have a way out of this one. He's gonna have to flash back into the pit. Upset, Gale forcing out for now, flashing backwards. Hylissang coming over the wall, but there's an Akali off to the side. Oh, they are not the best bodyguards. They cannot protect their AD carry. A single misposition, and now Fnatic are falling apart at the seams. EDG tearing through them effortlessly, taking down Fnatic in the fight, grabbing the Dragon, taking every single thing that they want.
Flandre teleports in. The vision control for EDG will do it. They rip Fnatic to shreds. There's nowhere for the president to hide there. Upsets up behind the Dragon pit, and he's just flanked on all sides by solo laners. EDG, they're coming to finish the job.
Razor, last man standing. EDG for now, I guess don't feel like they can end the game on that one. They'll take a tower, they'll walk away, they'll set themselves up with Soul Point. There was hope at a 2K lead. It shrank a little bit every 1,000 after that. At 10K, it feels like it's going to take a miracle for Fnatic to come back. This is so hard. 3 items for Viper. That is one terrifying jinx.
Oh. Tries to go for the smite interrupt on the recall. Can't even get that as it times out. Here it is, Upset. Because Fnatic had lost control of their jungle so early on, they were unable to properly sweep all the wards out. So they did not know there were perfect positioning for both Scout and Flandre, the double flank up here behind the Dragon pit. And so Upset then is just completely away from the rest of the team. There's no way they can bodyguard him. They're trying to get a 2v1 on Scout on the side lane here, but that's Akali. Good luck with that one.
It's hard. They can't bodyguard, they can't be assassins. It is a hard time right now, as now the engage is coming in. War pick here, Razor gonna fish for the disengage. They take 2 members out of the fight, that's an opportunity. But no one has the follow-up. No one wants to overcommit in that exchange. Fiora already barreling down the mid lane, and this is the struggle of Fnatic. It is so hard to find a good opportunity to even take a single member of EDG down.
No, this EDG team is really ramping up for their game against T1 at the end of the day as well. Looking quite scary here, and also not having to show a lot of variation today. This is very similar to how they took down Cloud9.
Absolutely. Scaling matched on the bottom side. You got the Thresh again. Again, you have a jungler who is a tank who can set up these ganks. And
same exact
solo lane. So T1 are going to have to respond to this without any awareness of what else EDG could have prepared for the final match, for the final showdown in this group. Of course, EDG guaranteed top 2, but still want to fight for first seed. We know how important seeding can be as we head towards best of 5s. If, of course, EDG win this one. Fnatic holding on for dear life. They're going to have to weather the storm of another Baron. An Ocean Soul fight after that. It will be fight after fight after fight if Fnatic want to get themselves out of this deficit.
All right. Step number 1, carve out a small area on the map with Fog of War that you can try and make a surprise play. Maybe a pincer move when EDG spread the map. You know, the winning team always wants to play on multiple lanes to push out, get as much as possible with their Baron buff. They're 1-3-1 right now. Fnatic, just overload one side and send everybody at them.
Maybe find the opportunity, maybe hoping to bait someone in from the side of EDG. Hoping for the overcommittal. We saw it from Mako. One time this game he's overcommitted, and Fnatic were quick to punish, holding onto this tier 2 as long as possible. Stepping forward into JJ, but very tanky pig. Flandre now in the back of there, just killing him! Oh, it does not matter, the tower is not significant. Might as well be a cannon creep. Humanoid getting run down, EDG on the hunt. They're ready to break into the base, they're ready to knock open another inhibitor.
Killer Sejuani strikes again, that's 6 for JJ! He's gonna go legendary this game!
Most impressive statistical Sejuani performance I have ever seen. 14 out of 15 KP. This man has been making everything happen on the Rift, and it could be the final hold for Fnatic. They've got Wonder, no cask to his name. Upset with an ultimate and a cleanse. Humanoid with a bit of wave clear as well. Upset still stepping forward, but the slow now coming in. Flandra zoning him away. Good guns for a fight, but EDG empowered minions coming in on the top side. Scout breaking an inhibitor on the bottom side. Surely these are the final moments of Fnatic at Worlds 2022. Tension. Holding, clearing as many waves as they can. Feels like an inevitability at this point. EDG looking for one misstep, one opportunity to go in, but Hylissang will start the fight. The hook goes in. Flandra now to the side, can't even be stopped. JJ now stepping forward. One already down, the reset's coming in. Viper knocked back, but again, not into the waiting arms of Fnatic. Not enough to stop EDG from pressing forward. EDG tearing through Fnatic, knocking them out of the group, locking themselves in the quarterfinals.
Edward Gaming are wide awake, and everyone should be in fear. Back-to-back quick matches for them. JJ and Mako, my goodness, these two on point, play after play after play, completely shutting down anything Fnatic try and get started.
And the first time they played, Fnatic were crawling out of a hole for minute 1, and they managed to find a few of those opportunities. This time you saw some proactivity from Fnatic, but EDG matched and outmatched it every single time. Cannot highlight enough. Incredible performance from that pig in the jungle, or boar rider, officially. On the opposite side, of course, it's a heartbreaker for Fnatic. Coming out of week 1, EU fans and Fnatic fans were feeling alive to be going toe-to-toe with Fnatic, to be going toe-to-toe with T1 after a rough playoffs was an incredible start to the tournament. But today, it just all came crashing down. It was an honor, sir.
Getting smashed by EDG. I was gonna go for the meme.
I thought you were gonna give me a hug. I'm not gonna lie, Kobe.
Bring it in.
They'll go home together. They'll go home together, Kobe.
I'm used to it.
I'm not, man.
Honestly, yeah, EDG really ramping up. This does get me excited for the game at the end of the day. That rematch with T1. Definitely gonna be exciting stuff. Viper, of course, I feel like Viper was the beneficiary of so much great setup play for all of the defense and the timing here from JJ, playing to bottom side, constantly countering these ganks. The 3v3s always went their way, and Viper just got to let loose. Yeah. Jinx firing away from the backside.
Absolutely, but I think it is so important that across this game, Kobe, you were highlighting the Thresh, you were highlighting the Sejuani, because Viper's always going to look statistically good when he has those bodyguards, when he has the people setting up, when he has the people peeling for him. And Viper, no doubt, played fantastically, but this was so much about the utility side of the EDG lineup, playing the map well, playing the fights well, and honestly reading Fnatic like a book the entire game.
Definitely good stuff. Excited to see it move forward. Fnatic, unfortunately for them though, this loss does mean no chance at the tiebreaker. They are also eliminated.
And the final game of the day as well. Cloud9, of course, a chance to upset the apple cart a little bit, even if they are mathematically eliminated at this stage. We'll see how each of the teams bounce back. I'm really gearing up towards the T1 EDG rematch, which is, I think banger is the simple word, not to go into, any more granular detail than that. Emily, Dag, they can talk more about the detail.
I am hoping, because one of the things that's been popping up in Champions School a lot has been Heimerdinger support. All the teams have been, a couple games here, a couple games there. So as teams start to get eliminated, and we get some of these, like you're talking about fun ones, I'm hoping we get to see the emergence of the Donger.
Yeah. That is one thing to hope for. I thought you were going to hope for a high-level tactical play. You're like, no, the Heimerdinger. And honestly, I can't blame it. I like my spice.
I will take one Heimerdinger at Worlds 2020.
Yes, please, sir. Of course, a lot can change depending on the games coming up ahead of us. EDG, or rather T1, of course, playing up against Cloud9. An upset there can shake up the standings. But for now, if everything goes to expectation, it feels like we're gearing up for one final game between EDG and T1 to see who will take first seed in the group. That said, every time I feel like NA is mathematically eliminated, they unlock some greater power level that allows them to beat any team in the world.
Surprise!
So we'll have to see. There's a chance that nothing goes to expectation for the rest of the day.
Yep. Definitely some more fun in store for us as we're getting our interview ready on stage. All right, I'm looking for Heimerdinger. What's your dream?
What's your
dream pick?
I'm going to be honest, Kane. I'm a sucker for Kane.
Okay, Kane
I'm
too.
Kane.
But you would like blue.
No, the
right?
second I said Kane, they're like, we're ready for the interview. They don't want to hear it. And I can't blame them because we're joining Shocks, our translator Iris, on stage with Flandra for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Indeed, as EDG locks in their spot to the quarterfinals and honestly has played exceptional so far today. Flandra, can you tell me why it is that you feel that you've had such an exceptional performance specifically on this day?
首先，恭喜你们拿下了今天的比赛胜利，而且现在是成功进入到了8强的比赛。想问一下，进入到第2周的一个赛事之后，你们是为什么能够有今天这么出色的一个表现呢？
我觉得首先是，其实我们最近都是生病的人比较多嘛，然后我们今天也有一位选手没来赛场，所以我觉得我们是带着必须带他进8强那种决心，所以今天基本上都不会犯失误。
最后一句是什么？
就是今天基本上大家都不犯失误。
So I would say because recently, like a lot of us were kind of sick, so and one of us were absent on the stage. So definitely we hold the mind that we have to make it out of groups to the quarterfinals. So that will say like we didn't have too many mistakes in today's games.
Okay, in order to all be together in those quarterfinals. When it comes to the group, you have locked in T1 with you into the quarterfinals thanks to that win, but you do have the rematch coming up later, which I know fans are super excited about. What's going to be the key to being able to take down T1 later today?
现在因为是在组内一起跟 T1 出现到8强的这样的一个情况嘛，那你们马上也要即将跟 T1 来一场再对决了。你觉得能够赢下下一场对阵到他们的比赛的一个关键是什么呢？
我觉得下一场对战 T1 的话，首先还是我们自己这边心态要放平嘛，因为我们现在虽然出现了，但是还是不能掉以轻心嘛。下一场还是看完他们比赛以后再商量为主。
So definitely, even though we already secure our spot in the quarterfinals, but we'll definitely won't get off guard. And also we have to go through some their matches to see how we're going to face off against them. Also, we will definitely try our best. And, you know, because they're, yeah, that's basically, that's it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is going to be a hype matchup, but you will be playing the best of 5s next. How comfortable do you feel going into those best of 5s with the added pressure of the defending of your title?
那其实马上进入到下一个阶段，其实也是要开始打 BO5 了嘛。所以说，那你会不会感觉到可能这个赛程上面，尤其是作为卫冕冠军来的话，会不会有压力呢？
压力肯定是会有的，但是我觉得只要我们准备的够充分的话 ，BO5 还是我们的强项嘛。
We'll say yes for the pressure point because this is the best of 5. But as long as we get well prepared, then best of 5 is the point that we're good at.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Flandre and Iris. And we're going to kick it over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Shocks. Continued incredible performances out of EDG. Destroy the hopes of now both Western regions when it comes to making the knockout stage. So we're moving to Copium for both the LEC and the LCS with that one. This EDG roster is actually hard smashing people today in order to lock themselves in the knockout stage and T1 along with them. As you heard Shocks say, only our 6th game of the day will determine which one of those two teams gets the first and which one gets the second. But Kobe said it during the cast itself, and it continues to be evident. The supporting players for EDG, both in Mako and JJ, coming up so big for this team time and time again.
Yeah, and there was a few groans from the Western analysts downstairs when the Mako got his thresh once more, but there's a reason for it, right? I think this was absolutely incredible how well EDG were able to play around this bottom side, turning around a lot of the plays that Fnatic were attempting to go for. Even when it looked like it was going to be good for Fnatic, it felt like EDG were always settled, ready, and with hooks like this, able to turn those plays around.
And I think the other important player I do want to point out is Jia, right? Because he is a player that we're looking to have maybe a stronger performance than what he showed in the first round robin. And Fnatic did a good job of tracking him, but he was still able to, after that bot play where they were able to trade, he was then able to go in the mid lane, get Scout ahead, And after that, it still made a massive difference because as we've already said, Scout is absolutely feeling himself today. I know he's playing from isolation, but he is feeling it. And as soon as Jie was able to get off those ganks, he just ran with it.
That's an incredibly high jungle proximity. I just want to point that out. 52%, while it seems like a middling number on the scale of 1 to 100%, it's actually very high for jungle proximity. So he is giving a lot of attention to his lanes.
More than half the time he spent on the map was by his laner.
Exactly.
Like, that is absolutely insane. But I think that's the big thing about JJ, right? Is that like when we looked at him back in 2021, he actually wasn't stepping up as this like big jungler. Even when we saw it in 2021 summer playoffs, he was a little bit lackluster. He was actually dealing a lot with stress and nerves and didn't really know how to deal with that as an outlet. But then when it came to important games, that's when JJ stepped up. When we saw him get into the World's playoffs, that's where he was absolutely incredible and actually set up Scout to be the finals MVP with the performance he put in hand in that mid jungle. And it feels like we're starting to see the same thing again now for JJ, that when the chips are down, JJ's actually able to step up for EDG once more when it matters.
Yeah, so we're talking about these players, primarily Mako, JJ, as being big difference makers in their performance today for EDG. But do we feel like it's these players stepping up to the, like the level that we've always known they have, and they're just realizing it here? Is it pick related? Because we've noticed that Thresh has gone over. Like, where is that extra gear being found for these guys that EDG just looks like a completely different, level of team here in week 2 than week 1?
Well, we've already talked about EDG's playstyle, right? And what they like to do. And what they like to do is path mid and path bot. And guess what GJ has been doing today? Pathing mid and pathing bot. And obviously having Mako on something like the Thresh, I've talked about how much of a difference maker it is because his initiation sense is so good. So that kind of does allow him to guide a lot of these skirmishes. And also, as we saw in the bot lane, turn things around when they don't necessarily look favorable.
I think as well, when you look at EDG, a lot of this is, especially for someone like JJ, like very reliant on like emotional output, right? Where when you look, he's like removed himself from the team and Junja step in at his own discrepancy. He was like, I want to take myself out because I don't feel like I'm playing well. So when they come in and they've had a good start to the day, it feels like they're a very momentum-based team where they're able to ride that forward. And we're seeing the outcome again, right? They basically run back a very similar composition to what we saw from earlier on the day, and they play a very similar style of, okay, let's get ahead through mid, through bot, and start to snowball that effectively through double Rift Heralds.
Now, firing on all cylinders today is EDG, but they effectively eliminate Fnatic from the tournament. 2-4 will be the record score for them in groups. Let's just get a quick word on them as they exit the tournament. I mean, that week 1 performance, they completely warped the perception of this group. While, yes, a lot of people looked at all 4 of the teams and said you could order them in any way, and that would be a reasonable outcome. This Fnatic roster, the way they went through plans and into this group stage, I think really made people evaluate the perceptions of Group A.
Especially when you look at like both themselves and Rogue sitting at the top of the group. Yes, Fnatic were tied, but when you saw them being able to take it toe-to-toe against a team like T1, I think it was rightfully so that EU fans got to rally behind Fnatic and they looked good. It felt good to be a Fnatic supporter. And it's just unfortunate that the wheels kind of came off here in the second week where we saw the Azir taken away every single game against Humanoid. They couldn't play as strongly through that mid-jungle, and unfortunately it felt like that's where Fnatic started to fall apart.
For Fnatic, quite obviously, not the way they would have wanted the journey to end, but for EDG, they're perfectly positioned to grab that 1 seed pending the results of the last game of the day. Now, while C9 may be eliminated from the tournament, they still have one last battle ahead of them. And as we go, we're getting to know Cloud9's ADC Berserker in this episode of OnePlus. Welcome to the Rift.
Hello, my name is Berserker. I play ADC for C9. 사실 뭐 지금 와서 생각해보면은 되게 많은 일들이 있었는데 그때 당시에는 그냥 뭐 어쩌겠냐, 그냥 내가 할 수 있는 최선을 다해야지 하면서 지냈었던 것 같아요. 뭐 팀적으로도 당연히 높게 올라가고 싶은 마음은 굴뚝 같지만 일단 제 개인적인 퍼포먼스를 좀 롤드컵에서 보여주고 싶은 마음이 큰데 좀 지더라도 약간 뭐랄까 멋있게 지고 싶다? 약간 이런 느낌이 있는 것 같아요. 이기면 더 좋은 거고. 일단 항상 진짜 뭐 질 때든 이길 때든 항상 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 팬분들이 있기에 지금 제가 여기 있다고 생각을 해서 진짜 그냥 감사하다는 말밖에 할 수 없는 것 같아요.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022, and this is a thrilling game. This is an exciting game. T1, of course, playing to fight for first, playing for the fight versus EDG later to see
Heimerdinger
first seed,
support.
second seed.
Get on
You're
board.
waiting for Heimerdinger support. I'm excited to see because, again, it feels like when the weights fall off, North America is unleashed, and there are a lot of Cloud9 fans out here today, and they want a dub. They don't care if it gets them out of the group. They know that ship has sailed, but they want to see this win.
Unfortunately for them, they're playing against the GOAT, Faker himself, who recently passed Uzi for most kills at Worlds all time. One more way that he is the greatest. Just one more.
He's racking them up, man. It's hard. It's hard to match him. He keeps coming back every season. He keeps playing at the top level.
He makes me proud, gives me faith.
Yes.
As long as he's still going, we can still keep going too. Faker's still doing it. Cloud9 though, they're looking to make the upset happen. They're unleashed, no more expectations, no more hopes either. You take away all emotions and it's just pure focus.
You can absolutely unleash. You can be a berserker, potentially, on the stage. Yuumi banned, love to see it.
Pick whatever you want,
Control
buddy.
mages,
Get out there.
Banned. We're gonna have some fist fights in the mid lane if they keep banning these control mages. Caitlyn also taken off the board.
Fist fights, Faker wants to get down and dirty. No more control mages. Get him out of my face. Well, the Orianna is still left up, so that one may make another appearance. But bottom lane, the other focus here. So a ton left to open. We have everything basically on bottom side here. Kallista's still up. Are they going to go for the power bottom side? Maokai is still available. Sejuani the priority for T1 instead.
Ooh, and I wonder what the priority is going to be for Fudge as well, with the Aatrox taking off the board, going up against Zeus. If he wants to go for an early blind pick, or if he's going to wait and try to get counter on red side. Akali's been looking pretty solid thus far today.
But do you want to do it in a Faker Silas and skill check Faker here, 50-50? Fudge is considering. Let's go!
I love the passion. That man does not look like he thinks the 50-50. He's got faith, and I respect it. That said, I'm wondering what this pick is. I feel like you have to take the Maokai. Otherwise, you're giving away Maokai and Sejuani, and I've never seen those two champions together in recent memory because they're always picked by opposite sides, but I feel like that's maximum tank strength.
Oh, let's go! Blabber carry! Blabber put on those carry pants. The Belveth. I want to see if he goes with the older tank build that Kanavi piloted, basically, where you go Blade of the Ruin King into tank, or if he goes straight damage, full carry. They already have an Akali on the team, so probably index a bit into some tanky stats there, but already excited. Belveth, one of the biggest things, though, is getting interrupted on your E, because that's all your survivability, your damage reduction, and Sejuani has a lot of interrupts. Meanwhile, an instant lock-in for T1 into the Lucian Nami, aggressive bottom side. That's with all of this focus here with the bottom lane bans.
And laying down the gauntlet, really, for the bottom side of the map. Obviously getting some cover picks for C9 on the top side of the map. We'll see what their final response is going to be here.
Wait, if everybody picks a highlight champion, then we're going to have a bunch of squishy damage dealers and no structure, no CC, no tank, no beef. It's okay, slap it down. Everybody do damage.
Okay, I will say that those games on paper, you're like, this is going to be skill v skill banger. But usually what it means is no one can kill anybody because there's no hard CC. But we'll see what happens here. Of course, T1 feels like a little bit more of a balanced composition thus far. You've got a strong, aggressive early bottom lane.
The Sejuani.
Paired with stability from the Sejuani. And then it's all aggro on the side of C9. Everybody's got a montage champion. Someone's getting a highlight reel today.
Sejuani is pretty hot right now after that JJ game.
I was going to say, can we really call her not a carry threat after that JJ game?
Yep.
And like, are you ready for another Poro Rider to just roll up into a lane and start taking heads?
I like this though, Cloud9. Banning to protect Fudge's Fiora here. They already had the Aatrox in the first 3 banned out. Following up with the Renekton as well. They really want to maneuver this so they can get a Fudge positive lane versus Zeus.
Always going to be...
Can they do it?
A tall task. Of course, Zeus could opt to play this Sejuani on the top side of the map, but such an easy champion to parry, such an easy champion to play into.
Could still do his Kennen as well.
Taking their time here. Going to ban the LeBlanc as well, away from Faker. Obviously, all-time historic champion for him.
Kennen is extremely effective against lots of squishy damage dealing champions as well, so I'm a little bit worried about that one. We'll see what they go with here. More bottom lane bans, taking out the Draven as well. Any sort of answer down there for Berserker. Tristana's still available, Kallista's still available.
Oh!
I think it has to be more on the aggro side.
I think to match, if you want to match at all on the bottom side, you have to pick something more aggressive or something that can outrange and survive. I've been told that champion was deleted, but no. Not hovering that one. Kai'Sa. Potential.
All right, then it has to be like Nautilus or Leona or something then.
And there's so much tension here, just debating what it's going to be. Zeus could opt for the Yone. Again, easy time for Fiora to parry a lot of the upfront engage that Yone provides to the table, either knockup, whether it's the ulti or the Q. Instead, very old school skill matchup, but they're taking their time. They're debating what the option is going to be here.
The famous, it's Zeus Jace. It's the Jace and the Kennen that gave him his name, and he's going with the Jace. Getting that range matchup here into Fiora, try and get some early damage on Fudge.
And that's the thing about Zeus. I'm going to be honest, Kobe, I think no matter what he picked, it would have been scary. The Jace especially scary.
Oh, the Heimer! No way! No way!
They must have heard you. They must have heard you.
Sven,
They're
please!
playing with your heart.
Please! This is all I wanted for the past 20 minutes. Do it, Sven, do it!
Breath.
It gives you hard CC, the grenade.
If you want the Heimer, cheer for the Heimer, New York.
Yes! Oh! I got it! I got it!
You know what? I don't know if T1 won. I don't know if C9 won, but I know you won, Kobe, and for now, that's enough.
Oh my God! They actually call it the Champions Q support Heimerdinger. That was a shot in the dark, baby, and we hit. Count it. That's one for NA, baby. The crowd is popping up. They do it. Okay, so, anyways, this is what I actually saw in Champions Q from all the support Heimerdingers. All of their kills, literally 90% of the Heimerdinger kills were all them camping in the side brush, waiting for the other support to come try and ward, and they would face check into a bunch of turrets and get grenaded. That was basically the whole thing.
So
it gives really good objective control, though, with the turrets. We'll see about Sven in the early placements, too. Level 1 is really important.
All right, and as long as we're theory crafting, early game objective control, especially around Herald, if they can roam out of lane, especially important for Belvest. So if you're setting up for control around big objectives, I like that synergy.
It's super nice. Helps you push so much for the bottom side. So also requires some jungle attention. We'll see here about Blabber's Path on the Belveth. Generally, Belveth, 99 times out of 100, you want to get your full clear off. We'll see if he, you can drop Krugs if you're going to drop one camp, but we'll see about it. If he does regular full clear towards the bottom side, I think that would probably be the best. Holy, we actually got it. We got the Heimer support here for Cloud9 in Worlds group stage, looking to upset T1 and do EDG the favor. Do EDG a solid.
Can they do it? C9, 0-5 versus T1 all-time in group. C9 grouping on the bottom side.
The level 1 important for these Heimer.
What did you say? Heimerdinger kills. Someone face checking a brush. Sven's already set up in a brush. Taking control of the bottom side. Doesn't look like we're going to see any more action there. T1 moving up to place some vision down. And important to note, if you've never seen compositions like this or haven't seen them recently, early game leads are everything. One side gets ahead, becomes very easy to get up that kill pressure, to find those early kills, to snowball the game out of control.
Yeah. If you haven't seen comps like this, just take a peek at Champions Q. I can't believe it actually pays off. There we go, though. One taunting inside the bush, one outside the bush to lure them in.
The classic Garen bait.
Classic.
If you don't know where the Heimer is, he's in the bush in front of you.
Oh,
that's
they're going to get the turret.
#1.
Get that money.
I've never seen anyone more impassioned about someone autoing a turret than you are right now.
I mean, Guma with the W start there on Lucian, already getting money. Another one. Oh, another turret hits the dust.
Can they get more of the towers? Jensen and Faker, they're trading. That's important. But our wonderful observers and production team, they're going to show us all 3 lanes, because if Kobe can't see those towers fighting, he might lose it.
Oh my goodness. Carry is actually farming so much off his spell thieves right now, too. He's just procking it over and over. They get the push, though. Turrets helping out on the push on bottom side.
He's having a good time. Of course, jungler so far relatively quiet. Level 3, maybe when we can start to see a little bit more action across the map for the 20 Belveth. We'll see how much Blabber actually wants to power farm as opposed to getting into these lanes.
There we go. Exhaust early on the bottom side.
Guma now forced away. And the absolute confidence and emote spamming in this bottom lane. You just have to respect it from the side of C9 as Jensen and Faker trading back and forth here. Jensen really with no energy, but the empowered auto going to be more than enough to win out on that one.
All right, and we are doing the full clear for Blabber. So that was my question for the Bel'Veth. 99 times out of 100, you want your full clear. He did do the Krug, so he's going to do full red side, head towards that bottom side. Head towards the star of the show. Blue-haired Heimerdinger.
I think I might know who your favorite Arcane character was if I just had to like, just
the voice acting was so good for
it. It was so good. Knock up Faker. Forcing an early flash. Blabber not content with just full clearing his way through the jungle, wants to put some pressure down on these lanes.
I love those types of ganks where when you're crossing from one quadrant of the jungle to the other, you just pass through mid lane and you get an efficient gank towards the summoner spell here. Bel'Veth, really, really powerful ganks early on because if you have the dashes where two of them point the same way that you're going for the player, as Blabber actually, they know he's here, so this should be a T1 counter, very easy for Owner. He's sitting around waiting for it. They know they're going to go for the dive. This could be disastrous.
This is very risky. Faker has the CC, has the setup, has the extra healing. Blabber now trying to dash out to safety 1-2. You highlighted it as a way to chase, but the double dash is allowing Blabber to escape in that instance. He's now retreating down to the scuttle. Big health deficit, though. Might just have to back off into his own jungle. Jensen forcing the Shroud down early. He's going to have to back off the wave.
Yeah, playing with fire a little bit there. Trading more damage onto Owner. Barely a scratch onto Sejuani, and pretty big chunk there, taking the center of the W2 damage. Gonna leave a mark. Akali also out of potions, just relying on the Doran shield.
Little things like that obviously gonna start to add up. You expect both these champions to take masteries like the second win, just trying to survive, just trying to sustain in this lane. Faker, though, gonna take the first recall. Jensen shortly gonna follow. You have to imagine both TPs are gonna get used here.
He also, though, took the little time there for Owner. He dropped the ward over into the back of this blue pit, so they saw Blabber move from Gromp to Wolves, and they're going to know as he moves over to eventually pick up #1. They're question mark pinging it right now. They know Blabber has to be coming for something fishy.
Faker playing down just a little bit. Stepping up, lands the stun, gets the full combo off. But Blabber standing behind him. Dash just goes right into the wall. Can they take him down? They're trying to burn through Jensen before anything else comes out. Blabber in the midst of the entire team. Stun comes out, but now he can push the E. He can activate it. So much damage resistance going in. Blabber wants to finish it. It's a clean sidestep. They get first blood.
They get it. Blabber is able to escape with his life, and Jensen flashes for the finish. It's first blood, Cloud9.
And it has to feel so good for Cloud9 and for the fans in the audience. They spent so many resources trying to force that play.
And I gotta say, Daniel, the Heimerdinger push on bottom. Sven got the first support roam. Look at the Heimerdinger. Sven coming down because they left the Kai'Sa by himself. It's the W here, the knockup. Jensen able to escape from Owner's counter damage, and then he comes over, the E here. Blabber's able to flash out of it and then instantly dodges. Nobody from Cloud9 going down there. Nicely played. They punish Faker, splashless. Silas and Berserker is just laughing about it, playing the 1v2 on bottom side.
While bot side's going all right, and while mid lane's going all right, Fudge having a hard time here on the top side of the map, and he's doing what he can. But again, this is the champion that this man named himself after. Zeus, the lightning, the laning prowess. Jace is a champion that is not easy to survive against under any circumstance. Fudge blind picking the Fiora. We have to hope that it's going to get easier as he gets some items under his belt, but right now it is a bit of a struggle.
It feels like when your friend is trying to make a new saying the thing, and you're just like, it's not going to be a thing.
Yeah.
It's like, Fiora's going to be the Fiora.
He's like, Fiora's a thing, and it's like,
it's a thing.
It's not a thing.
It's not really a thing. We'll see if he can make it a thing in this one. He's only down a few CS, and he is going to scale quite nicely for the side lanes. There is still hope there, baby. I believe. Level 6 acquired first for Jensen as well, and Blabber constantly hovering around this mid lane for him.
Big for the potential playmaking. 6.5 minutes, of course. Looking at 8 minutes when the first Herald spawns to see if that can go over to the side of the Bel'Veth. Very, very strong objective overall for any champion on the Rift, but doubly so for the Bel'Veth. He's now pushing in here, of course, went for the Cole as well as the Tier, so maybe an opportunity for Fudge to fire back as he has a little bit more in terms of combat stats.
Yeah, Gumayusi and Keria also, they were able to punish Berserker, so Berserker kind of laughing there as he gets left by himself, but the 1v2 taking a toll on the CS, and now they've got a big wave stacked. Owner's level 6, so even though Blabber's hovering, level 6 Sejuani.
And sidestep stun manages to connect. Heimerdinger cut down.
How dare they? How dare they?
That's rude.
How dare they?
Oh, Berserker. Oh, that's the double. It's clean from the side of T1. It's an effortless dive.
Oh my goodness, the level 6 advantage for Owner. Clean dive for T1. Assassinating both of them. Sven didn't stand a chance. As soon as he gets hit by that Sejuani stun, lights out for him. And Guma short to follow afterwards. This bottom, Gumayushi is going to be a monster for T1.
And terrifying for just about every champion on the side of C9. They don't have a true tank. This man already has ready to dirk a bit of lethality. Once he gets the Gale Force, it's going to get so easy for him to isolate and find these individual kills.
Just don't get hit.
5-head, Kobe, thank you.
Just don't get hit, buddy.
Blabber now level 6. Again, trying to find this creative pathing. Not spotted by enemy vision quite yet. Should be spotted now as he steps up. Zeus still walking forward. We're now playing, if you've ever played tag, this is tag in a nutshell. You're both gonna run around the object in a circle, but Zeus still wants to hit Fudge while he's doing it. Fudge can't really walk forward in this trade, or at least has to be careful doing so. Naka flashed away by Zeus. So overall successful in that they get the summoner spell, but a lot of time used.
Yeah, and Blabber could make another circle back around too, actually. With the flash blown, no vision remaining for Zeus. All of Cloud9, they're sending the whole squad at him.
Zeus, Owner. Zeus, no flash, leaping in, getting the slow down. The parry, Blabber now in the midst of the entire team. C9 descending upon T1. Ready to keep this going too. The Herald is already up. They've got the Bel'Veth. If they take this, it'll be a massive advantage.
Yeah, turrets here from Heimer are going to help out on this DPS. They've got the extra kill. Zeus coming back in 8 seconds, but he does not have teleport. T1 want to fight it though.
Sven backing up, retreating into the rest of the team. Blabber isolated to take the jungler out. That'll be big. The damage reduction from the Bel'Veth. It is not enough. It is not an endless banquet. Guma now on the chase, calling Sven where he stands. And it's just a big leash at the end of the day. T1 saying thank you for the Herald.
T1 come in. Once that bottom lane is able to arrive, they're so far ahead. They make a huge difference. 3 kills for Guma now. And Owner on the Sejuani. Easy setup here. Once again, over the top with the ultimate. He does not miss. Another couple kills for T1. And look at it. Huge. Almost triple stacked wave here for bottom side for Zeus as well as he goes down there. Gonna get that one up. More turret plate money for him. Blabber wrapping around for another attempt.
Blabber powered here.
W, hit the W. Oh,
could be big. Missing that knockup is pretty massive. Sustained damage, though, huge. Now that that's fallen away, you can start to use the E. Oh!
It's a solo!
He doesn't even need a top laner. Blabber.
The solo bolo from Bel'Veth. Blabber there, flashing in to finish it.
Looking for a solo of his own. Is he going to go into the tower? Faker waiting, holding on to those cooldowns. Silas always with the
That's going to be
Dragon.
Bar. They may be down in gold here. Cloud9 getting scrappy with it, though. After that disastrous counter on the Rift Herald from T1, they pick up the kill on Zeus in the side lane and will get the Dragon as well.
And I gotta say, shout out to Blabber on the patience here. The E, the Royal Maelstrom, so incredibly important. Waits for that CC every single time, uses it at the last possible second. Once the Sejuani cooldowns are gone, once the Jace cooldowns are gone, getting so much value out of that ability.
Yep, one of the best abilities in the game. So much damage reduction and execute damage as well.
C9 though, really just trying to force across the map. Of course, the cost of them forcing so much, pushing these man advantages, they're losing so much standing CS. They're losing these objectives on the sideline. The Herald now barreling down.
Look at this. Ah, that is a scary, scary gold difference. Gumayushi getting the tower here with the Rift Herald on bottom first, but Cloud9 coming to cut him off. They move as 5.
Jensen and Faker locked in the 1v1. Mortal is the duel to the back, but it gets hit. In the meantime, the Royal Maelstrom's down. Come on. The rest of T1 now has to fire back. Fudge now chasing forward. Berserker straight to the face of Gumayushi, ready to try and turn this one around. C9 playing on the edge, but they're getting so much done. T1 forced to back away. The bubble will not connect. Already 1 kill. In the meantime, Zeus pushing on the top side, but it might not matter. If C9 can keep the fight going, Fudge potentially overstaying here. Bit of damage, bit of poke. The rest of C9 ready to escort him out.
Oh, he's baiting a little. They're actually trading. Zeus pushing on top side, getting turret plates for Akali pushing mid there. Zeus is going to get another turret up on top side. He may be 0-2, but he is certainly pushing towers. He's 2-0 on towers now.
And that's the thing. Even as C9 force small exchanges, they keep the kill score even. They are building a raid boss in this top lane. Slowly but surely, there's a tier stacking. There's a coal stacking.
It's fun to watch though, baby. Jensen going for the 1v1 on Faker with the health advantage at the beginning. The stolen Akali ultimate doesn't matter here because Jensen hits the E, nails him. Then Blabber takes most of the culling with his E and is able to dash out right after that Nami wave. Berserker goes in, a little bit of backward fire there on the W, but they still have the extra member so they can force Owner's flash.
And again, C9 getting out with everybody live, but credit to T1 for keeping that 3v4 so close and not losing any members of their own.
Yeah.
Again, 3-0-0 for Gumayushi. He is one scary Lucian. 1.5 items completed, I would call this. I don't really know what you count this rated Dirk in the scheme of things. Almost 2 items worth of gold, even if there's not 2 items. Stun gonna connect and predicts the backstep into the double bubble. Jensen now running. Luckily has the shroud to keep him safe, but T1 tearing through tower plates.
They certainly are. T1 remains with the objective focus here. Are they gonna get every tower plate in this game? There's a full minute. T1 gonna go for every tower plate in the whole game. This one doesn't stand a chance either. They're gonna collect all outers. So much money.
So difficult for C9 to respond. They don't have the wave clear. They don't have the luxury of a control mage. Jensen, a shroud will not save you. Gumayushi finds his man.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna be 15 turret plates for T1 as they also pick up the kill onto Jensen.
And again, some of the individual gold getting scary. 1.1, 1.2k advantage for Zeus. If you're an NA fan, avert your eyes from the bottom side of the map. Kobe, you highlighted it once, but...
Remember my plan though, the top secret Heimerdinger plan. Go camp in a brush, and then a single T1 member comes to face check, boom. That's the win comp.
That is the ancient tech too, because I think as long as Heimer has been playable, that has been the strategy.
Brush camp, brush camp.
Red team's turret has
For
been
now, contesting
destroyed.
objectives. Fudge and Zeus trade blows. Hammer form knockback. Fudge just getting walked down here. Berserker in the area to cover for him. Zeus playing with a lot of patience. For a game that feels like it's descended into madness more than a few times, Zeus is keeping a cool head.
They've been training in the Champions Queue just for this.
Your entire career has led to this moment, Sven. You may stand still in a brush surrounded by robot towers.
Take it from Faker. It's time for hide on brush.
He's consulted all of the best Bloons players in the world. He knows exactly where to place the towers.
All right, Dragon coming up, and I think goal number 1 here for Cloud9. Get a kill onto this Lucian. Gumayushi still does not have flash. You've got precious seconds before this Loop Pinata Lucian with a huge gold bounty shutdown does not have flash. And the possible all-in is there.
And the problem is, if you do not pop the Loop Pinata, he will most certainly pop you. He is very fed. He has a rapid fire cannon. There's a Nami empowering him with an Imperial mandate.
When Pinatas fight back. Terrifying stories.
It's a deep cut cast here, Kobe. Blabber now running, but...
Oh, Guma. The flash is still not there.
Forced the heal out to safety. Berserker cannot afford to leap in. He's only level 8. Just enough AD, I believe, to take over the Acathian Reign, but not enough to take the individual duel against Guma as T1, Owner, and Zeus setting their sights on the Herald, staying focused on the objective play here.
Woo-wee. Okay, so Guma's got his eyes on the flame horizon there. 35 more CS for him to go. See if he can complete it. Look at that total gold graph. Thank you, FTX. Gumayushi at the top by a large margin.
Yeah. And of course, the 2 people under him, also T1 players. Shows you how. Oh! Blabber, he gets the reset. He gets the objective. He's empowered, but he will be forced away. And now Faker has stolen away the ult. The rest of the team on the hunt. Sven backing into the safety of his towers.
Where's the all chat? Type nice smite. Get him.
Fudge now running as well. Drake win condition. Ocean Soul. C9 getting closer and closer, even as they get further and further behind in gold.
Wait a second. I don't know if I like the sound of that.
I'm not gonna tell you it's a good trade deal, Kobe, but it is a trade deal as Fudge playing on the top side, waiting to try to find the stun. Extra healing now coming in from the marks. He's got Berserker coming in over the wall. Jensen on the backside versus Faker, fighting again in the 1v1. Last time went to Jensen. Another kill already dropping. Fudge taken out. Jensen no longer gonna get the 1v1. Gonna get locked up, gonna get stunned to the backside. Faker gonna finish the job. No, Jensen. The movement is so clean. And he goes back in. He gets him.
Jensen again. He gets the last lap on Faker. He zigs. He zags. He kills Faker. Wait, Zeus.
Berserker looking to take him down. Zeus overstaying, trying to finish the job. And every time I feel like T1 are too far ahead. Every time I feel like T1 can't slip up.
Yeah. Don't look at the scoreboard.
A kill comes in.
Look at the center of the screen where the action is.
All I'm saying, if this game was about isolated 1v1s, Jensen's score over Faker would be pretty good.
All I'm saying is petition to remove bottom lane from this game right now and continue on. Anybody? Any takers?
I don't know if that's gonna fly.
But both sides, just take a seat real quick. All right, here's another look at the over the wall, though. A lot of damage from Berserker and Fudge onto Owner, and Jensen with the teleport into the other side on Faker. But Fudge gets annihilated here by Zeus. With the rest of T1 coming over, they pop Sven as well, forcing him out of the fight. But Jensen had the nice dodge on that shock blast and is able to get back in with the old Q to finish off the kill.
Flashing out to safety, dashing out there. Yeah, good exchange. A lot of good individual mechanical moments I think you can see from C9. Overall, T1, much more conventional comp, knocking down 15 tower plates. Very much the story of this game. As much fun as it is to hype up these C9 moments, and they are hyped. Don't get me wrong, that's a Belveth. I love to see that. As well as the 4-1 Akali.
We've got nothing left. Give us this.
It's important to note, of course, this game actually technically has no stakes. First place is going to be decided by Game 6, so this one is pure fun. Whoever wins that one will also have the head-to-head, so even if the score is tied at the end of it.
Oh, it's pure fun, all right. Now, let's see. The one quest we have left for Cloud9 in this game. Can they kill Gumayusi once?
That's your quest?
Crack that pinata. That's the question. Because you receive a new quest after turning that quest in. If you can't turn that quest in, you don't even get the quest to come back in the game.
You're the designer for the quest system in the MMO, I see. It's great to have you here.
The next quest in the chain is coming back in the actual game.
Quest 1 in the MMO. Gumayusi loot pinata. I would say raid boss, but I think Gumayusi...
He's got no flash, Dracos. It's actually doable.
He does have Ignite, which I...
Oh, Zeus though? They've turned it. This is a daily quest.
Ready to turn it back.
This is a daily on Zeus.
And they find him. They're taking down the dungeon. They're set up. Oh, it's not even mythic. They're making it look easy. C9 find a pick. What's the response on the opposite side from T1? They're already pushing out the midway, but there's not a lot else on the map for them to take.
Daily's done. Look for the big one.
Here we go.
T1 coming again. They may be rich.
Kobe, they have to clear the ads. They can't just go straight for the pinata. Actually, I'm sorry, Carrion owner fans. Referring to them as ads feels terrible.
Flabber dodging bubble number 1, slipping over.
Sven setting up the master plan. Your only other plan that you mentioned, Kobe. Baiting them into the brush. Not enough.
If only Guma would walk in there by himself.
Dashing forward. Flabber sidestepping second bubble, but he's already getting cut down off to the side, trying to mitigate as much damage as he can. But Guma, godlike, this pinata fights back. This pinata's got hands, C9.
Oh, and Owner, the sniper, he hits the Sejuani ult on his Sven, forcing the flash again. T1 off of that kill, they're gonna go straight for Baron.
9K gold lead. They might not have the Drakes. Flabber may have stolen them away, but surely they will secure this Baron.
Carrier said we're gonna show you who the boss of Group A is. And they're leaving no doubt in this game.
Most certainly are not, especially at the performance we saw earlier in the day against Fnatic. We'll see if they can make the same statement against EDG. But for now, yeah, looking pretty scary.
Looking quite boss-like. All right, here's another look at it. They were waiting for Zeus to get back from Fountain, teleports out. They immediately get the kill. Owner also getting the +1 here to get the Heimerdinger flash out just by adding his ultimate. But we're back right out to it. Sven, no flash, has to run away from the Tri-Brush. Dragon number 3, though. This is their hope.
Yeah. Hoping to get to Soul Point.
The Sejuani ult is up, though. That is scary. Nobody can tank it. They have to juke it. They have to hope for a miss.
Guma going for a bit of poke. Faker has stolen a Akali ultimate. Tidal wave up as well. C9 has to be careful about stepping too far forward. It looks like C9 are going to back away.
It does look that way.
It would appear that they are not interested in the fight. And you might say it's because they're 10K gold down, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they just don't feel like fighting for this one.
Yeah.
T1 going to take their first Drake of the game. Stop the soul snowballing.
Didn't need that one anyway.
Don't need it. Healing?
Never been a big fan of Ocean.
No, don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hide on brush.
Let's go.
Hide on brush.
Let's
Full
go.
operation. Wait, they're flanking. Teleport's coming in. Double teleport. The
Here we
double
go.
teleport.
Owner gonna try to lock him down. Sven, he has to get back to his towers. He has to get out, but he's already been taken out. The collapse now coming in. Fudge. Scramble! Trying to find it out. They need to make a way out. The stab coming in. Fudge, run! Back it up, Tear! Back it up! Faker on the chase down. Oh, they're just not giving it. Oh, my oh! Avert your eyes, NA fans. It's not pretty. Cut the tape. All right. Oh, wait, here we go. The 1v1. Honorable 1v1. Jensen up, currently 2-0. Faker, can he bring it back? Jensen, can he take the best of 5 against Faker in the 1v1? Oh, he does. That's all that matters. Can he get it? Shuriken flip. Golden. Can he take the best of 5? No! Faker coming back.
Faker with the stopwatch gets the last laugh. He takes down Jensen, and T1 will take down Cloud9.
Blabber leaping in, a last desperate defense, a few more towers for Sven, one more tower for T1. Just about start to finish dominance. Some flashy moments, some highlight plays from the side of C9. They gave us the montages we were hoping for, but T1 did it even better. Whew. Berserker backing away, T1 finding the win. Their fate to be decided in our final game of the day.
Woo-wee! No stakes, but we had some fun. We got the Heimerdinger support call out. Got a bunch of 1v1s. What was it in the end? It was like a best of 5 or something.
I think it was a best of 5. The one, to be fair, the top one wasn't super 1v1.
It wasn't exact.
Yeah, so I think we could call it 1-1 in terms of the Jensen Faker, Akali Sylas 1v1 score.
Yeah.
Would love to see that 1v1 again at some point so we can settle that.
Yeah. Critical part though, Faker stopwatch immunes the damage of the E2, the big damage chunk from Akali, and he's able to turn it around there. Great stuff from T1, proving that they are indeed the bosses of Group A. Let's see about their answer with EDG though.
Yep.
Coming up next, baby.
Yep. Of course, 4th fastest game of the tournament. And while T1 will move on to fight for a spot out of groups to decide which seed they will end up with, fans cheer for C9. And credit to C9. They made the last one fun. It was exciting. It had great moments. It was an incredible game to watch. And obviously a super difficult tournament. But it warms my heart, Kobe.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it. The continued support from the fans, much appreciated.
Because there's so much salt online, but here and how, it just feels like all love here. You know what I mean? You got so many C9 fans cheering, celebrating this moment. It's a bittersweet end for Cloud9. Even if it was a super sweet game. Oh, he's debating. Does he pull out the sign? We didn't see the sign. We're not going to get
Unfurl that bad boy.
Unfurl the sign. What does the sign say, sir? We'll find out.
Whew, okay, now we get back to serious business.
Okay, are we back to serious business?
We're back to serious business.
Because I was going to go back to Loot Pinata, but we can go back to serious business.
We're getting back into serious business with our next game coming up.
Yeah, a lot of tension on both sides. Of course, this is everything. You know how important, if you've watched World any year, Seed 1 is just about everything when it comes to favorable placement going into best of 5s. And of course, if you're looking for more Worlds content, you can check out the Riff Reaction podcast hosted by Travis Gafford and our own Emily Rand. Episodes drop every Wednesday, and that means there's brand new episodes of Riff Reaction waiting for you on Spotify. Check it out. There are so many hot takes. There are so many things.
So many hot takes.
So many hot takes.
They're
You gotta be ready
so
for it.
hot.
They're so spicy.
Can't touch them.
Can't touch them, but you can listen to them, and that's what's important. And while we queue up for the next game, while you queue up that episode of Riff Reaction, we're heading back over to the State Farm analyst desk. They are that way.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the State Farm analyst desk. We're going to do our own little Riff Reaction here. Just off of that singular game, and then maybe you can tune into Riff Reaction on Spotify later on to get both Travis Gafford and Emily Rand's thoughts. Unfortunately, the end of the tournament for Cloud9. They fought valiantly, but T1 will take them down here in the 5th game of the day. Just want to break down a couple elements of it. We got the Heimerdinger, we got the Belveth. It's nice to see the opportunity for the Cloud9 players to kind of step on the stage and just kind of throw everything out there, leave it all out there so nothing's in question anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, anyone who's watched LCS knows that I am a Belveth enjoyer, actually. I've wanted to see it on the LCS stage. And interestingly enough, when we were asking North American junglers why people weren't playing it, Blabber told us that he's like, yeah, you know, like it's a little bit different than other junglers, and we're afraid that if you don't snowball, you're just kind of useless and all this other stuff. And so of all junglers to pull it out, Blabber, and to actually look pretty good on it, I was like, okay. All right,
there are moments, if it really
cool.
got off to the
liked
races, you felt like there was an opening for Cloud9. And honestly, very early on, we got to see some of the brilliance of the Heimer pick as an example. Every second counts, we know. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, it was Blabber on the Bel'Veth who was able to extend the play early on in the mid lane, long enough for that Heimer to waddle his entire way there and aid in the first kill.
This slow-mo is incredible.
Actually brilliant.
This is so good, but Blabber played this out of his mind as he started to come through. Sorry, there's so much swag that is coming off this.
I didn't know what I was asking for when I asked for this replay.
Yeah,
we're not even getting a replay, but as he get in here, Blabber just about manages to get the damage reduction off on his E. Then he's able to come through here with the Q to hop away as well. It was really great to see the fact that you managed to get both members out of there as Sven comes in with the stun, but I mean, I'm just lost in the swag now. That's it. I'm lost. I'm gone.
I do want to point out, so one analytical point is that we don't
help us.
We don't always see Sven get these roams, right? And I know they pointed it out on cast, but it's worth reiterating. He did get that roam timer off of his back, went mid, and it ended up working out. Obviously, I think Blabber was like the standout mechanical star in that.
Totally.
But, you know, that did make a difference, and you saw signs of life from C9 in this game.
Without a doubt, I love that call out, right? Highlighting something that we didn't normally see out of Cloud9, an adjustment, and largely due to what that pick allows Sven to do when it comes to the push. But at the end of the day, when you get to the rest of the game highlights, it really was T1 showing total control to Acta over the game.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Sven on one side, carrying the other side, some fantastic bubbles throughout this game, especially when we got to the mid game, like the double bubble that he got in our mid tower. We saw there at the Rip Herald fight early as well, where he got a really nice bubble and also that tidal wave. So setting up his team really well for success. And I think across the board, right, T1, they looked very much in control. Top side, the Jace was having a good time. We got to see the Sejuani getting involved as well. But to give a shout out to Jensen, as we see him on the screen, like Jensen actually had a fantastic game. I don't know what his end score was, but halfway through this, he was like 5-1. Like, he legitimately had a great game. Just unfortunately, the Faker managed to take him down at the end.
You're down in gold at that point. Faker has already shown today on the Silas when put down by Humanoid how impactful he could be on that pick, and so he does it here again. It's going to bring into question that mid lane matchup in the 6th and final game today, to say the least. But we say goodbye to Cloud9 here. T1's got one more game on the docket, and it's against the defending world champions in EDG. If you aren't joining us in San Francisco for the finals, though, you can experience Worlds with friends and family on the big screen. Worlds will be coming to select theaters near you, and you can use the QR code right below us to grab your tickets. While you do that, we're stepping away. When we come back, it all comes down to this: T1 versus EDG.
Dash just goes right into the wall. Can they take him down? They're trying to burn through Jensen before anything else comes out. Blabber in the midst of the entire team. Stun comes out, but now he can push the E. He can activate it. So much damage resistance going in. Blabber wants to finish it. It's a clean sidestep. They get first blood. Scorpions trying to find it out. They need to make a way out. The step coming in. Fudge run. Back it up, Tear. Back it up. Can he take the best of 5 against Faker in the 1v1? That's all that matters. Can he get it? Shuriken flip. Golden. Can he take the best of 5? Faker coming back! Faker with the stopwatch gets the last lap!
I wanna see the world now, baby, let's go. It's nothing but green lights ready to roll. Only you, you're the one that I want. Only you, you're the one that I want. You got me feeling so free. Got me feeling so free. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Red Bull gives you wings.
大家好，我是 EDG 的下路 Viper。我觉得现在我们的状态比去年的话35%吧，我感觉我们可以更猛。下次打 T1 的时候特别要注意他们的一个下路的选择吧，就是我上次跟他们打的时候，感觉到他们的下路的优先级很重要。他们队友的一个风格吧，就是他们下路有主动权的时候，或者他们下路打突然比对面猛的时候，他们的表现很好的。对，然后但他们其实我觉得他们的线上人就是 T1 的宙斯跟中单 Faker 选手，然后古马维也三个都很猛。我觉得我们线上人更要努力，很有自信，因为不是我们，就是我们打得好所以赢了，我感觉挺有效果的，就接下来的比赛也很有自信。
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 in the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it all comes down to this. First place will be decided between T1 and EDG in this game. And Emily, if history has anything to say about it, things are looking good for Faker and T1.
Yeah, so we were talking about how EDG, current reigning world champions, right? They actually finished second in their group to T1 just last year. Faker has never exited a group stage without being in first place. We ran this at top of there. We're running it again now. That's just insane how consistent he has been on SK Telecom, now T1.
And his most recent one in 2021 as well, right? That was where he actually got the lead over EDG in that group to put themselves out as the first seed, but didn't end up paying off for them in the end as EDG won the entire tournament.
Yeah, so it's wild to think a loss here would leave them at 4-2. That would be his quote-unquote worst record in the group stage and his only second place exit from the group stage. Of course, equally for EDG, having fallen, just one place to T1 last year, will want to do one better, even if they were able to snag the trophy at the end of it all. But the first time that these teams met, it was T1 that still came out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, T1 came out and absolutely raised this game. I think one thing that's really cool that comes from this game that I want to touch upon is that T1 bot lane. Again, this is the game that we saw them bring out the Sivir Yuumi to the group stage, but just in the last game that we saw them, you had Kuma and Keria on the Lucian Nami, and they looked absolutely phenomenal. EDG is also a bot lane focused team, so that's the matchup I'm actually looking to the most.
And I also, while T1 were playing fantastically, I do also think there were a lot of misplays by EDG. I don't know if it was the 35% we heard Viper talk about, but certainly when I look at this, right? We saw a misplay from JJ coming in where he ends up mistiming the smite to get the spell shield on the Sivir. We look at that Rift Herald play there as well. Viper is going forward while his front line is going back. It felt like there was a lot of miscommunication on EDG. So that's one of the big focuses that I want to see them clean up coming into this. And after the performances they've had earlier on today, it feels like it's going to be EDG looking pretty good coming in.
Yeah, you mentioned that 35% number. The idea that there's still 65% to find is absolutely terrifying to me. But I would venture to say that if we take a look at how these teams have performed so far today, EDG has at least found some portion of that 65% they think they still have left, because they look damn good today.
Yeah, I mean, EDG looks fantastic. T1 have looked great as well. Even Zaya's bringing out the Yone here to make sure that he's going to be able to carry from that top side. You also had them just being able to play in this mid lane incredibly well. Well, after we'd seen at least a little bit of aggression coming through from Razor towards that mid lane, being able to bounce back, find success through the bot side, and then start to set themselves up. T1 have looked just as threatening as EDG have.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing in watching T1 and EDG go up against each other, in addition to all the other things we've mentioned about how good these two teams are, is the fact that in EDG's games, we've seen them playing a little bit differently than what we had expected with Flandra on the Fiora. You have another kind of assassin carry coming out of the mid with Scout on the Akali. And Faker actually brought out that Akali against them, right? And Scout has such respect for Faker. I think it's definitely plausible that he took from that game and then brought it out. Obviously, you see Faker absolutely crushing it on the Sylas here. So yeah, that's another cool kind of thing to add to the history and rivalry between these two teams.
Especially when you look back at 2021, it was picks like the Sylas and the Akali that Scout was bringing out at the end of Worlds to kind of have these big pop-off moments. And I'm wondering if we will see a very similar story for Scout here, trying to play things like the Sylas and the Akali. But I think we will see a shift in that top side. I'd be very surprised if we see Flandre going back towards a Fiora a third time today. It definitely feels like we'll be looking more towards things like the Gragas, these kind of things that are much more kind of tank orientated for Flandre in that top side. But I'd love to see Mako continuing to bring out these more engage orientated picks like the Thresh, because his roams throughout today, and even when we saw in week 1 against C9, have been so instrumental to their success. And I want to see them lean on this again, bring out Mako and let him shine once more. We got him the MVP earlier on. I want to see it again.
Yeah, EDG wiping the floor with Cloud9 there and some of those bot lane skirmishes, but it really does put an onus onto what you were talking about, Emily. While yes, the mid laners of both squads have been performing, a lot of the focus feels like it's being pulled towards the bot lane when you actually match these two teams up against each other.
And speaking of another player who I think obviously Mako and Keria I see as a bit similar in regards to the fact that yes, they both can play enchanters, but they're so good at initiating. They're so smart. Both of these supports can control entire fights and skirmishes with these kind of champions. So basically, I just want to see Yuumi banned.
I didn't prep you guys on this, but I'm going to ask you as we throw to casters, who takes the game? Who gets first place in the group? Is it T1 or is it EDG?
EDG, Jayo.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
EDG is the call here for Dagda. Emily?
I'll balance it out. I'll take T1.
She's going with history. She says it's going to be Faker and T1 who gets it done once again. We're back over to Dracos and Kobe for the final game of the day.
It's a split desk dash. Wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, New York is alive. EDG chance, T1 chance, firing back and left. We're not even in champ select yet, and I already feel like people are ready to fight.
Oh, I'm ready for it too. I'm already getting into the champ select. Even further than the Yuumi ban, I think the Yuumi ban falls on red side, which should be T1 this game. So T1 probably have to ban the Yuumi, and additionally, the Maokai plus Sejuani. That has been a devastating combo, and usually falls to red side. Meanwhile, for the side of EDG, banning away this Graves. Do not let this Graves go through for Owner. They carry jungle. They have used it so effectively. Both of these teams, funnily enough, last time they played, it was T1 utilizing the Akali, Fiora, dual melee solo laners to take down EDG, and then EDG now using it multiple times today as well as their own strength.
And I think that's what makes this game so exciting, is that the first game that they played, you can talk about different reads on the meta. You saw some struggles in terms of individual performances, but both of these teams today are on fire. They're playing so incredibly well individually. They are smashing their opposition, and now it is one final game to decide who will leave as first seed, who will walk away as second. As we get picked bands, you've already highlighted the Yuumi. I don't think it's going through again this time. And if it comes down to strong solo laners matching each other, counter pick, early jungle support, all of these things become so incredibly important.
All right, Yuumi off the table. Probably Maokai, Sejuani. You know, these tank front lines so difficult to deal with. Oftentimes fall to the red side. Meanwhile, for EDG, worrying about possible solo lanes themselves. Azir, Aatrox, two of the most popular, and have remained so this entire tournament. Bottom lane though, T1 followed up with that Caitlyn, still not wanting to give over EDG that guaranteed push bottom lane. Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Morgana combos.
And certainly taking away some of the guaranteed scaling options. This is the case when you ban the Yuumi, you take the Sivir Yuumi off the board, you take the Azir off the board, taking away a tank like Poppy, interestingly, with only one ban left, either the
Graves or the Maokai then. Graves or Maokai get through. One of the two. What's the choice here for T1?
Sejuani as well with the melee solo laners pretty strong. And you're in a position where you can choose to ban one, leave the others up and available, or ban nothing, leave the pool wide open. Instead, opting to ban the Fiora. Respect to Flandra. Again, not a champion I expected to see him play. Busted it out twice today already.
Are they willing to do carry jungle? Every jungler has been googly eyes over Graves here since the buffs. Such a powerhouse.
Oh, wow.
I think this is why T1 elected to leave both Maokai and Sejuani up, so that, okay, you get the Sejuani, we can get the, Graves plus Sejuani back on the other side. Play it into the Maokai front line.
And see what the option is going to be here. Now remember, last time these teams played, it was Viper who got his hands on the Kalista. The expectation was that EDG bot lane would run away with it, but Guma 5-0 and 12 the last time they met. This time around, Guma putting it to the test, just wants to show that he's better across the board, both on the scaling and on the early game champions. Will get the Kalista for himself. Now it feels pretty mandatory that they take at least one of the remaining power picks, but perhaps they've got something else up their sleeve on the side of T1.
Yeah, just trade it. Give the Maokai, get Sejuani as consolation. They've been very, very, very happy with this champ. Flexing it, no problem.
Now EDG gets to debate. They can obviously match AD. See if there are any other champions they want to bring to the board. We've got flex picks on either side in the Sejuani and the Maokai, so a bit of uncertainty for both teams being sowed as we get ready for the second ban phase.
Zeus hasn't played at top since their games versus Sandbox a while ago as well, but it definitely could still be flex here. And they're gonna go with the Aphelios into the Kalista. This has been one of the popular picks. See if they grab the Renata as well. You're already expecting that engage charging right at you, or the safety of Mako's Thresh.
And I like it.
Thresh today, 3 for 3. Mako back on the Thresh. Let's see that play. And it's so guaranteed with the Maokai W setups.
And the thing is, you highlighted it already, we've already seen this exact play from the side of EDG where you just go mid with these two champions and there is nothing you can do against a point-and-click CC of Maokai into the follow-up. But I also just love seeing Mako on Playmakers. The second Yuumi is off the board and we get to see Playmaker on Playmaker. Emily talked about on the desk, Keria and Mako, two of the best playmaking supports in the world, no doubt in my mind. Now get to see them both unleashed on the Rift as mid lane being targeted, Faker opting to grab the Victor himself and now trim away some of the other champions in the mid lane pool.
Yeah, whittle down on some of these assassin picks here for Scout. His Akali today was really clean, instant ban there. Meanwhile, for EDG, gotta look at this support role, the pairings with Kalista. What can we take off the board? We take out the Renata. We were able to pick up the Thresh ourselves.
What else do they want to opt for? Are they concerned about the Nautilus? Obviously, we're able to outplay Fnatic, but still a conventional counter pick, and certainly stronger when empowered by a Kalista. Viego now also going to hit the bench. Makes sense, as the Maokai remains a flex. Kobe, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling the pressure, man. I feel like one wrong step, one crazy pick could change this entire draft.
I mean, if you ban either Nautilus, then they could just go more engaged like Leona or something like that too. Would be the go-to. Oh, they're still worried about the Pyke. Carry a Pyke.
I mean, it is scary. Certainly shakes the game up. Oh, please.
Carry one of the deepest champion pools for supports.
And he's playing with the hearts of the viewers at home as well as the audience here in New York. Nautilus is the conventional choice.
The point and click is just so good versus that Aphelios.
But the Bard. Soraka.
The Soraka comes back. Very aggressive harassment in the early stages here. So good against Thresh too, because when you self-root yourself going for a death sentence, boom, Soraka nails you with both spells.
And difficult too now because
and there's
EDG,
Graves finally.
If EDG lock in this Graves, their composition excellent at fighting front to back, but they don't really have a backline diver without a flank to get on top of the Soraka, and that's gonna make this tanky front line in the form of Sejuani so much better, but you want a diver, there it is, Lissandra Graves duo. The kill pressure onto Faker in this game will be immense.
Some of the best EDG games have been when they have these enabling mid-lane champions roaming around, creating plays. Lissandra, huge possibilities here for Scout. If he can get out of lane versus Faker. And even setting up towards mid lane. You think about top lane roaming down, Maokai W roots with Lissandra CC, or Thresh roams around the map, and they pick up Zeus with the Gangplank here for the ultimate towards bottom side. They really have an aggressive bottom side now. Gangplank ultimate plus the Kalista Soraka. T1 can focus on trying to stack some Drakes down there, open up some early cooldowns.
And I really love this because you've built a composition and you're against EG who want to fight into you, but GP and Victor are two champions who are hard to fight into. Kalista, of course, traditionally outscaled by a lot of these options. GP, that's not the case. One incredible barrel, one good Victor ult if we go late enough in the game, more than enough to turn the tides in their favor. Opposite side for EDG, I'm looking at Lissandra, I'm looking at the setup.
Gangplank also really good versus Lissandra too, so see if I really do like the T1 side of it on this red side draft. We'll see though, EDG have a lot of playmaking ability. Maokai, Lissandra, Thresh. So much setup for this EDG side. In the previous game so far today, the heroes of the team were JJ and Mako, you know, supporting the team, setting up all these plays. And JJ, bloodthirsty Sejuani, 6-0 on the Sejuani. Almost 100% kill participation, not quite. And now he gets the carry champion, the carry jungler of the tournament, Graves.
And it's going to be incredible to watch. I feel like JJ looking for a bit of redemption. The Vi game he played the first time around up against T1 was not his best. A lot of small mistakes, small errors, a chance for redemption here, a chance to secure first in the group. Those are the only stakes that matters. Win your first, second you're still out. You're going to be going against the first seed from another group, a terrifying prospect when you see some of the titans in other groups.
T1 versus EDG to end the group. Just think about it. This could easily be a world final in any year.
It's been an MSI final. And again, the crowd hungry for action here, and you can't blame them. We might get a bit of silence, might get a bit of quiet on the first few levels, at least in the game.
Oh, and we got the control ward start here for JJ again. Control ward start for the Graves.
Let's see, Faker, first strike, no cleanse. Level 6 comes around, the gank, the setup, the path is clear for the side of EDG if they want to make those plays happen, as you highlighted earlier. Zeus with the oranges, so easy for him to mitigate a lot of that dive threat, a lot of that gank threat. And I think the bot lane naturally is kind of where I look towards. As explosive as the solo lanes have been, I feel like the GP versus the Maokai, it's not going to be our source of action. Mid lane level 6, but we know how important the early levels are. Keria and Guma stepping forward. Poke not going to connect onto Mako. Has taken death sentence level 1.
Yep.
Checking in. I mean, it's slow, it's quiet, a little bit of tension, owner. He's going to get a bit of an early leash, which does mean that Flandre gets first access to the wave on the top side. Bot side, neither team opted to go for the leash here. Not surprised to see JJ play away from the bot lane on the first clear, as he could try to make a play in the mid lane or top lane with the setup CC present. Credit to Viper for stepping forward. Level 2 starts to get a little bit harder as the Soraka has more harass tools.
Yeah, a huge part of the early push on this lane goes with hitting those Soraka Qs. Pretty good movement so far from the EDG duo. Dodging most of them, but the early push, of course, still acquired. Gumayusi and Keria going to slowly move it in. Sejuani moving down too with a red Raptor clear into blue quadrant. They have the pre-existing ward over bottom Scuttle Crab. Push already acquired, so T1 securing complete control of the bottom side of the map.
And it's the little things. Faker getting the early push in the mid lane, laying down that vision, keeping an eye on where the Graves will be, helping track some of the early kill pressure that is present on the side of this EDG composition. T1 sustaining pressure on the bottom side.
They could build a big wave and look for a dive. If they call Owner over, they could definitely burn some cooldowns at the very least here versus Mako Viper. Yeah, big old wave stacked up, call over jungle. Here comes Owner,
Spotted.
first play of the game.
Good heads up ward. They at least are going to know that it's coming. Mako the flay, the death sentence.
Krug trade maybe.
Roomed out play this.
He left his own Krugs up, so you expect JJ to also path up there, take top crab, look for his Krug steal as well.
Big thing here is T1 just gonna walk up, auto the tower, hit the plates, poke and harass because Mako and Viper cannot step forward as long as they're not certain where Owner is. They spot him now, they know that he's taken the Krugs, but the pressure on the bot side is already netted in a jungle advantage for Owner. JJ now gonna try to respond on the top side and steal away Krugs from the opposition.
Yep, he knows. Sejuani easily back into the river, pick up Scuttle Crab. Go collect Raptors before you get your recall off. And they should end up even. Zeus okay with having the Graves up there.
And I'm just waiting. See where these junglers go. This stage of the game pretty calm, pretty collected from both sides.
Top lane actually pushing a little bit for Zeus here, so could get a little dicey with Graves behind him. He's got his wave in front.
Got the oranges, locked up, immediately uses the oranges. JJ on the way up, big slow coming in from the smoke screen, locking that one. Zeus now needs to walk away. Second half of the Q, not gonna connect, that's big. Zeus walks out alive, doesn't burn any sums.
Yeah, a bunch of damage on those minions too, so minions taking some splash there. He doesn't have to worry about anything getting frozen on the other side of the map. Gets his recall off. Zeus holds his flash, doesn't panic.
Yeah, credit to him. Of course, small goal lead for Flandre for now as the wave. This is just a little bit from Zeus. TP as well, advantage, but you imagine Maokai will be forced to come back to lane. Faker just trying to cancel the back here, threatening Scout. Good hook, but no real follow-up there on the bottom side. Keria and Gumayusi so hard to bully out of lane. They have so much sustain.
You can tell the tension here in the crowd to top the group as soon as one skill lands. Teetering on an edge.
And of course, when you don't know where the junglers are, that is the kind of pressure that you're under. A single piece of CC hits and there is the follow-up. Fall down very quickly, and again, small advantages for either side could mean a lot as we move forward. 5 minutes in, Herald still 3 minutes out.
See if T1 can use this opportunity. Getting some canceled recalls here for Viper and Mako. They're very low, they have no more sustain left. No more potions for Viper. 50% health there on the Aphelios. And the wave getting pushed in once again. It's an early move for T1. They decide not to recall and go for the plate money. Ooh, one auto there, getting it dangerously close.
But you can see the longer they keep Viper in this lane without backing, the bigger the CS lead feels like it's going to get. Again, you highlighted already, running out of mana, running out of health. Finally, at least Mako will get it back. You've got JJ in the area covering, making sure that the no dive can come through.
I wonder if Mako goes mid with his recall then. Boots purchase for him. Could try and get some mid vision set up. You are now hitting level 6 on the mid laners. This 6-minute mark is where you can have really big mid lane plays. Lissandra with the ultimate. But they're not even going to clear out one of these gank paths. Control ward exists around mid to the top side. And we have an Owner move towards top side while JJ moves towards bottom.
JJ coming down. Mako, is he going to commit to flash? Slow already coming out. Guma just forced to flash because he's not certain. He can't see where the hook is going to come from, so just flashes early in response.
Exactly. The smoke screen, such good gank setup just itself. So very efficient move there for JJ. Clears out the control ward in the river as well, trying to establish control here for the route to gank through mid and bottom.
And you can see immediately how far back Faker is playing, because he knows now that 6 is here, now that he doesn't have a cleanse or opted not to take a cleanse. The pressure is on. They're still going to commit to it anyway. Flashing out, but Mako, he's there with the hook, the lantern, the follow-up. It is textbook Book focus around mid lane. Faker gonna try to walk it off, but the ignite is there.
Yeah, a false sense of confidence. You see the jungler walk across your whole lane. JJ plays his part perfectly. Look, you don't have to worry about a gank. You know, I cleared the ward. It's free. He goes up to the top side, but he forgot about Mako. Mako Thresh all day today. 3 for 3 in games. He does not miss. Scout sets it up. The flash play with Lissandra. Now they're roaming towards the top side too. This pressure could cascade.
Not done yet. Flandra low, but it might not matter. Ult coming down from the GP. Zeus caught off to the side. Scout ready to go over the wall, locking him down. Zeus flashing out to safety, getting away from the Ring of Frost. That's going to be big because Owner is on the way up. JJ has to be careful not to overextend. Flandra so incredibly low. Excellent response from the side of T1. They get the flash from the GP, but they will not take his life.
That play is why clearing out this vision between mid and bot is so critical. That gank pathway, both for jungler, but also for support. Mako Thresh, making it happen again there for EDG. And the first blood money goes right onto Scout, 2 stacks onto the Dark Seal. So Faker, teleport had already been used. He walks back very quickly though, gets a turret plate in answer for the attempt at Zeus's life.
Yeah, these early item buys, especially if Scout is going to opt for the Everfrost, are just so incredibly critical for team fighting. Offering more utility, more burst damage for Lissandra as well, making the resets easier. As they could have taken the bad end of a trade there. Guma and Carry is still playing very far forward, but XP advantage in favor of EDG for now.
They reestablish control ward presence in the river here for T1. Immediately, Owner goes in for the red buff contest. Leashing it himself. Sejuani doesn't do it very quickly, but JJ will stop at Raptors, so that's going to give him enough time. He's got Smite, no problem. It is secure. Level 6 Sejuani, fully operational.
And you can tell how close this game is and how much it means to both teams because neither side is risking overly aggressive moves to try to force Drake. Recall timers are being used for buys, for laning advantages. Neither side able to match a significant enough lead that they're able to take one of these big objectives across the map quite yet.
And you can see there, Scout, he then takes the couple seconds from mid lane, push out, then move into the river, clears that control ward immediately. As soon as JJ says, hey, he took my red, he must have put it down another control ward. Go clear that thing out. That is our path to playmaking here. Scout, though, has stealth ult.
Just spotted him. Could buy time with it. Not too threatening from a damage perspective, but they will not overcommit.
He's looking juicy, though. Owner wants it.
Waiting, hoping that he burns the E. Owner can't afford to miss. Soraka on the way up. They're going to commit to the play. Scout locked down. Buys himself a brief moment. The gravity field's already there. The silence from the Soraka is key. Carrier coming in just in time.
Patience pays off, and it's right at the Rift Trail. And EDG going to start it out regardless of Scout going down. And T1 are just going to roam everybody to the bottom side. Look at the turret plates already being mined by Gumayushi. They kept Guma on bottom side. EDG make the call, full rotation up.
And it's so critical that T1 are able to grab not only plates in the bot lane, but plates in the mid lane, because if it's just the Herald, the local gold, pushing that trade very much in favor of EDG, but Viper, perfect guns to take a tower. As I say that, he swaps away. Can just drop the Herald on the top side, but T1 fighting fire with fire, responding with a play of their own. 1K gold lead for now. GP ult just to clear the wave. The dive coming through on Zeus. No way he makes it out of this one. Soraka heal will not be a knife. Viper flashing out to safety though, and Carrier here to stop the push from amounting to anything else.
Soraka by herself, not too scary though. Faker's teleport is not even quite up yet, so Faker could not even teleport to tower. A couple more seconds on it. Maybe when the cooldown comes up.
Herald.
Can the Herald charge before the teleport cooldown is up? I think they're gonna blow it up, yeah.
Trying to get it down.
That thing is gone.
2.5 plates, gonna shred through it. EDG grabbing first tower of the game, now finding themselves the gold lead. Good heads up use of the Herald. Scout already covering the bottom side to stop Guma for pushing for anything else. Ooh, one more. One pistol shot. Ooh. Doesn't mean much yet, but might mean an extra easy 600 gold later in the game.
Shelly's a hard worker. Gonna see that job done all the way into the secondary turret. Definitely could mean something later on, but not extreme split pushing on the side of EDG, of course. They're looking for the quick push and roam strategy. Try and make use of that crowd control setup. Faker, meanwhile, moving down to find Scout again. Scout now has Flash, though, in addition to his ult. So.
Faker moving with so much confidence because he has Ludens. Massive item advantage. He can just zone Scout out of this lane, force him out by trading aggressively, and as long as there's not a jungler in the area, heavily favored for him. It's just going to back off there as Mako tries to regain control of the bottom side. Of course, important to note the Graves obviously packs a punch in terms of damage, but Umbral Glaive is just such an overall powerful item when it comes to these fights over vision.
Yeah, especially when you always combine it with the zombie ward as a jungler. It just proliferates the vision across the map, and he's going bottom side looking for Faker. Scout with the setup
and
again.
Looking to lock him up. Gravity Field going to lock down JJ for a brief moment. Scout now forced to back away. JJ now on the chase. That's the challenging smite laid down. 1-2 shots coming in from the shotgun. Owner not going to connect on the other big, but JJ whiffs. Oh, the movement from Faker. But no! One bullet, the fade away with the lantern from Mako. It is beautiful to watch.
Oh, Faker, the hubris there. He wanted the money. But JJ, he moves right in front of the Sejuani. Owner could not block the shots. He gets the kill and gets out on Mako's lantern. This Thresh is such an enabler.
And that is an absolute moment where the tiniest mechanical differences matter. The box laid down, the lantern there, but Viper not quite close enough to follow up. Women Carrier staying focused, but the gold still so close. 400 difference between these two teams. There's a Drake for the side of T1, but there's a tower for EDG.
Oh my goodness. All right, I'm pretty sure JJ misses the Q damage too. So yeah, Scout, it gets flashes with the ult. JJ doesn't get the Q damage or the R damage. He's also gonna get juked on the R. But as long as he eats the stun, Faker comes back in, and JJ just moves across the Sejuani, gets the auto there. You gotta have a body blocker. Because at this moment, he knew he made a mistake. But and then the Mako lantern there as well.
And the thing I love about that is even in a serious game, even when the stakes are high, both make Faker grinning, JJ grinning, they both know what happened there.
Yeah.
You just gotta respect it.
You missed the Q, you missed the R, but you hit the auto.
You gotta play it flawless. That's the pressure when the gank comes through. Viper and Mako reestablishing control of the mid lane. Only gonna get harder for Flandre to sit in lane up against Zeus. As the Triforce already completed, it looks like Collector on the way. Obviously very powerful with the GP ult. And Kobe. This game is delivered. Thus far, it has been exactly what we wanted. It is no longer one team out-drafting or styling on the other. It is neck and neck. It is toe-to-toe, fist fight across every single lane.
And it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh, Zeus! He's hitting the barrels. The cats come out. But they're just a parting present.
He burns down the whole forest there, Daniel. Oh my goodness. He's full of health too. Faker on the other side though, again. JJ back for round 2. Owner's waiting for him.
JJ now going to be in trouble. Only 2 stacks though. The entire team now backing off because they know they don't need to fight. They don't need to force for anything else. Already on the top side, Zeus has done so much to build an individual advantage. 40 CS lead, taking a tower. The GP is massive.
Yeah, Trinity Force and Serrated Dirk spike here. While Flandre's still working on Mythic, he made the stop off to get the tier for the mana. And Zeus finishes Collector at 15 minutes. Trinity Force Collector done here for Zeus after that. Level 11 as well.
Yep.
Rank 2 ultimate next time.
Okay, let's take a look back at this one.
Honestly, it's just so quick. Oh, so Flandre W'd, but it's a little late. He still took the barrel damage. He was trying to dodge the barrel damage with the W, but it's a little late there, and Zeus just pops him.
The Cats just give him a warm hug on the way out. He's having a great time, getting everything he wants in the exchange. And T1 now setting up around the objective. And remember, with Zeus this far ahead, with Faker at level 11, EDG fighting into this is so hard, but Scout on the side, maybe he can get something done. They're moving into a choke. This could be big for those but the silence! Countered in picks and bans. There are no buttons for Scout to push.
It's too easy for Carrier. Puts the silence field right down on that claw, but a Scout takes it and instantly blown up.
And he couldn't help it. 5 members there. Would have been a 5-member snare. But Carrion knows it's the best option. Another lamp! Oh, man! Take this champion away! The silences are too clean from Carrion. T1 pulling ahead, 2K gold lead. Sights set on that mid lane tier 1.
Carrier with the Bard trumpet as well. He just says no, EDG. 2 wards down on that lantern. Silence field again. Both EDG carries. Both EDG carries countered instantly by Carrier.
So
he's also rushed the Mikhails to get every member, any member of T1 who gets out, he can counter there as well.
Oh.
T1 already has built all the answers. The silence field was down so early too. No reason for Scout to take that. No reason at all for him to take that.
And maybe doesn't quite see the animation in the moment. There are so many champions there, but here, there's nothing you can do. Not only do they drop the silence, not only do they get the snare, they drop 2 wards right on top of that lantern.
2 wards and a big old Poro Rider.
I gotta say, Sejuani looking like the champ of the day.
Certainly is. My goodness though, this EDG comp, it relies so much on picking people off on side lanes here. The Maokai, Lissandra, Thresh that we went over. But T1, not only do they have the Gangplank, they also now have the Mikhails to get anyone else out, a Soraka heal as well for anyone who gets picked. They have so many answers built to the engage of EDG.
And I feel like this EDG composition so often functions like a shotgun. You got one shot, you gotta hit it. Scout needs these multi-man ultimates, JJ needs these multi-man ultimates. But the Soraka is just a cork in the tip of that shotgun. It is not going well. Snare gonna hit 3 though, that's big. That could potentially be the start of the fight that they need. Faker trying to zone the rest of the team away, but Scout's already on the back line. He's managed to lock down 1. Maybe this is the follow-up. Viper on the backside, not able to get in though. That's gonna be key. 2.5 seconds from the Zanyas. Not enough. Zeus leaping in. It's a Pyro with a gun versus all of EDG, and he's making it work. Carrier, the frontline Soraka. We went from dead even to absolute slaughter. T1 taking over the triple for Zeus, dominating the fight.
Carrier said, we are the boss of Group A. T1 going to emphatically put their stamp on the day. It is a clean ace. Zeus taking heads here. Collected, collected, collected.
Man, he's gonna have 10K at the end of this tower.
That is a rich pirate.
Before 20 minutes of 4 1-in-1 Gangplank.
10,000 gold already.
You talked about a loot pinata, and we got one more on the rim.
Look at the sectioning on this team fight here. Zeus this whole time just moves up and creates another front while the rest of them go for the other side and are all focusing on Faker. Scout has to zone Yos early, the rest of the group, but Zeus, boom, there's one, collects him, boom, he's got another passive procced on Viper already, another shot.
Even as the Lantern is coming out to save him, they still connect it on the exit. And it's big because they have so much zone control. If the initial combo does not work, it does not take someone out immediately to get the Lissandra reset. You can see the smiles, the elation on the faces of T1 and their staff, because they know how easy it is for them to execute these fights, how well they have been playing to shut down all of EDG's options. 3K from the GP, just about 4K from Faker. Monster performances from these solo laners.
Yeah, Carrier with that very quick Mikhails onto Faker as soon as the Maokai gauge went off. And Faker unleashes the full combo there. Storm up super early. T1 absolutely smashing.
And now it's a 6K gold lead, Kobe. 20 minutes. So hard now for EDG to fight back. Again, if they can pick off single members, they've still got a chance, but need to keep their eyes on Carrier, really. If they take that silence out of the equation, maybe they can get a little bit more done, but if it's not the silence, it's the gravity field. Of course, there is a Herald in favor of EDG. They will finally use it in the mid lane, really trying to force this exchange. Shrelia's used, lot in the back of that Herald, a lot of spears stacking up. They won't be able to stop the charge, but they can stop the follow-up push. Zeus on the side, again, one big, one very angry pirate looking to make his way out of this group. Faker already taking down one, Flandre off to the side, down. Viper in no man's land, 5 members chasing him down. He's got all the chakrams in the world, but he ain't got any teammates. He's getting knocked down, and T1 setting their sights on the Baron.
Faker has always exited groups in first place, and today looks like it will be no different. JJ gonna try and slip in here for an objective bounty off of this dragon, but the teleport comes through. Double teleports.
Oh, T1 ready to fight for everything. Carry off to the side, the silence on the Scout. Zeus in the midst of everything. Do they have enough damage to burst him down? He's dominating, he's huge. The Soraka keeping him healthy, they can't kill him. Maybe, just maybe, but no, they don't have the damage. He's surviving everything. Carrier, the hero to stop the shutdown. The hero to keep Zeus alive. There's nothing else we can say. New York is saying it for us. Tight close game, first 15 minutes. It takes one fight, absolute confidence and execution from the side of T1. They are dominating EDG.
So clean. Started out, Owner with the ultimate here, over onto JJ. They try and peel with the Maokai ult, but look at this. It's Zeus with the Chaos Storm. Faker and Zeus run the entire team away from Viper. The two T1 carries run them off, and then Viper's got no team left. He's been running to the pit by himself. T1 with Baron buff now.
Oh, Flandra running. No, Mako can't even speed him out to safety. T1, they're so far ahead now. The execution's already been fantastic, but now the gold lead feels nigh insurmountable. Aphelios farming what he can in the mid lane, but he has to get out quickly. The rest of T1 ready to collapse at a moment's notice. He does not have the luxury of a Thresh Lantern there. He has to retreat up back into his own jungle just to survive. Viper fishing for a 1v1 against the support, but he can't finish the job, and now, well, we know who can. It's gonna be Zeus. Gale Force out. Viper just barely able to escape.
My goodness, these T1 carries, the combination of Faker, the Go, and Zeus, one of the most exciting players in the entire world right now.
JJ just barely able to make it out. You know, Zeus got a Thunder, Zeus got a GP. Everyone's got their thing.
Ooh, the entire map in T1 control. The whole thing is red. There are only specks of EDG blue to hide behind at this moment.
13K gold on the GP, Kobe. It's
Infinity Edge is on the way.
You're not supposed to see leads this big in a pro game, Kobe. It's an incredible performance.
It's almost 4 items to 1 up here in the top lane matchup.
Yep.
That is brutal.
Ooh. And to be fair to Flandra, I think he should probably stop taking farm and give it to the carries. But it's just so hard. Viper just hitting 2 items. Guma already at 3. Faker on the way to 3. Has the Lich Bane too, just for the extra close combat dueling. Doesn't need the death cap. EDG have to hold the line if they want first seed. Hook gonna connect on the Viper, or Gumayushi, that could be the start of something. Faker getting zoned away, but they burned all their cooldowns and they have yet to find a kill. The re-engage now coming in. The lockdown from over the wall. Zeus still standing strong. Keep your eyes on the barrels. Where are they gonna go? If they can find 1 kill, maybe it'll be enough. Faker getting cut down. Faker, can he stand strong? The shutdown, the reset from Lysandra. 1 ghost, not gonna be enough. T1 too far ahead, but they're finding 1 at least. They're slowing T1 down, but still they push forward. The hook going wide. Owner going in, that's his cue. That is his signal. The GP raining hell from above. Owner, Mako taking the kill.
Soraka's OP, but not that OP. Can't keep Sench alive under the tower there. Last one does take it down. A little bit of hope for EDG, a little bit of a spark. 2 kills for themselves. Getting a shutdown there onto Faker. Now is the time to rally. You hear the fans trying to start it up. Looking for that comeback. 10,000 gold down, 3 dragons down, but a hope alive.
Shio, fuel. They need it. Fuel for the fire. That takes time. That's all EDG need. That's the hope that they're buying themselves. A few more minutes to farm to get stronger, but despite the lead T1 built, EDG still managed to make some things happen.
Yeah, they engage on both sides. Flandre flashes on Faker while Guma gets hit with the Mako death sentence there, but then Zeus comes to push him out. They re-engage onto Faker right out in the open. Scout uses the offensive ult so they can get the shutdown. It ends up going to Maokai. Not the best recipient, but they're glad to get the kill regardless. And then on the engager from Owner, he can't quite get the kill on a JJ, who gets off his Gore Drinker proc there to heal himself, and Sejuani gets trapped under the turret with the extra slow, even with the heals from Soraka going through.
And now we've reset the map. The siege stalled for now. EDG fighting just to get out of their base, fighting for a bit of control, but there's a ward behind them already. Now the TP flank threat is not massive in most circumstances, but with this GP so fed, it is still a concern. You can see the Death Brush already set up. They might not have a Heimerdinger, but they know how to wait in the fog of war.
Both sides waiting for the face check.
He's gonna make it happen. And you can see, it could just be one final 5v5. Autos have to come out to stop the barrel. They can't afford to let it proc. Tension palpable.
Gonna try and push out mid here. EDG make a rush on the wave, but T1 gonna get early priority towards this Ocean Soul. Dragon has arrived. They have Rend also. They can burn it down. EDG have got to go now.
It should be impossible to steal if they get the full setup. JJ now moving over the wall into the pit, but it's still 6.5k health on the objective. EDG zoned away. They're waiting for the cannon barrage to expire. Big ulti coming off to the side from Viper, but he doesn't have the damage to back it up. Who can get the Drake in the end? It's the red. It's the Ocean Soul for T1. This has to be it. EDG have to take this fight or the game will fall apart. They start off with a good exchange. Already the Sejuani gone. Zeus firing back one in respawn. The Kalista now flashing forward. Guma, fearless, leaping into the face of EDG. Viper running from the hills. T1, domination. They get the soul. They'll take the game. They're TPing just for a bit of a fun. There's nowhere for Viper to go. Zoned out. Gale forcing away, but he will be cut down. They will take their time. But T1 in group stages are an inevitability. Faker has never gone out second, and he is not looking to start today. T1 will take their time finishing this, but they will exit their group 5-1. They will push EDG to the second seed. They will outlive Fnatic and Cloud9 and look ahead to the challenges in front of them in the quarterfinals. EDG perhaps one last desperate stand. T1 ready for one more fight to seal the deal. Zeus legendary, scout off to the side, gets a massive shutdown, but it is too little. It is too late. They will run, but Guma knows what he wants, and it's the win. More than the champions of the fountain. T1 leaving his first seed.
Huge stuff here for T1 moving through the tournament, exiting as first seed yet again for Faker. Their bottom lane was massive. Pushing here early on with the Kalista Soraka, but Keria coming up with the silences on the engage, stuffing EDG's hopes. And Zeus on that gangplank. My goodness, they let the Maokai through, and they chop it right down.
And you love to see it because that's the kind of innovation you expect as we get into best of fives. How many more of the tournament power picks have a counter ready and waiting for them in the arms of some of these teams?
This Lissandra could not do anything. You're looking across the board. Top is a gangplank. Can't do anything there.
Yep.
Mid lane, Faker, his support rushed to Mikhails. So Keria first item Mikhails. You can't go for him either. The Soraka silence on the ground on these engages made the game so difficult for Scout to play.
And I feel like we have to give credit specifically to Keria and Zeus. And Keria, so much of it the Soraka picked. He obviously played it exceptionally. He built exceptionally. And Zeus, individually, built that massive lead. Suffered under the attention of three members on the top side. EDG committing a lot to try and shut him down. But he was, in this game, an inevitability. He just took over in the fights, landing so many barrels, taking out so many threats.
Everybody has some part of them that is a Faker fan.
Yeah, I think just everybody probably is a Faker fan. Even if you're like, I'm not a big T1 fan.
The whole part.
You can't. All of him, from the 2015 broccoli hair and the roll to like whatever. You're a fan. You can't not be a fan. There's a literal GOAT in the audience that's a fan of the GOAT. You know what I mean? Like, it all comes together well. And of course, credit to EDG. I really want to see what both of these teams can do now as we move to best of five. And they have this luxury of watching the rest of the groups unfold as they sit.
Oof, look at that domination.
Wow. Only Guma close in the damage charts. As a Kalista into an Aphelios. Everyone else, you look at the top side, when you look at the mid, you look at the carries of this T1 lineup. Massive, massive damage. And again, the story of the game told so beautifully in that graph. Neck and neck, incredibly close. 15 minutes, one fight, one silence from a Soraka. The entire game taken away from EDG.
Great, great stuff here. Nice ending to Group A, one of our most exciting groups. Moving on tomorrow.
We got a lot more.
Group B, baby!
And this was supposed to be, you know, the 2-1, the Chaos group, but coming out today, EDG T1. And you have to wonder how many more teams are going to show us more picks, more answers to what we've seen in the meta, more strategies, or just an uptick in performance. Or to be fair, a downturn. You never know what you're going to get. Hoping for mostly upticks.
Hoping for upticks, always. More exciting games, more Heimerdingers popping out.
I'll be honest, Kobe, I wasn't convinced. I was convinced by you.
See, your
excitement for the Heimerdinger sold me.
We never got the
Heimerdinger,
proper face check to make it look.
Yeah, but you're waiting for your opponent to do the thing. You're not, the Heimerdinger doesn't make it happen.
That's true.
He doesn't have a sign on his head that says, like, must face check. You know? For context, we're setting up for an interview. Of course, very exciting. We have to hear from T1 after a game like that. But taking our time here in a brief moment. Once we're ready to go, we'll toss you guys over there to Shocks.
Yeah, honestly though, you know, such cohesive play from this team too, and I think deservedly so, coming out here with the first place spot.
Yeah.
You know, for the seedings with the rest of the groups, stacking up all of the other groups as we've been seeing every other team play this tournament.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a lot of teams go for the more early game. You have the Lucianamis, you have the Kallistas, and I like now that in the context of EG versus T1, we've seen Guma take both the scaling in the Severumi and the more aggressive early in the Callista.
I think they're ready.
But I think New York's ready. I'm sure you're ready at home. We're gonna head to the stage to join Shocks and the Group A god himself, Zeus, for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. The T1 fans are very excited, and I'm sure Zeus is as well. Well, first off, Zeus, congratulations on locking the first spot in Group A. How do you look back at your performance as a team this group stage?
우선은 1시드로 8강 진출 확정 지으신 거 정말 축하드립니다. 이제 팀적으로서 이제 본인 그룹 스테이지 경기력 어떻게 되었다고 돌아보시나요?
일단 지난번에는 푸나티기도 한번 지고 해서 좀 아쉬운 점이 많았는데 오늘 세 경기는 되게 만족스럽게 잘 치른 것 같아요.
So in the first round robin, you know, we lost to Fnatic, so it was a bummer, but today I'm pretty happy with the 3-0 result.
Why wouldn't you be? Now, Zeus, you have stepped up as one of the main carries of the team throughout this year. How happy are you with your personal performance and how you've matched up against the world's best so far?
이제 제우스 선수는 올 1년 동안 정말 T1의 메인 캐리로서 또 성장하는 그런 모습을 보여주고 계신데요. 지금 월즈 와서 본인의 활약에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 또 세계 최고의 탑 라이너 분들과 만나봤는데 어땠나요?
일단 다들 되게 잘한다고 생각하고 느꼈고 그리고 뭔가 최근에 좀 자신감이 많이 떨어진 상태였었는데 오늘 뭔가 잘 된 것 같아서 되게 뿌듯한 것 같아요.
Well, I mean, recently I was a little bit losing my confidence, but you know, today I think I showed up a lot, so I'm pretty happy.
Absolutely did. Zeus, how much would you say T1 has worked on their strategic depth and the ability to evolve throughout the tournament now that you're getting into these best of fives?
이제 다전제 모드로도 넘어갈 예정인데 T1이 지금 월즈에 와서 또 전략적인 부분에 얼마나 깊이를 더해가고 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희가 지금 이렇게 미국 와서 연습도 되게 다들 많이 열심히 하고 있고 그리고 좀 잘 되고 있다는 그런 느낌도 들어서 되게 8강도 기대가 되는 것 같습니다.
We've been practicing pretty hard, and also I think we're gonna do great in the best of 5 series as well. So I'm so excited right now.
Speaking about those best of fives, the finals we've seen recently of international tournaments has always been LCK versus LPL. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how strong you think the LPL is at this tournament.
이제 또 최근 몇 년간의 월즈를 놓고 보면 언제나 결승전이 LPL 대 LCK 구도가 많이 나왔는데 그런 만큼 지금 LPL 어느 정도 강하다고 생각하시나요?
일단 LPL 팀들도 되게 강하긴 하지만 그래도 저희 LCK가 좀 더 강하다고 생각해서 이번 결승전은 좀 LCK 내전을 보고 싶네요.
So, well, LPL is strong, but I think LCK is stronger. I wish this finals will be LCK versus LCK.
Awesome. 감사합니다. Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as well. Wonderful interview with a wonderful top laner. Back over to you and World's Cooldown.
Thank you so much, Shocks, and congratulations to T1 for locking up the 1 seed out of Group A. EDG also moving along to the knockout stage as the 2 seed in this group. But before we dive into the series, I want to hand things over to Emily for a word on Zeus.
Yeah, so I think Zeus is someone that we kind of touched upon, but not really when we were talking about this, in specifically going against Flandre. He's kind of been the almost unsung here because you just like look up there and it's like, oh, he's doing really, really well. Okay, we can focus elsewhere, right? And that's such a massive win for T1, and it can't go unsaid of how many opportunities he finds for his team just by being so amazing in so many of these top lane matchups.
Yeah, it's sometimes the unfortunate reality of talking about teams this good, right, Dagda? It's like, well, we talked about 4 of the 5 matchups. Like, we're running out of time. And then, lo and behold, the GP solo kill in the Maokai up in the top lane, and he's superbly relevant. You saw the damage graph at the end of that all.
It's not even the fact that he solo killed Flandre. Like, he almost got a second one initially that, like, Flandre just about managed to get away from. And then 18 minutes into the game, he triple kills on Gangplank. It was 24 minutes into the game, and he was like, hang on a second, I need to go buy my 4th eye. Are you for real?
Yeah,
like,
normally we wait till at least 35 minutes of the game until GP gets the triple kill, but he did it 10 minutes faster this time around. What a showing out of T1. Great tenacity as well, because this one wasn't all sunshine and roses in the early game. They definitely had to work a bit for it.
Yeah, so EDG got ahead in the early game, and this play is kind of the turning point, right? And I do want to point out, yes, I was like, man, I really want to see Keria on playmakers. I mean, little did I know that Soraka Silence, you know, he was making plays. Unironically, it's such a massive part because every time EDG wanted to go in, oh, there's a Victor ult. Oh, there's a Soraka Silence. Like, it's so hard to execute this team composition, especially when EDG started falling behind with what T1 brought to the table.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, like, you had great engages coming through from Owner. The damage that was coming out from Zeus as well was absolutely insane. And it felt like T1 were very good at kind of keeping the ball rolling. So they were very good at, hey, we're targeting this person, we're going to follow through, whereas you can kind of see EDG very quickly scattering, right? Like, Viper left alone on the top side of this fight. T1 did such a good job of using things like the Victor, the buy space and fights, the Gangplank goals to keep people away, and then those silences as well. Like, even the fact that you're not able to take the Lantern when you're silent makes it incredibly difficult for you then to position in these fights. So honestly, just really good use of the zone control coming through from T1 made this short-range composition from EDG so hard to play.
Yeah, and let it not go unsaid also that, like, with the Callista, this is something that I think of as quintessentially T1 for this T1 team. They play very well, like we've already pointed out about Kumayushi's Caitlyn, but they play very well around these pushing bot lanes and know how to execute them to perfection.
You know what else is quintessentially T1? Faker. And Faker finishing first in the groups alongside whatever set of 4 players flank him on the world stage. They do it again. T1 first out of the group.
But again, I love that we get to see so much different diversity from this man. He comes in, we're like, okay, well, you know, he's the puppet master coming through from LCK. He's like, hey, I'm going to play these more facilitators. I'm going to play like the Lissandras, these kind of things. He's like, no, I'm going to go play Kali. I'm going to go make sure that I'm able to pop off on this. Then he brings back the Lissandra. Now he brings out the Victor and is popping off on this. It feels like this guy cannot be shut down regardless.
And here's the thing about this last game. You mentioned the fact that he hops onto Victor. Before this game was played out, we were talking about champions we might want to discuss at the end of the day. Champions we're hot on, champions we're not on, and Victor came up as one of the champions we're not so hot on. Here's a look at Victor's stats throughout just the group stage here at Worlds. Sporting a 4-7 record. I'll remind everybody that was 3-7 until Faker just went and played him and won on him. And every single one of those stats below would have looked worse if it weren't for Faker and his performance. So that's just something to consider when we talk about this pick that seems to be preferred and played a great number of times, but to very little effect.
Yeah, I think the reason is because we've kind of seen into champions like the Azir, he's just getting bullied out of lane. When you look towards early skirmishing, he's not able to bring a huge amount to the table as well. So when you're looking towards things that can be a little bit more active, Victor just hasn't been able to match up. But in this scenario, when you have T1 playing so well around grouping up, playing around the zone control that Victor can bring, using things like the Gangplank, like Keria's Silence, that's where we can see him take a step up and why Faker was able to have the most damage on T1 in this game.
Yeah, I think this is a really good illustration of why teams want to play Victor, right? Especially if you have a composition like this. And again, every time EDG want to go in, especially scout on that Lissandra as an initiator, well, he just gets shot down because Victor does so much damage. And then another reason is that's why people keep picking him, right? Like, he has a ton of zone control. He does a ton of damage. I believe Faker did 30.1K, which was the most in that game. So you can obviously see how to execute it and why teams still keep going to this pick.
And I think the thing is as well, it's really good teams are able to set up the Victor for success. When you look at the way T1 were playing, it's like, okay, back into these choke points. Make sure they're able to split up the team. We're getting value from the gravity field. We're getting value from the Chaos Storm because people are grouped up. I think that's what makes or breaks Victor in a lot of these team fights, is how well you can utilize the space he controls.
All right, so there you have it, a case study in how to play Victor if you're going to bring it out on the world stage. From there, though, ironically, one of the picks we're hot on, even after taking the loss in that last game, is Thresh. I mean, definitely when Mako's playing it, but I think just generally in this tournament, we're going to see this pick possibly rise in priority and see more and more value as we go deeper into the tournament.
I think he just offers so much across the board, right? Great engages. He's got disengage for a lot of those immobile AD carries that we're starting to see creep up as well.
Also, CSD, damn good on that support.
Not bad at all,
say so myself.
I mean, when you're playing against enchanters, it might help out a little bit. But I think as well, it's the fact that, you know, as we've kind of crested out of this enchanter meta, picks like Thresh that can kind of keep your AD carry safe, but also provide a lot on a roam, are going to start to see more and more value throughout this.
And with support players like Mako, like Keria, who can, again, control entire games with a pick like this, we've seen Keria bring it out as well in this tournament and do very well with it. So I think because we have so many talented support players here, it's a really good pick that I like to see rising in priority, just because a skilled Thresh is just so fun to watch.
Also, just the fact that a pick I've been keeping my eyes on, the Aphelios, I was expecting to see much more of him, but now it feels like he's pairing so well with the Thresh. He's a 60% win rate in World's group stage at the moment as well. It feels like as we get to see more Aphelios and more of these top teams and top AD carries bring him to the table, Thresh is just a no-brainer to plonk in beside him.
Yeah, if I'm going to hang my hat on anything right now as an NA fan, it might be a Vulcan Thresh over there for EG. See if some plays can be made when they step onto the stage. Let's refresh on our group standings here as we concluded the group stage for Group A today. It's T1 at 5-1, booking the top slot out of their group with Edward Gaming just behind. It's a 2-4 finish for Fnatic and a 1-5 finish for Cloud9, but we still got 3 more groups to decide. And so now let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, which will be Group B. As you can see there, JDG holding the top spot at 3-0, but we'll see if they can be contested tomorrow. That said, we kick things off with EU versus NA, EG versus G2 Esports. Follow that up with the second matchup of the day for EG as they try and get it done against the LPL team in JDG. Damwon Kia after that against G2 Esports closes out with 3 more matches that day. Emily, I'll turn to you. What do you got your sights set on here?
All right, so I'll come to bat for EG a little bit. I'm not necessarily predicting them to get out of this group, but I do think, actually, you know, before I saw C9 come out and look so strong against Fnatic in that game, I think EG are actually performing pretty well. Like, their play-ins kind of gave them a buff to figure things out a little bit more. Some of those games could have gone either way. Like, I actually keep thinking of that JDG game and being like, if they play that a little, you know, the execution is a little better, they could end up taking that. Is that a flaming hot take?
I love it.
Wow.
I mean, at this point, anything can be flaming hot
Just
take.
my opinion.
No, I kind of love it. It's just my, but that's what all flaming hot takes are. They're just somebody's opinion. I mean, it does feel a little strange to compare 0-3 week 1 performances. But I agree with you.
Yeah.
If I'm evaluating the NA 03s, EG's by far and away look the best to me.
I 100% agree. I think they, especially the first game they played against JDG, their ability to actually like play out map state, play for cross maps, like these guys actually looked really, really good. And I was genuinely nervous as the LPL guy that EG were going to take it. So we'll have to see if they can try and bring it back tomorrow.
All that said, we are looking at a very similar group makeup regionally than what we saw today, right? Where you still have JDG and Damwon Kia looking like the real threats. And so I'm curious if you, let's assume the day goes similarly to Chalk as it did today. If you were to end up in a JD versus Damwon Kia matchup for first, right? How's your confidence level that JDG currently with a 1-game lead would actually wrap up the 1 seed?
Solid 52.5%.
Hey, we take that. That tilts ever so slightly in my favor. Yeah, we'll flip that coin 52 times.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, Damwon, JDG, it has been, in my opinion, still the best single game that we've seen at this tournament. It was so good. And as I've said before, like, I might not stand by my super hottest take, right, that I was going to have on day
Flaming
one.
hot take.
It was like, Damwon, we're going to win Worlds. But I do think the meta is super, super good for them. And I really love this Damwon team, especially Canyon. So I think, like, going up and seeing Canyon and Kanavi go toe-to-toe again is always going to be a good time.
Yeah, I mean, even coming into this, Damwon was kind of my dark horse for the tournament, right? It felt like the meta has hit them. Exactly. The meta has hit them well. They're performing brilliantly, like Canyon back on carries. You got Nuggery's able to have his carries on the top side as well. It definitely feels like Damwon are primed to have a really good run through this. I'm just, with at least a 3-0 kind of buffer there already, maybe JDG can still creep into that top spot.
All right, well, here's my flaming hot take.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah.
Flaming hot take.
There we go.
Thank you very much. We're going to have some banger-ass games tomorrow. That's my
not a
hot
hot
take. That's a damn hot take because everybody's going to show up and they're going to deliver.
It's the hot takes. No one has said it yet.
Oh, yeah, okay.
See, you get it. You get it. I'm just, hey, do what Jad does. It seems to work for him. It's going to work for me too, right? No, we're going to tiebreakers tomorrow. That's my hope. We're going to find our way to some tiebreakers and to some real action here in Group B. But for now, that's going to do it from us here in the Hulu Theater. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more worlds. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
I don't think I can do that.
Yeah, you can try.
It's Blabber who's having to walk away from it now. Razor, he goes for bad flag. And C9 gets first blood in the Fnatic jungle.
I got it. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Look here. Go back. You're getting him up. You're ready. Yeah, I'm fine. Really good. Big knock and flash, okay?
And Razor will fall second. Wonder will do nothing. And C9 are going to find the first win of the group stage for North America. Owner's grabbing the first kill. The Herald dies to the turret. Razor's going to be next. Upset tries to provide covering fire, but Humanoid's made his way in. He's ejected, and Gumayushi is ready to catch the pass. Humanoid again trying to get away. A double kill back over to Faker. Humanoid running. The only man left standing in Fnatic colors. And now they're bringing a party to mid lane. Hey, Jensen, knock. Here comes the LPL. Here comes EDG. It's not like it was expected to. Fudge goes through the Hex gate. He's immediately killed. Sven's out next. Berserker's gonna drop. Scout gets away. EDG, they're marching to the win.
Viper vulnerable, but there was no one else here to punish, and again it's going to turn. Razor running, sprinting, trying to get out, but it will not happen. Fnatic, every single play they have tried to force this game has just turned. But there's an Akali off to the side. Oh, they are not the best bodyguards. They cannot protect their AD carry. A single misposition, and now Fnatic are falling apart at the seams. EDG tearing through them effortlessly, taking down Fnatic in the fight.
This is all I wanted for the past 20 minutes. Do it, Sven, do it! It gives you heart. You see the grenade.
If you want the Heimer, cheer for the Heimer, New York.
I got it!
Dash just goes right into the wall. Can they take him down? They're trying to burn through Jensen before anything else comes out. Blabber in the midst of the entire team. Stun comes out, but now he can push the E. He can activate it. So much damage resistance going in. Blabber wants to finish it. It's a clean sidestep. They get first blood. Can he take the best of 5 against Faker in the 1v1? Oh, he goes. That's all that matters. Can he get it? Shuriken flip. Golden. Can he take the best of 5? Oh, Faker coming back. Faker with the stopwatch gets the last lap. Some flashy moments, some highlight plays from the side of C9. They gave us the montages we were hoping for, but T1 did it even better. It's a Pyro with a gun versus all of EDG, and he's making it work. Carry of the frontline Soraka. We went from dead even to absolute slaughter. T1 taking over the triple for Zeus, dominating the fight. Firing back one in respawn. The Kalista now flashing forward. Guma, fearless, leaping into the face of EDG. Viper running from the hills. T1, domination.